The scene opens on a school courtyard, bathed in sunlight. A caption reveals, "My name is Fong Ping. Today's date is the 4th of April 2008. Inside a classroom at Yong City First High School, third-year class 4, students sit at their desks. A text box reveals a shocking reality has just been accepted. Fong Ping stares ahead, his blue eyes sharp and focused, a look of grim determination etched on his face. His hands are clasped tightly together. He thinks to himself, "I've been brought back 10 years into the past." The school building looms again, as Fong Ping reflects that it would be more accurate to say he's been taken to a parallel world of 10 years ago, because there's a little difference between here and his past life. In the classroom, a student reminds his peers that they still have 2 days to register for a martial arts subject. He asks if they are both going to register. The text explains that the NCE, National College Entrance Examination, still exists, however there is one extra subject, martial arts. Another student laments that the registration fee is $10,000, and he knows he won't pass. Registering will just be a waste of money, he thinks. A different student declares that he also wants to register, since this is the only way for a normal person to become someone extraordinary. 2 students excitedly discuss the news that Grandmaster Ma managed to break through into grade 8. The Chi group has officially challenged the Asian Pacific. One of the students exclaims in disbelief, wondering if it's real. He thought that Grandmaster Ma had only broken through to grade 7 a few years ago. He is surrounded by question marks, trying to understand the situation. Students whisper about Grandmaster Ma's CCTV report. Fong Ping listens as the students speculate about Grandmaster Ma's ranking. He reflects on how this world resembles Ice Guy shows. Chun Fan speaks, and Fong Ping wonders if Grandmaster Manhwa Peng, is truly a Grandmaster. Fong Ping thinks it's disrespectful to call Grandmaster Ma by his name. It really is. Fong Ping apologizes in his mind, realizing he must be careful with his words in this new world. Fong Ping asks if there's an internet cafe nearby. The other student confirms there is, implying Fong Ping frequents it. Fong Ping smiles, thinking he hasn't been to the internet cafe in a long time. He remembers a girl from his school days who always appeared in his dreams, wondering if the cafe manager is still there. A woman asks what someone is looking at, implying they're doing something embarrassing and naughty. Fong Ping is shocked by the memory. He sees the sign for the internet cafe. Fong Ping wonders if he had poor taste when he was younger, as his memories differ greatly from reality. A girl asks if he wants to top up his account, offering $10 free for a $50 top-up. He holds out his hand, revealing the small amount of money. At the internet cafe, a woman tells a customer that he can top up with $5. She thinks to herself that he is broke. Fong Ping wonders if she changed her attitude too quickly. He knows he will get degraded if he doesn't have money. Fong Ping sits at a computer in the internet cafe. He curses his situation. His eyes narrow, a new determination forming within him. Fong Ping realizes he needs to take the martial arts exam. The text explains that this world has unspoken rules that everyone understands. No matter what you want to do, you need to be a martial artist first and foremost. The text explains that the martial artists here are similar to the Wu Xian novel from his past life. Martial artists seem to have a high standing and great power in this society. Martial arts has been divided into 9 grades. The text explains that only a martial artist is allowed to open a company. You can only become the governor of a province once you've reached grade 4. The text shows Wu Yifan at grade 2, Deng Ziqi at grade 3, and Kai Su Kuan at grade 1. The text also mentions NC, National College Entrance Examination. The text explains that the entrance examination is a martial arts subject. This is the only hope that a lot of people have to succeed. He knew that taking the martial arts exam would not be easy. Fong Ping realized that he only had 2 days left to register, but the fee was $10,000. Fong Ping thought about characters who were reborn with cheats. He wondered why he had such a disadvantage and where he could get that kind of money. He suddenly remembered that his family might be rich in this world. Fong Ping mused that he might even live in a resort. Fong Ping walked toward a shabby building. He paused, lost in thought, before entering. He thought he was overthinking things. Fong Ping opened the door and stepped inside. The familiar damp smell hit him as he entered. It seemed like it was still this house. Someone ran toward him, their footsteps echoing. "Fong Ping, you thief!" she shouted. A woman stood over him, her hands on her hips. He looked up at her, surprised. She knelt down, grabbing his shoelaces. The woman's face was contorted with anger. The woman reached out her hand, demanding, "Give me back my money." Fong Ping looked shocked at the accusation. He was clearly taken aback by the woman's anger. She pinched his cheek, roughly. The woman's expression was stern as she confronted him. Someone stretches Fong Yuan's cheeks, eliciting a frustrated noise from her. She misses this feeling. Fong Yuan shoves the hands away, demanding her money back with a shout. Fong Yuan confronts Fong Ping, accusing him of acting dumb. She demands to know why only $5 were on her table when their mother gave them $50 to split. He thinks that some of the $28 is hers. Fong Ping doesn't know. Maybe she already spent it, and suggests she look for it again. Fong Ping walks into the kitchen, where his mother, Li Yuyin, is cooking. He thinks that he has bullied her to that point over just a bit of allowance. Li Yuan tells Fong Yuan not to throw a tantrum, as her father will be home for dinner soon. Fong Ping thinks his mother looks so young. Fong Ping remembers that during this time, his mother had to work a part-time job with a monthly pay of only $800. He wonders how he can possibly ask for $10,000. Fong Ming Rong enters the house, asking if dinner is ready. Fong Ping thinks that his father is a common worker at a factory for pottery, inhaling a lot of dust every day and risking his health for $3,000. Fong Ping looks at his father, simply saying, "Dad." Fong Ming Rong asks why Fong Ping hasn't put his school stuff down, telling him to clean up quickly and get ready for dinner. Fong Ping replies that he only just got back home. Fong Yuan yells that Fong Ping stole her money again, telling her mother to say something to him. Fong Ming Rong tells her not to listen to her nonsense, asking if he is fine. The family eats dinner together. He sits, chopsticks in hand, contemplating his future. He knows that if he can't be a martial artist, there's nothing he can do. He swallows hard, the weight of his aspirations heavy on his mind. Looking up, Fong Ping declares his intention. He wants to take the martial arts exam. Fong Ming Rong and Li Yuan continue eating, unaware of the internal struggle brewing within Fong Ping. Fong Yuan eats as well, the family meal continuing despite the earlier tension. The family eats together, but Fong Ping is lost in thought. It looks like too much of a pipe dream for his family to afford the registration fee. He knows he'd better think of another way to make his dream a reality. He laughs, trying to lighten the mood. He insists he was just saying and that they shouldn't mind him. A hand pushes a credit card across the table. Fong Ping looks to the side, his expression unreadable. As he eats, he recalls his colleague mentioning the registration fee. He resolved to take the card and withdraw the money tomorrow. He thinks that it doesn't matter if he passes or not. It's worth it as long as he has the heart. Even though his family is poor, his dad gave him the money and wants to make sure he is not stressed. He stares at the bank card, a knot forming in his stomach. If he fails, how will he repay their support? He grips the card tightly, a silent vow escaping his lips. He will succeed in this lifetime. Outside the bank, Fong Ping's eyes widen as something unexpected occurs. A strange sensation washes over him. The moment he touched the money, a notification appeared before his eyes. Something is awakening within him. The screen displays "condition fulfilled," signaling the start of a neuroconnection sequence. The connection is successful. He recalls stories of people reborn in past lives, a sense of familiarity washing over him. A screen materializes before him, displaying stats. Fong Ping realizes this must be his cheat system. Fong Ping lies on his bed, the morning sun streaming through the window. According to what just happened at the ATM, he stares intently at the screen before him. The amount he has for wealth is dependent on the money he has at hand. And if the amount of money is not enough, it will not be recorded either. Since there has been a change in the wealth stat, then the chi and blood, as well as psyche stats, should also be able to increase. Fong Ping, looking unwell, asks the system to increase his blood and chi. The screen displays his stats, wealth, blood, and spirit, but nothing changes. Fong Ping stares at the screen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he concentrates. He asks the system to use his wealth stat to increase his blood and chi, wondering what gods are above. Frustration etched on his face, Fong Ping wonders why nothing has happened. He shouts, demanding the system add something to his blood and chi. A screen flashes, displaying what appears to be the system's response to his demand. The system interface shows a character's stats, with indicators suggesting an increase in wealth, blood, chi, and spirit. His eyes widen as he registers the change. His blood and chi have been increased. He feels the sensation of his blood and chi increasing, a subtle but noticeable shift within him. Fong Ping examines his hands, searching for any visible sign of the change he feels within. He realizes that even a small increase of 0.1 feels surprisingly comfortable, a welcome change. He is shocked by the sensation, exclaiming that it couldn't be. A phone rests on a table, bathed in light, a silent observer of the unfolding events. Fong Ping sits on his bed, relieved that the money is still there, wondering how he would explain its disappearance to his parents. A girl is shown holding a bowl of noodles, seemingly listening to someone, perhaps thinking Fong Ping has lost his mind. The view shifts to Yanqing No. 1 Middle School, a place of learning and growth. A teacher silences the classroom, announcing that students registering for the martial arts exam should proceed to the teacher's office. Another student asks if Fong Ping needs to go to the bathroom again, as he stands up from his desk. Fong Ping, looking surprised by the question, declares that he is going to register for the exam. A student with glasses overhears the conversation, his expression one of surprise. Inside the teacher's office, a group of students gathers. One thinks to himself that he never thought Fong Ping would register, wondering how high his blood and chi are. Fong Ping wonders what he should say, noting that his 1.1 seems very low. Another student thinks that Fong Ping hasn't checked it yet. One student recalls getting 108 at the hospital, confident that Fong Ping, being so scrawny, definitely won't score higher than him. Fong Ping is shocked by the massive difference in scores, wondering if the calculation method is different in this world. Fong Ping suggests that they come check it at his house after school, speaking to two other students. Another student exclaims in disbelief that Wu Jihao's family bought a blood and qi meter. Wu Jihao explains that he has to check his blood and qi frequently, so his father bought a small one, though it's not as accurate as the one at the hospital. A student is shocked by the cost, thinking that even the cheapest ones still cost a few $100,000, wondering if Wu Jihao's house has a mine. The room is filled with books as Wu Jihao gestures towards the massage chair. He settles into the chair, wires connecting to his arms and neck, ready for the test. Wu Jihao peers at the tablet, preparing to record the protagonist's stats. From across the room, Fong Ping asks if the results have come out yet. Wu Jihao stares intently at the device in his hands, his expression shifting to surprise. Wu Jihao's eyes widen as he exclaims that Fong Ping actually has a blood and qi value of 113. The pair ascended the marble staircase, their footsteps echoing in the grand hall. The student gestured expansively, directing his companion's attention toward their destination. The other student pointed towards a high-tech massage chair, an invitation hanging in the air. Fong Ping settled into the chair, glowing bands encircling his neck and wrists. He gave an affirmative gesture, signaling that everything was in order. Fong Ping focused on the screen, his brow furrowed in concentration as he monitored the readings. His hand gripped the joystick, navigating the system's interface with practiced ease. A surge of energy coursed through him, visualized by a vibrant, red aura. Fong Ping gasped, his eyes widening in surprise at the sudden change. The system declared his blood and qi value, a staggering 113. Fong Ping realized the system's value differed from reality, operating on a 1-to-100 ratio. A classmate wonders why he isn't reacting, noting his blood and qi levels. The workshop director mentioned that taking the martial arts exam requires nourishment. Since Fong Ping decided to take the martial arts exam, his father can't ignore him. His mother says they only have 20,000, and she will withdraw more tomorrow. She accuses him of lying about his 113 score. A child's face is pinched, causing them to tear up. A younger child pinches Fong Ping's face, stating that he is a genius with a high chance of passing the exam. His mother calls him over, saying that she and his father have something to say. His sister cries to their mother that Fong Ping is bullying her again, but he is coming. Fong Ping wonders what this is going to be about. Fong Ping stands with his mother, sensing the tense atmosphere. His father tells him that he is now here and offers him a small token from his mother and father. His father tells him to use this money to buy some nourishment and to let them know if it is not enough. Fong Ping's father explains that they will fully support him during the martial arts exam. He admits they almost damaged his future due to negligence. He looks up, a single word escaping his lips, Dad. The weight of the moment settles upon him. Fong Ping sits at his desk, illuminated by a lamp, contemplating the money. He wonders if buying medicine would be a waste if it has a poor effect. He imagines himself holding a pill, a hopeful smile on his face. The pharmacy sign looms in the background. He puffs out his cheeks, contemplating the potential benefits. The possibilities swirl in his mind. Fong Ping recoils at the thought of wasting the money. He thinks that the system is far more reliable. He sits before a holographic display, his back to the viewer. The screen shows various stats, including wealth, blood, and spirit. The camera focuses on his legs beneath the desk, a silent testament to his dedication. The chair creaks softly. Elsewhere, Yangshu No. 1 Middle School stands tall under a clear sky. The building is a place of learning and growth. Fong Ping walks down the stairs, a tired expression on his face. He recalls trying to increase his psyche yesterday. The screen displays his stats: wealth at 10,000, blood at 1.1, and spirit at 1.1. It deducted 10,000 from his wealth. He experiences a feeling, like a girl's soft hand rubbing his head lightly. His mind seems to be running through a field. He sits, surrounded by floating equations, his concentration, comprehension, and memorization significantly increased. The protagonist looks exhausted, having spent the entire night studying physics. Two students are sent flying through the air with a loud K sound. A student is slammed headfirst into the ground with tremendous force. Yang Jian angrily confronts Fong Ping, calling him dumb and accusing him of secretly practicing at night. Students ascend the stairs, one of them cheerfully greeting Fong Ping with a good morning. A hand reaches out and grabs a student by the collar, the word grab written on the collar itself. A student is sent flying upwards, a look of shock on his face as he yells W. Yang Jian and Fong Ping are on the ground, with labels pointing out Yang Jian's visible muscle and strong back, and Fong Ping's thin body. A group of students stands on the stairs, one of them holding a stack of books, declaring that all of them are here, and it's perfect timing. A close-up of Fong Ping's face reveals a determined look in his blue eyes. A hand holds a stack of books titled The Basic Theory of Martial Arts, as Fong Ping is told to take them home and read them. The older man emphasizes his point, reminding the students to study hard. The young man smiles, thinking about his teacher and acknowledging his good qualities. The older man informs the students that they don't have to take classes today, Instead, he will give them all a mission. The young man looks on, a question mark floating above his head. The older man reveals that he has been searching for Xiao Zhang, the dean, and finally has an opportunity for them all. The mission: go to the Nanjing University of Martial Arts and fetch Wang Jinyang. Meanwhile, Wang Jinyang arrives at Yang City, noting it has been a long time since he last returned. He stands with his suitcase, looking out at the city. Wang Jinyang smiles, thinking that nothing has changed since he was last here. A group of students waves enthusiastically, calling out to Senior Wang, eager to greet him. The student in the jacket emblazoned with King seems to reflect on the hard work everyone has put in. Two students discuss Wang Jinyang, one remarking on how normal he looks, even for a martial artist. The student considers Wang Jinyang, dismissing him as just a brat who goes to university. A girl reacts with surprise and disbelief that someone would ask who Wang Jinyang is, implying his fame. The girl covers her face, seemingly embarrassed that someone doesn't know Wang Jinyang. The girl declares that she will tell Yang about Wang Jinyang, fire seeming to rise behind her. The girl calls out Fong Ping's name, perhaps to get his attention or to warn him. A hand points toward a screen, possibly indicating a news report or announcement about Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang, a 19-year-old citizen of Yang City, enjoys apples and parsley and trains his body. Although not rich, Wang Jinyang did not give up on learning martial arts and was accepted into Nanjing University as the #1 martial artist. Even while attending a martial arts university, he never slacked on his training. He's only a freshman, yet already a skilled martial artist. A girl wonders how the world could produce such an outstanding person like the senior. A boy beside her looks surprised by her outburst. A sudden realization dawns on the student, his eyes widening slightly as he considers something. Students celebrate Wang Jinyang, holding up a banner that declares, "Jinyang, you're the best." Confetti rains down around him. Inside the bus, a student welcomes Wang Jinyang back, requesting a speech. The senior smiles, finding their courtesy amusing. The bus, adorned with banners welcoming Wang Jinyang, travels down the road. A student asks him to share his secret to entering a martial arts university. The students on the bus look towards Wang Jinyang, eager to hear his response. They await his words with anticipation. A diagram lists the 5 big tests of martial arts: political trial, culture, profession, experience, and physicality. Everyone should know these. The 2 hardest parts are experience and physicality. Everyone presents chi and blood values of about 110, but must pass the admission requirements. The students sit on the bus, listening intently. One of them warns that it's dangerous, though the context is unclear. A student says that if you can use your emotions, the result may be different. He looks determined and thoughtful. The students on the bus continue their discussion, their expressions a mix of contemplation and concern as they consider the implications. The students stand, listening intently to the advice being given. Wang Jinyang emphasizes the importance of emotions, listing happiness, anger, sorrow, and excitement. He believes these emotions will cause qi and blood to ebullience. Surrounded by his admirers, Wang Jinyang continues his lecture. He uses humiliation as an example of a feeling to imagine. Wang Jinyang asks if they can imagine the feeling, his expression intense. The text explains that the physical test won't be hard if you have experience. It is just explosive force, endurance, and body flexibility examination. Some people only grow up eating medicine. Wang Jinyang states that martial arts is simple and has great results. He asks if they would still want to kill people if they failed to kill a chicken. His face shadowed. Wang Jinyang says that killing people is much harder than killing a chicken. A student's eyes widen in fear, thinking that Wang Jinyang speaks so naturally, like he's actually killed before. Wang Jinyang holds a bouquet of flowers. It is noted that in this world, martial artists are restricted by the law and shouldn't kill people. He is also only a university student. A girl asks why Fong Ping is back and reminds him that he needs to go to school. Someone else notes that they need to bring him back to school later to give a speech. Fong Ping lies on his bed, relaxing in his room. He stands before a screen, the words displayed upon it echoing in his mind. Killing people is harder than killing chickens. The man lies in bed, his thoughts troubled by Wang Jinyang's words. How could he say it so naturally? Wang Jinyang stares ahead, a chilling realization dawning on him. There's only one possibility: he's killed before. Elsewhere, a phone rings insistently, its shrill tone cutting through the silence. The phone displays a message. "Mr. Wang, sorry to bother you. There's some new information. The suspect has fled to Tsongshan." The man on the other end of the line is instructed to stay at the same location and watch the suspect. The stakes are high. Failure is not an option. A voice promises a reward: 500,000 for the suspect, dead or alive. The hunt is on. The man stands shirtless, a towel draped around his waist, the promise of reward hanging heavy in the air. Frustration mounts as the man covers his face with his hands, the pressure building. He sits alone, attempting to gather his thoughts, the weight of the situation pressing down on him. A close-up reveals fingers squeezing a pimple, a small act of release amidst the tension. Another man sits in meditation, seeking inner peace and strength, adding zero point 0.1 chi in blood. A strange heads-up display flickers, showing indecipherable stats and symbols. The display shifts, the numbers changing, the meaning still unclear. His eyes snap open, wide with alarm. Crap, he thinks, panic rising. He gasps, his face contorted in fear, sweat beading on his brow. His hand clutches at the sheets, knuckles white with tension. He lies in bed, the word lie down floating above him, a command or a description. His legs are visible beneath the covers, tense and unmoving. A network of crimson lines pulses, a strange energy thrumming beneath the surface. The crimson network intensifies, now accompanied by the unmistakable sight of blood cells. A sharp pain shoots through Fong Ping's eye, causing him to exclaim in agony. Lying prone, Fong Ping breathes heavily, the veins on his arm now clearly visible. Sitting up, Fong Ping touches his head, confused by the sudden pain. He wonders why it hurts so much this time. Examining his hands, Fong Ping wonders if the pain could be from adding qi and blood together. Fong Ping feels his blood surging through his body and realizes he's slowly getting used to it. Fong Ping suddenly remembers that he needs to bring Senior Wang, Jinyang, back to school. Fong Ping is seen from the side, walking past a man wearing a mask and cap. Fong Ping carries a box with another man, apologizing as they walk. A figure crouches in the shadows, muttering that it doesn't matter, before hiding. He ascends the stairs, noticing a man crouched nearby with boxes. The man's presence feels unsettling to Fong Ping. A close-up reveals a figure concealed behind a mask and hat, their expression hidden from view. Wang Jinyang, arriving late, waves apologetically from bus. A nearby girl gazes at him adoringly. Wang Jinyang taps his fingers idly. Two students remark on his invitation to lecture before the martial artist examination. Fong Ping wonders what makes Wang Jinyang so special as a returning graduate to his old school. Wang Jinyang smiles, raising his hand in a friendly gesture, his jacket bearing the word king. Another student marvels at Wang Jinyang's status as a first-year university student and already a martial artist, finding it literally amazing. A close-up shows Wang Jinyang tapping his fingers again, a subtle rhythm in his movements. Wang Jinyang reminds everyone to remember that their bodies are still the foundation for becoming martial artists. Fong Ping wonders what medicine Wang Jinyang took to have his qi and blood increase so much in such a short span of time. Wang Jinyang thinks that such medicines cannot be taken casually, as a single mistake could be extremely grave. Wang Jinyang warns that if one only takes medicines and ignores physical training, it would lead to death due to negligence. He thanks Brother Wang for the warning, acknowledging his martial arts prowess. The sky stretches above, a canvas of blue and scattered clouds. Night has fallen, and lights flicker within the nearby building. Elsewhere, Wang Jinyang stretches in the yard, preparing for his training. He continues his exercises, pushing his body through a series of push-ups. Back inside, Fong Ping wipes the sweat from his brow, noting that he doesn't feel very tired. He wonders if this is due to the increase of qi and blood in his body. As he had expected, he still needs to listen to Wang Jinyang and train physically. A sudden, intense feeling washes over him. Fong Ping's expression hardens as he looks out the window. Outside, a man in a cap walks away, while Wang Jinyang continues his training. He believes he just sensed bloodlust. Dismissing it as overthinking, he sees a woman in a tracksuit approaching a door. A news report details the murder of a grade 2 martial artist. Police suspect the perpetrator fled to Yang City, Sangshan. The broadcast advises residents to take safety precautions. Fong Ping listens to the news, a thoughtful expression on his face. In the background, a girl yells at him to kill himself, saying the only thing he has is his flesh. An analysis of the crime scene reveals a clear picture of the weapon used in the murder. The news report highlights the clarity achieved through specialized software. He sits at a table, lost in thought, his hand resting on his chin. The recent news clearly weighs heavily on his mind as he stares off into the distance. A close-up reveals a bloody knife. A thought bubble indicates someone recognizes the weapon, recalling having seen it somewhere before. Elsewhere, the streetlights cast long shadows on the deserted road, the silence broken only by the distant hum of the city. A glint of steel flashes in the dim light as a hand raises a blade high above a prone figure. The victim collapses, their body falling heavily against the hard ground, unseen in the darkness. Meanwhile, Fong Ping's eyes snap open, his face contorted in a silent scream, a cold sweat beading on his brow. A distorted image of the blade fills his mind, the memory surfacing with brutal clarity. A muffled sound echoes in his memory, the phantom pain of the attack searing through him. Crimson streaks flash before his eyes, the horrifying image of blood splattering in the darkness. Fong Ping sits up in bed, gasping for air, the realization hitting him hard. I remember something. A news report details the weapon used by the perpetrator, a chilling image of the knife displayed prominently. A figure crouches in a dimly lit room, staring intently at a similar knife, muttering, "It doesn't matter." The glint of the blade catches the light as the figure grips the handle, noting that guy had a knife exactly like that. A figure in a cap stands in the shadows, a gleaming knife held in his hand. Seen from above, a man lies prone on the ground. It was just a dream, he thinks. Fong Ping looks down, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. He reflects, but the bloodlust I felt while training was real. A news report blares from a nearby screen. The anchor reports, one of the suspects is a grade 2 peak martial artist. Fong Ping wonders if it's just a coincidence. Fong Ping's eyes widen with concern. He wouldn't make me his target, would he? A memory surfaces. His family sits around a table. He thinks, maybe he found out about my money? But that's not possible. We are a poor family. Could it be due to the system? Another man looks at a holographic screen displaying stats. He thinks, but that's not possible. Only I can see the system. A hand clutches a blanket tightly. That dream was too scary, he thinks. I hope nothing like that happens in reality. I need to prepare myself. Fong Ping's expression hardens with resolve. I need to act fast. I need to make sure he doesn't bring harm to me or my family in any way. Meanwhile, a street basks in a warm glow of the setting sun. Text at the bottom reads, one of the netizens said that it wasn't appropriate to lock Song Shan down just to catch a grade 2 peak martial artist. More text appears on a wall. I think people should stop underestimating the strength of martial artists. A grade 2 martial artist could easily defeat a soldier too. A radio crackles nearby. A box sits open, revealing a knife, a radio, and bloodstained clothing. The evidence of a violent encounter lies exposed. He knew they were looking for him, and he needed to hide. There were no CCTV cameras on this street, so he just needed to lay low. A persistent knocking echoed from the door. He paused, wondering who could be visiting him. The knocking continued, insistent and rhythmic against the cold metal of the door. Annoyance flickered across his face as the knocking persisted. "Che," he muttered under his breath. He opened the metal box, preparing to greet whoever was on the other side. "Hello, nice to meet you. I'm a new resident here." Putting on a friendly face, Fong Ping asked, "Is there anything I could help you with?" He stood in the doorway, a puzzled expression on his face. "Huh?" he questioned, seeing no one there. Looking up and down the stairwell, he tried to locate the source of the knocking, but saw no one. Suddenly, a cheerful voice called out, "Good morning, uncle." Fong Ping's eyes widened in shock. What? When and how the F*** did he come in? He thought, alarmed. He tried to regain his composure. "I need to calm down and act like I'm a good person," he told himself. He addressed the child, trying to sound casual. Little brother, I think you entered the wrong door. This isn't your room." He sits on the couch, drink in hand, explaining that it's not like that. Fong Ping clarifies that he wanted to watch the football tournament. The young man says he came to use Fong Ping's TV. He even brought snacks and drinks along with him, offering a cup. The young man smiles, holding out 2 drinks. He encourages Fong Ping to have a drink and watch together. On the television, a soccer game unfolds, a player passing the ball, scoring a goal. The uncle watches with a drink in hand. The uncle sits, lost in thought, wondering if the boy is a secret agent. He knows he needs to do something. The boy sits beside the uncle, complaining about being cheated. He asks the uncle if he agrees with him. The uncle sips his drink, thinking he needs to take the boy out to prevent further trouble. He decides he needs to get him to leave. The uncle asks the boy if he doesn't need to go to school. The boy replies that there is no school on weekends and asks if his parents are worried. Looking dejected, the boy asks the uncle if he just wants him to leave. The uncle denies it, saying he is just worried about him. The boy says it's all right. He gets it. The boy thinks to himself that he is just a cute youngster trying to be friends with the uncle. He feels he keeps disturbing people. The uncle yells, saying he doesn't have friends either and is just lonely and sad. He apologizes, saying it's all his fault. As an apology, the boy offers to help the uncle clean the place up, grabbing a cleaning rag. He declares that he'll be done in no time, opening the curtains. Wu Zhihao, sitting on the floor, asks what happened. The supporting Wu Zhihao explains that he's used to living in the dark. Fong Ping offers to clean the bedroom for his uncle. Wu Zhihao thanks him for the offer, but says he'll clean the bedroom himself later. He claims that they both understand. Wu Zhihao laughs, thinking that it's time for Fong Ping to return home and have lunch. He wonders why he won't leave, questioning if he is stupid. Fong Ping states that he needs to have lunch. Wu Zhihao says he'll be off then and will visit again. The young man waves goodbye. Wu Zhihao thinks to himself that Fong Ping is finally leaving. A foot trips over an object. Fong Ping falls forward with a loud crash. Wu Zhihao looks on in surprise. He lies on the ground, clutching his head in pain. Fong Ping mutters, "Ouch," and then, remembering something, calls out, "Uncle." Still prone, Fong Ping notices something near him. He wonders aloud, his voice laced with confusion. What are these things? Footsteps approach, each step deliberate and heavy, signaling an impending threat. With a whoosh, the uncle delivers a swift, brutal kick aimed squarely at Fong Ping. The force of the blow sends a shock wave through the air, punctuated by a resounding "ichu." The impact reverberates with a deafening BM as Fong Ping is launched into the air, a victim of the sudden assault. A gloved hand retrieves a concealed knife, carefully untying it from its sheath, preparing for a more lethal encounter. Gasping for air, Fong Ping coughs violently, struggling to regain his composure after the unexpected attack. The uncle brandishes the knife, the metallic glint accompanied by a menacing Kong, promising further violence. The uncle's face contorts in a mask of pure rage, his eyes burning with an extreme bloodlust. The uncle figure pins the boy to the ground, his expression grim. Tears welling, the boy begs his uncle to calm down, swearing he won't leak whatever secret is at stake. The uncle figure's face is a mask of cold resolve, telling the boy he won't live to leak it. Desperate, the boy's eyes dart around as the uncle figure raises a knife. The uncle figure holds the knife to the boy's neck, stopping just short of drawing blood. The uncle figure's eyes are bloodshot, pupils dilated, as he wonders what's going on, suspecting he was drugged. The uncle figure sips from straw, realizing he must have been drugged at that moment. Seizing the opportunity, the boy kicks the uncle figure away, desperate to escape. The uncle figure falls to the ground, stunned, as the boy scrambles away. His hand grasps a nearby stick, a desperate weapon in a life-or-death struggle. The boy swings the stick with all his might, striking his attacker. A heavy footfall echoes, the sound reverberating through the confined space. Fong Ping's eyes widen, a sheen of sweat coating his brow as he gasps for air. His fingers tighten around the rough-hewn wood, finding purchase and control. He stands over the fallen man, the stick held firmly in his grasp. The man on the floor struggles to sit up, questioning if Fong Ping wasn't unconscious. A fist flies through the air, propelled by desperate strength. The stick connects with a sickening thud, a blow landed in desperation. A strangled curse escapes the man's lips, followed by a guttural retch. Fong Ping shoves the man away with the stick, creating some distance. Blood trickles down Fong Ping's face as he realizes he was reborn with the system. His grip tightens, a fierce determination burning in his eyes. The stick rises and falls, each impact echoing with brutal finality. He lies prone on the floor, defeated, his eyes staring blankly upward. With a final, desperate strike, he brings the stick down on his uncle figure. Fong Mingrong's face is bruised and bloodied, his expression one of shock. Catching his breath, Fong Ping realizes how close he came to death. Clutching the makeshift weapon, he reflects on the drugged drink that saved his life. A few moments later, the building stands tall against the fading light of the setting sun. Fong Ping tallies the money he found, but is confused when his wealth factor doesn't increase. He glances at the notes in his hand, realizing they aren't considered his by the system as Fong Mingrong sits tied to a chair. Fong Mingrong, bound and defeated, is revealed to be a grade 2 peak martial artist. The defeated martial artist wonders if the detective agency is behind this as he questions Fong Ping. A man in a suit declares that catching criminals is his calling. He is Detective Shi. Detective Shi found a wanted criminal with money and pills, but Fong Mingrong needs those pills to break through and become a grade 3 martial artist. Fong Mingrong's expression hardens as he reflects on recent events. Elsewhere, Fong Mingrong stands behind Fong Ping, who is facing away. He proposes a deal. The older man addresses someone off-panel, attempting to persuade them. He refers to them as a martial arts student, his expression intense. Fong Ping's expression is unreadable, his eyes narrowed as he listens to the older man's proposition. The older man, bound and seemingly helpless, offers a deal. He claims that if Fong Ping sets him free, he can keep the pills and 200,000 yuan. Fong Ping considers the offer, his eyes reflecting the weight of the decision. He knows the medicine is worth millions. Meanwhile, the older man presses his case, asking if the deal is worth it. His face is scarred, his expression a mix of desperation and calculation. The older man explains the pills are for nourishing qi and blood, useful for examination and cultivation. He emphasizes that the grade 1 pill is a must for a martial artist. A hand holds a glowing, green pill, its surface shimmering with an inner light. The older man gestures to the pills, explaining their benefits. He notes that they're even more useful than normal qi and blood medicine. A text box explains that martial artists break the limits of the human body. It warns that without hard bones, one cannot succeed. The text continues, stating that one should not use pills to protect weak organs. It warns of the dangers of exceeding one's limits. Fong Ping is shown from a low angle, a warning ringing out. He will definitely die. He stands, a strange red mark emblazoned on his chest. The older man looks on, his expression unreadable. Are you done thinking? The older man's hands work quickly, untying the thick rope binding his wrists. As long as you let me go, these things are yours. The older man sits bound to the chair, making his offer. He warns that handing him over to the detective bureau won't get Fong Ping the resources he needs. Fong Ping considers the older man's warning. If he dies, the man says Fong Ping won't get away with this. The older man assures Fong Ping that he has a great future ahead of him. He suggests they perish together. The older man insists that it's not worth it. He admits that the drugs given by the brat are strong, and he needs time to replenish his strength. Fong Ping recalls the older man's words. He knows that if he kills him, the officials of Yang City will find out. Fong Ping considers the risk. What if he lets him go, only for him to return to take revenge? He knows the man is a grade 2 martial artist, making him dangerous. He thinks it's better to leave these kinds of things to the police. A hand holds a bag, revealing the pills inside. There are pills worth $1 million in here, which will definitely get confiscated. Fong Ping stands holding the bag. He knows that to become a martial artist, his chi and blood value must be at least 150. Even with the system, the money needed is not a small value. He considers his options, trying to determine the best course of action. Images flash through his mind. Wang Jinyang, resources, and the possibility of being killed. He wonders if there's a need to think so long. The old man thinks to himself that if he doesn't take down the guy in front of him, he will definitely kill him. This is $5 million, and no matter how you think of it, you're the one who's making a profit, right? He realizes there's a ferocious tiger in front and a hungry wolf at the back. He can only pray that the chances of meeting this hungry wolf is 0. Deciding on a course of action, he bends down to pick up a metal pipe from the floor. He grips the pipe tightly, his knuckles whitening as he prepares to strike. The old man's eyes widen in alarm. "What are you doing?" he shouts, his voice laced with disbelief and fear. Ignoring the question, he swings the pipe with brutal force, aiming for the old man's head. Huang Bin, loosening up his tied hands, shouts, "Of course, Huang Bin, is a person who keeps his words." The old man's face contorts in rage. "Well, too bad, your time's up. You're going to die now." With a mighty whoosh, he brings the pipe down with all his strength. The pipe connects with a sickening thwack. The forest is dark. The only light source is a flashlight. The beam illuminates the forest floor as someone walks through it. The man looks off into the distance, muttering about a rat. A phone rings, its screen glowing in the dim light. Answering the call, Fong Ping hears a familiar voice on the other end. In the forest, the protagonist asks what happened and why he was called. The man on the other end of the line hesitates, confirming he is still in Sun City. He explains that he met the wanted criminal and accidentally hurt him, calling Fong Ping for help. The camera pans to a building at night, the number 201 visible. Fong Ping considers the situation, realizing that even facing Huang Bin, he needs to be extra careful. He finds it unlikely that a grade 2 peak martial artist would be caught by a student. A young man calls out to Fong Ping, wondering why he is standing outside. He urges him to come in quickly, saying he thought he wasn't coming. Fong Ping explains that it wasn't an issue and that he was nearby. He warns that if it's an extremely serious problem, he might not be able to help. Fong Ping's eyes narrow, his expression unreadable as he takes in the situation. Huang Bin is tied to a chair, seemingly unconscious. The young man states that Huang Bin is unconscious right now. Fong Ping enters the room, observing the scene before him. The young man addresses Fong Ping, asking if he would get some benefits if he handed Huang Bin over to the police. Fong Ping looks at the young man with a questioning expression, asking him to elaborate on what he means. The young man says he'll get straight to the point as he opens a bag. He states that he has found numerous valuable items, which were in Huang Bin's possession. The young man holds up the items, smiling, and says that he'd like to keep them. The young man's expression is sly as he asks if Fong Ping would like to keep them. Fong Ping stands in the hallway, the young man's words hanging in the air. He asks if Fong Ping doesn't know why Huang Bin is a criminal, stating that he has killed many martial artists. The man in the jacket asks for Brother Wang's help, suggesting they keep the loot. Brother Wang smiles, the other man complimenting his intelligence and predicting future encounters. Brother Wang leans in close to the tied-up man, explaining that he can't use the grade 2 bone-hardening pill or the nursing pill. He states he's close to a breakthrough and can afford pills easily, producing a red pill of immeasurable value. Brother Wang explains that the tied-up man won't be able to use the item, so he will keep it, but assures him it will be easier to collect resources after his breakthrough. Brother Wang declares he's done talking, promising to take care of Huang Bin, the tied-up man. He smiles, thanking the man for his help and stating he will take the things he doesn't require. Brother Wang's expression shifts, as he thinks to himself that things are working out. Brother Wang stands before the tied-up Huang Bin, thinking about the items he has acquired. He believes he can increase his wealth value in the system with additional training, making getting into a martial arts university a piece of cake. He examines a screen displaying numbers, questioning why the item's worth is listed lower than their market price, realizing the system judges prices by actual value. Brother Wang suddenly remembers to ask if the police want to record Huang Bin's confession. He remains bound to the chair, facing the closed door. A voice assures him that he won't even get a chance to speak. Huang Bin retorts that he has been a wanted criminal for a long time and would have been killed anyway. A few days later, a device vibrates in someone's hand, signaling an incoming notification. The notification details a transfer of 1 million yuan from Wang Jinyang, bringing the recipient's balance to 1,199,830 yuan. A status screen flashes, displaying a wealth value of 3,403,800, alongside Qi and Blood at 1.2 and Psyche at 1.1. The wealth status screen reappears, accompanied by a ting sound, indicating a change or update. Visual effects intensify, accompanied by sounds of CI and whoosh, suggesting a significant system process is underway. The visual display clarifies. It's the upgraded version of the system, heralded by a clang sound. Fong Ping stares intently at the device in his hand, realizing the values and units are not the same anymore. He recalls that in the previous version, Qi and Blood could be increased by denominations of 0.1, costing 10,000 system currency, but the latest update has made these values more accurate. Fong Ping wonders if he can use 1,000 wealth to increase one value in Qi and Blood. As the system indicates, it's increasing the value of Qi and Blood by 1. The wealth status screen reappears with a ding, showing wealth at 3,402,800, Qi and Blood at 122, and Psyche at 110. He exclaims in surprise. Fong Ping realizes he really can upgrade, noting that the rich get upgraded while the poor must practice themselves, and that this system is really the type that... He glances at his phone, noticing a new message had arrived. Fong Ping reads the message, which thanks him and states that something else was delivered. Suddenly, someone jumps on Fong Ping, declaring they are hungry. The person lands on him, causing him pain as he is still in bed. Fong Ping's sister pulls on his face, apologizing for her actions. A package with the letters XM on it is shown. Fong Ping's sister holds the package, exclaiming that Wang Jinyang sent it, and that it is already here. The sister thinks that the name Wang Jinyang sounds familiar. Fong Ping looks at his phone, as his sister yells about Wang Jinyang. His sister is excited and asks when he became acquainted with Wang Jinyang. She stretches, saying that an idiot like him will never understand how hot Wang Jinyang is. In Sun City, at least 3 in every 5 girls like Wang Jinyang. At the school, the ratio of boys to girls is 2 to 3. A signature costs $10, and 3,000 signatures plus 500 fanboys equals. Fong Yuan is ecstatic, believing it will be 10 million. She declares that Wang Jinyang is the best, which is why she likes him. She proposes a deal. When the time comes, she will get 70%, and the other party will get 30%. They will earn until their piggy bank explodes. She calls out for her big brother, wondering where he is. She mutters to herself, questioning if it's not a deal. Fong Yuan runs through the house, still calling out to Fong Ping. She asks how he can just leave like that when they are still discussing the deal. Meanwhile, a sign for the Old North Martial Arts Training Center hangs on the side of a building. Fong Ping wonders what Wang Jinyang wanted from him. Fong Ping walks away from the building, thinking that Wang Jinyang didn't reply to him when he asked him. He tears open a blue envelope. A close-up of Fong Ping reveals a look of concern on his face, his brow furrowed as he considers the contents of the envelope. Several books are stacked, including one titled Pilework 16, and others focused on basic technique hardening. All of them are labeled Must Learn. A figure is surrounded by swirling energy. A text box states that to break through as a martial artist, there are 2 conditions that must be fulfilled. The first condition is revealed, a high level in Qi and Blood. The man's face is contorted in what appears to be a yell. To become a martial artist, the lowest requirement for Qi and Blood is 150, according to the text. The image focuses on a muscular chest. The path to power requires more than just medicine. He still worries about finding the right technique. He considers cultivating at home, but his courtyard is too small. A man in a suit smiles, offering more information. He did not expect Brother Wang to send this to him. Fong Ping examines a picture, realization dawning on him. Guanhu Yuan boasts availability of public transportation and appropriate accommodation. The residences are the best on the market. The duplex boasts a total size of 230 square meters and a cost of 860,000 yuan. The real estate agent suggests that Fong Ping check out a cheaper residence nearby, but Fong Ping is not convinced. Fong Ping declines the offer to see a cheaper residence. Fong Ping asks if there are any offers or discounts that he can avail. The real estate agent thanks Fong Ping for making the right choice and lists the many benefits of the residence. The real estate agent explains that if Fong Ping signs the contract now, he will get a 95% discount, and the company will cover residential taxes and maintenance costs. The real estate agent tells Fong Ping that the residence suits him, and that he knew Fong Ping was a young man with a promising future. Fong Ping asks when he can move in, and the real estate agent says that he can move in whenever he'd like to. The real estate agent assures Fong Ping that there's nothing to worry about since they'll be helping him with the financial procedures. He thinks to himself that it's great to have money. Fong Ping walks away from the real estate agency, thinking that he's not sure how he's going to tell his parents about this house or where he got the money from, and that he'd better keep it a secret for now. He contemplates his next steps, deciding it's time to acquire furniture and equipment for his practice space. Elsewhere, a crowd watches a broadcast, captivated by the intense battle unfolding between Grandmaster Ma and Tai Mu. The forest, once teeming with life, is now a barren wasteland, a testament to the fighter's power. Taimu's Wrath of Thunder unleashes a landslide, reshaping the very landscape. Grandmaster Ma counters with his signature move, the gallop of 10,000 horses, meeting force with equal force. The reporter, filming the scene, shouts a warning as rocks begin to rain down, a consequence of the battle's intensity. Explosions echo through the ravaged landscape, each boom a testament to the immense power on display. The air crackles with energy, a visual representation of the raw power being unleashed. Spectators marvel at the sheer ferocity of Grand Master Ma and Taimu, whispering about their seemingly casual display of strength. One onlooker compares the Grandmaster's signature move to a humanoid RPG, highlighting its destructive potential. The reporter expresses disbelief at being caught in the crossfire, admitting he would have died if he wasn't a grade 3 martial artist. Fong Ping, watching the broadcast, reaffirms his ambition. One day, he too will become a Grandmaster. The towering building marked Walking Street stood against the sky. Inside a furniture store, a woman pointed excitedly at a sofa. She insisted it was high quality and on sale, but the man seemed hesitant. The woman, growing impatient, grabbed his arm. She questioned his love for her, demanding he buy the sofa. On the phone, the man apologized, explaining that the model had already been booked. He seemed stressed and under pressure. Elsewhere, a young man smiled as he paid with his credit card at a cashier. He seemed pleased with his purchase. A backpack hung, suggesting a journey or a destination yet to be reached. Night blankets the city, casting long shadows over the buildings. A young girl tugs at her mother's shirt, complaining that Fong Ping is still not back. Her mother sighs, wondering if he's eating something delicious outside, and reminds her that his martial arts exam is coming up. In a room lined with bamboo, a man repeats the same mantra, chest straight, back bent, head forward. He continues his training, focusing on his posture. The structure of the human body consists of 206 bones. The human body is also made up of flesh, the meridian, and inner organs. And as martial artists, we must make sure that different parts of our body cooperate with each other. You can do it through a technique called the way of hardening. This technique focuses on compressing qi and blood, ultimately increasing the body's endurance capabilities. But, Brother Wong, what if I can't increase my qi and blood levels or bone hardness anymore? Do I have to break through? Fong Ping studies, realizing that the next level of exercise will be extremely difficult. The book illustrates the benefits of training both the upper and lower body for stability, balance, and speed. Fong Ping considers which lower body pile work he should choose, seeing the horse step pile work as the first step. He acknowledges the danger of training his lower body, as injuries could prevent him from walking properly again. He thinks that fleeing is the most coward strategy. Fong Ping is told that someone needs to tell him something important. The document states that using the way of hardening technique and exercising through pile work increases qi and blood maximum capacity, but reduces actual qi and blood levels. A message on a phone warns that if his brain's veins and arteries receive any damage, he might miss the exam. The consequences of failure weigh heavily on him. Missing the exam could mean repeating an entire year. However, breakthrough means strength will increase. The person trains, hoping not to hurt their veins and arteries. A close-up of an eye shows intense focus. The person has achieved perfection. He lies on the floor, exhausted, but successful in his cultivation, just as Brother Wong said. He looks up, startled, as his blood and psyche levels plummet drastically. The system interface displays, showing a wealth of 3,365,800, a qi and blood level of 125, and a psyche level of 40. The system prompts him to increase these levels. Fong Ping sits back, astonished. He wonders. Even the limits have increased. The system informs him that there's no cooldown required for replenishing his qi, blood, and psyche. Others, it notes, can only cultivate once every 3 days. The system explains that others need to use hundreds of thousands of pills and medicine to replenish their qi and blood. But for him, he can cultivate as much as his body can handle. Fong Ping clenches his fist, a determined look on his face. He thinks, I might even be able to catch up to Brother Wong with the help of the system. Who knows? Elsewhere, 2 figures are running on a track, the date April 6, 4th, 2008 displayed prominently. A woman lifts weights, straining under the effort, the date April 15, 4th, 2008 shown above her. Someone is shown eating at a table, the date April 28, 4th, 2008 displayed in the background. Fong Ping wipes sweat from his brow, looking exhausted but satisfied. A message indicates that there are only 3 days until the body examination. The scene shifts to a building at night. A voice declares that there are no new martial artists this time either. A hand taps rhythmically on a surface. The voice continues, recalling that Rue Yang hasn't seen even a single new martial artist in the past 10 years. An older man sits, lamenting the wasted investment in martial arts facilities. The vice leader of the Nanjiang Provincial Patrol Team stands at a desk. He notes Wang Jinyang's performance saved Rue Yang's Ministry of Education. He continues, stating that if they don't have at least 100 students with high blood and qi levels, Then Chief Jin's position might be in danger, the man concludes, looking worried. A group of students in blue and white tracksuits stand near a row of buses. Two students stand side by side, their tracksuits marked with blue stripes. The students wear sneakers, one pair gray and the other tan. The pressure mounts as the students compare their chi and blood levels. Last year's quota was 112U, and it's expected to be even higher this year. The students stand outside the testing center, the reality of the situation weighing heavily on their minds. For some, the pressure is too much. One student attempts to reassure his companion. They just need to remember the chi and blood eruption technique Senior Wang taught them, he says. The students gather, their anxiety palpable. One student asks what their current chi and blood levels are, hoping for some reassurance before the test. A student is addressed as little student, but he hasn't quite heard it yet. He is still focused on the upcoming test. From behind, a voice cuts through the tension. The question hangs in the air. Are you Fong Ping? Fong Ping turns, his expression serious. He confirms that he is Fong Ping and asks if there is anything the person needs. The other students react with surprise, their eyes widening. They seem to recognize the person who is addressing Fong Ping. Tan Junping, Vice Chief of Education Bureau, Yang City, reveals himself. He needs to speak with Fong Ping about something important, in private. Fong Ping addresses the man as Uncle Tan, wondering if he has done something wrong. Tan Junping tells him to get straight to the point. Tan Junping sighs heavily, his expression conveying a deep sense of weariness as he prepares to speak. He begins to explain the region structure. Ruiyang consists of 5 districts, 3 prefectures, and a single city. Tan Junping elaborates, stating that the districts and secure-level prefecture will have their body assessment examination at the same venue. He notes that these districts and prefectures have always considered Yang City an annoyance. Fong Ping, looking surprised, addresses him as Uncle Tan, asking why the Vice Chief of the Education Bureau is so concerned. Tan Junping continues, mentioning that he met Wang Jinyang some time ago, and Wang Jinyang mentioned Fong Ping's name. He asks if Fong Ping made a good impression on Wang Jinyang. Fong Ping, looking thoughtful, hears Tan Junping say that he is definitely special, and asks what he means by that. Before the examination starts, Tan Junping tells Fong Ping that he'll have to erupt his chi and blood and pressure them. Fong Ping's expression is serious as he listens intently to Tan Junping's words. Tan Junping advises Fong Ping to keep in mind that emotions highly affect a person's chi and blood. He adds that if the people around him are weak, he would gain confidence and achieve a better result. He continues, explaining that if the people around him are stronger, it would cause anxiety and a huge blow to his confidence, and hence, he might not be able to perform well. Tan Junping assures Fong Ping that if he aces the exam, they will give him a special chi and blood pill worth millions. He thinks to himself that this old man has bad intentions. A voice booms, declaring that martial arts is all about courage and that they'll have to give it their all, as hands reach for a golden pill. Tan Junping holds his hand out, explaining that feeling sympathy for opponents isn't what martial artists do. He considers the words, a thoughtful expression on his face, as he wonders if it's all about courage. Tan Junping offers a handshake. Fong Ping accepts, promising to try his best. Tan Junping watches him, a flicker of something unreadable in his eyes. Fong Ping's determination seems to be paying off, his stats increasing to 130. Someone grips Fong Ping's hand tightly, stopping him in his tracks. The narrator notes that his chi and blood levels are even higher than before. Meanwhile, students mill about the school grounds, the sky a clear blue above them. A girl bumps into someone, a startled expression on her face. A student calls out to Zhang Nan, while another scoffs at the idea of someone like her becoming a martial artist. Zhang Nan winces in pain, clutching her arm. Someone demands an apology. A student grabs another by the collar, demanding action now. She cries out, her voice filled with alarm as she shouts Ji Hao's name. The man dismisses the situation, claiming it wasn't his fault and insulting the others for only knowing how to shout. Another man's face contorts with rage, accusing someone of acting on purpose. The unseen speaker scoffs, remarking on the abundance of weaklings who can only talk, not fight. A man questions if someone will have a hard time surviving in society, while Fong Ping looks on, confused. The aftermath of a struggle is visible, with bodies strewn on the ground amidst scattered belongings. A figure declares that they will teach someone a lesson on behalf of their parents, the threat hanging heavy in the air. Two figures stand amidst an ominous red glow, the air crackling with unseen energy. The man in the suit stands over the fallen, lecturing them about etiquette. A close-up reveals someone struggling to breathe, overwhelmed by the situation. Someone exclaims in disbelief at the eruption of power, comparing the figure to a martial artist. A man questions how Wang Jinyang could have raised such a monster, his expression a mix of awe and fear. In the waiting area of the body examination center, Fong Ping feels the aftershocks of his recent power surge. His hand trembles, a lingering reminder of the intensity he experienced. Whispers ripple through the crowd of students. They marvel at the student from Yang City First High, whose qi and blood levels are considered exceptionally high. Fong Ping overhears, lost in thought. A hand reaches out, seizing something unseen. The door swings open with a bang as Fong Ping exits the building, leaving the whispers and speculation behind. He leans against a wall, catching his breath. The experience has clearly taken a toll, leaving him winded and struggling to regain composure. A figure approaches, their voice booming with familiarity. "You Uncle Tan," Fong Ping exclaims, surprised by the sudden appearance. Huangbin holds out a small, green pill. He urges Fong Ping to take the grade 1 Qi and blood pill, promising it will grant him the max limit quasi-martial artist rating. Fong Ping looks at Huangbin, a question forming on his lips. He seems unsure, hesitant to accept the offered pill. He pushes the pill away, refusing the offer. Fong Ping states firmly, "Uncle Tan, I cannot accept your request." Fong Ping considers the potential consequences. The effects of a grade 1 Qi and blood pill would be too much for him before becoming a martial artist. It could damage his body, even lead to death. Meanwhile, Huangbin attempts to reassure him, insisting that his solid basics will make it fine. He reiterates that the pill will secure the highest limit quasi-martial artist rating during the body examination. Fong Ping looks away, declaring that the risk is too great. Huangbin's eyes narrow, the request coming directly from Jin Kuming of the Education Bureau. He explains that rejecting a grade 3 martial artist request would not be beneficial. Fong Ping smirks, noting that the old fox is trying to threaten him. Huangbin sighs, seemingly at his wit's end. Huangbin apologizes, explaining his impatience is due to the urgency of the matter, asking Fong Ping to help him one last time. Fong Ping remains silent, considering the request. The student states his terms, 2 grade 1 Qi and blood pills, plus 2 million in cash. Huangbin realizes that Jin Kuming is in a rush and will agree to anything. Fong Ping opens the door, stating that they will meet later. Huangbin agrees to the terms, offering Fong Ping 3 of the grade 1 Qi and blood pills, allowing him to keep the third. Huangbin realizes that Fong Ping is more than just a high school student. The room is filled with display cases, each containing a mannequin. A lab assistant stands among the displays, holding a clipboard. Elsewhere, a man studies a screen displaying student profiles, his expression tight. The man wonders if there is still no one above 120 points. The screen displays a profile for Fong Ping, a student at Sun City First High. The chief shouts at a subordinate to move the CCTV to Fong Ping. The screen now displays a live feed of Fong Ping. He notices the surveillance camera installed in the tiny Qi and blood test chamber. Fong Ping thinks he needs to put on a show. He realizes he needs to fake it using a normal Qi and blood pill. He swallows the pill, his throat constricting. Fong Ping feels a strange sensation, something different. Even though it's just a normal Qi and blood pill, its power is very refined. There's no need to purify it again, the man thinks as he stares intensely. The man in the blue and white uniform is sent flying backwards through a doorway. The bar increases, reaching 103 as the man falls through the air. The man in the suit looks on, his expression displeased as the bar reads 119. The man types on the keyboard, thinking that if Fong Ping takes his support and still can't reach the quasi-martial artist level. The man's eyes narrow as he vows that he will never forgive him. The bar increases again, this time reaching 149 as a ding sound is heard. The man's face contorts into a sinister grin, his eyes gleaming with malice. Inside the body examination center's meeting room, the instructor addresses the gathered students. He informs them that the Education Bureau has announced the Qi and blood quota for this year. The instructor pauses, adjusting his glasses before revealing the number. It's higher than anyone anticipated. A wave of shock ripples through the student body. The new quota is too high, and some fear they won't survive. Meanwhile, one student laments that last year's requirement was only 112 units. He despairs that he won't be able to get into a martial arts university now. The instructor attempts to reassure the students, stating that they don't have to be nervous. He implies there are other ways to pass. The instructor begins to announce the names of those who passed. Liu Ruoqi achieved 115 units, while Ma Dong Mei reached 112. One of Fong Ping's classmates asks if he is nervous. The classmate notes that it's 115 units this time. Fong Ping looks surprised by the high number. He wonders if 115 units is considered a high score. Another student, looking incredulous, asks what Fong Ping's Qi and blood levels are. He finds Fong Ping's calm demeanor unbelievable. Fong Ping considers the question, placing a finger to his chin. He estimates his level is probably 149 units. One of the students laughs, thinking Fong Ping is joking. The other student, however, realizes that Fong Ping was being serious and expresses jealousy at his calm demeanor. The teacher reviewed the list, announcing the names of those who passed. Some students cheered, while others looked on with nervous anticipation. The teacher adjusted his glasses, a slight pause before he spoke the next name, Fong Ping. The teacher continued, congratulating the student, Fong Ping, on his outstanding achievement. The teacher announced that with an excellent result of 149 units, Fong Ping had topped the body examination in Ruiyang. A student, presumably Fong Ping, smiled faintly, his expression unreadable. Murmurs rippled through the room as students questioned who Fong Ping was and whether he was even from their class. The score of 149 units seemed unbelievable. Two students discussed the announcement, one expressing disbelief at Fong Ping's high score, while the other reminded him that the teacher had just confirmed it. The teacher, seeing the disappointment on some faces, told the students who didn't pass not to be sad. The students who failed looked dejected. The teacher thanked everyone for attending the meeting, reminding them there was always next time. A single tear dripped, a symbol of dashed hopes and dreams. A student cried, lamenting that her parents had used all their savings for her enrollment in the exam. She wondered what she was going to tell them. Another student looked on with concern, realizing the martial arts exam was hard on some people. He thinks back, wondering if he spent too much money replenishing his chi and blood through the system. Zhang Nan is consoled by a classmate, a comforting hand placed on her shoulder. The classmate reassures her, saying that she'll definitely pass next time. Another classmate offers to treat Zhang Nan to French fries, promising to pay for anything she wants. Fong Ping's name is spoken, though his expression is unreadable. The group discusses Fong Ping's offer to pay, encouraging Zhang Nan to order as much food as she can. They believe she will pass next year's exam. The weight of the situation becomes too much, and Zhang Nan begins to cry. The others rally around her, their spirits lifting at the prospect of free food. A classmate places a comforting hand on Zhang Nan's shoulder, offering silent support. The group walks together, their footsteps echoing as they head towards the promise of food. A student questions the fairness of the martial arts exam as they are approached by an older man. An older man with glasses declares that those who fail are doomed. Fong Ping and his classmates listen to the man's words, concern etched on their faces. The man continues, stating that martial artists strive to save humanity from destruction. A person gestures, advocating for fighting against injustice directed towards non-martial artists. Fong Ping's eyes narrow, a question forming in his mind as he wonders who this man is. A man approaches a group of students, beckoning them to join him. The man with glasses implores others to fight against the injustice directed toward non-martial artists. A student looks on, his expression unreadable. The students agree to take another path, seemingly avoiding the man's invitation. The group of students walks away, their footsteps echoing on the pavement. A hand suddenly reaches out, grabbing someone's arm. The man with glasses grabs a student, declaring he will take her somewhere. The student cries out, demanding to be released from his grip. The man with glasses insists he won't hurt her, claiming a real God would be good to everyone kind. Another person shouts, questioning why he won't release her. The man with glasses is struck, the sound of the impact echoing. The man in the blue and white tracksuit stands still, the air around him charged. A hand desperately tries to escape another's grasp, fighting for freedom. A group of students in matching tracksuits walk down the street, seemingly oblivious to the struggle. Fong Ping wonders if this is some kind of cult, pulling people in broad daylight. One of the students urges the others to ignore him and keep moving forward. The student sighs, thinking he has no authority to worry about such things. The students continue walking, focused on the physical examination and written test ahead. A man with glasses watches with a smirk, his intentions unclear. Meanwhile, the sun shines brightly in a clear blue sky, illuminating the scene below. A crowd of students gathers in front of a building, greeted by a banner welcoming them to the exam. The physical examination begins, students running on a track under observation. A student throws a ball on a baseball field, the sound echoing through the air. Rows of students sit hunched over their desks, pencils scratching against paper. A written test is underway. Concentration hangs heavy in the air as the students focus on the exam before them. The tension breaks as paper airplanes soar, signaling the end of the exam. A wave of students floods out of the school building, celebrating the end of their test. Meanwhile, a crowd gathers outside a building, their faces turned towards the exiting students. One student is pushed through the throng, a car waiting nearby. Inside the vehicle, one of the men points him out, noting the student's high chi and blood. Another man, face shadowed, declares that the special authority hierarchy should die. The woman agrees, stating that these students are sinners beyond saving. Elsewhere, a group brandishing rods believes they alone can purify the students' spirits. Back in the car, the woman states she will leave the rest to them, a sinister smile playing on her lips. A woman's voice cuts through the air, demanding that someone leave the child to her. Two men advance, one hefting a length of metal pipe, ready to strike. Footsteps echo, growing louder as the attackers approach their targets. The pipe swings down with brutal force, impacting against flesh and bone. Chaos erupts as the students are assaulted, screams of pain and terror filling the air. A wave of students surges forward, desperately trying to escape the sudden violence. One of the thugs grabs a fleeing student by the hair, yanking her back into the fray. The pipe connects with a sickening thud, the sound echoing through the panicked crowd. Fong Ping, caught in the stampede, stares in disbelief at the unfolding violence. What's happening? A woman's voice cuts through the noise, her tone both seductive and menacing. Young student, where are you going? A woman with striking features and silver hair leans in close to Fong Ping. She says, before leaving, you should at least sacrifice your spirit to the real God. Fong Ping's eyes widen in shock and confusion, unsure of what to make of the woman's words. A brutal blow lands, the force of the impact echoing loudly. He reels from the strike, a sharp pain searing through his face as he realizes the attackers are skilled martial artists. The silver-haired woman watches with an inscrutable expression, the strange mark on her face prominent. The woman's companion notes the mark, recognizing it from the cult member they encountered yesterday. Staggering, Fong Ping struggles to his feet, wondering aloud if this is an act of revenge. Before he can fully recover, a woman with green hair launches a swift kick towards him. The pain is intense, and Fong Ping realizes he lacks the skills to defend himself against such attacks. A hand suddenly grabs him by the collar, yanking him off balance. The green-haired woman seizes the opportunity, stomping down on him with brutal force. She raises her fist, preparing to deliver another devastating blow to the downed Fong Ping. With a fierce kick, she sends him sprawling once more, her movements precise and merciless. Again, the woman stomps on him, the sound of the impact echoing through the air. He takes a blow, the force cracking against his cheekbone. His thoughts race as he realizes the severity of the situation. They're trying to fucking kill me. The green-haired woman stands firm, her punch having shattered the ground. She wonders what grade of martial artist she is facing. Fong Ping cries out, "Mercy of God." He realizes he is facing a martial artist that is wide awake. Another blow lands, the impact blurring his vision. He thinks to himself, I'm done for. I might die here. The woman's strike connects, the sound echoing as blood splatters. Ink splatters across Fong Ping's face, obscuring his vision and adding to the chaos. The green-haired woman unleashes a powerful kick, sending him flying. A man in uniform watches with a stern expression, the sound of impacts echoing around him. Dark ink drips from his clothing, a testament to the brutal assault. The man in uniform stands over the fallen Fong Ping, thinking he never thought these guys would try to create a disturbance at the test center. He stares upward, his face bruised and cut, a silent question hanging in the air. The man in uniform looms over him, his expression unreadable. He asks the injured student, "Are you hurt?" A figure lies prone on the ground, a pool of crimson spreading around them. Fong Ping's eyes widen, his face streaked with dirt and blood. The protagonist gags, reeling from the brutal scene he just witnessed. Shivering, Fong Ping hears the officer ask if he is all right, but he is clearly shaken by the violence. The officer, face impassive, asks if he feels better now. Staring intently, Fong Ping demands to know who the officer is. The officer states he is from a detective bureau, standing calmly as Fong Ping sits on the curb. Fong Ping's voice rises in disbelief, questioning who these people are. The officer explains that this kind of thing can't be written off as a disturbance caused by lunatics. Fong Ping shouts, his face contorted with rage, that someone was actually trying to kill him. The officer's expression remains unreadable, his eyes narrowed as he listens. He is bloodied, cuts marring his face, but his eyes remain open. A police officer assures Fong Ping that such an attack will not happen again. Rue Yang has dispatched forces to the entire city. Another man rushes toward them, calling out to the injured student, asking if he is all right. Mr. Tan expresses his concern, noting the amount of blood and suggesting a hospital visit. The police officer tells him to relax, that Fong Ping is fine. Mr. Zhang seems surprised, recognizing Fong Ping as the student with the highest qi and blood levels in Rue Yang. Mr. Zhang tells Fong Ping that he saw many people from his bureau on the way there. He suspects this is more than a normal disturbance. Mr. Zhang, the police officer, takes a drag from his cigarette, agreeing with the assessment. A close-up reveals the intensity in Mr. Zhang's eyes as he reflects on the situation. This isn't the first time martial arts students have been attacked. Meanwhile, the officer observes that some people hate martial artists with a burning passion. A chaotic scene unfolds, depicting martial arts students as privileged kids who haven't learned real combat tactics. The students are considered the best targets to aid in the destruction of this hierarchy as they look down at a fallen body. Mr. Zhang reflects on the unexpected disturbance at the test center, surprised that a martial artist was among them. The man's brow furrows, a question hanging heavy in the air. The figure lies still, a grim confirmation of the recent violence. Gratitude is expressed for saving Fong Ping, a prodigy nearly lost. Fong Ping reflects on the encounter, troubled by the close call. He clenches his jaw, frustrated by his inability to protect himself. The report details the aftermath: cultists captured, students injured, some with fractures. The man's expression darkens as he considers the students' futures. The men discuss dividing responsibilities, the educational bureau handling the students. The voice asserts that the situation is manageable, falling under their purview. Uncle Tan offers Fong Ping a tissue, checking on his well-being. Fong Ping, wiping his face, makes a surprising request. The man is taken aback by Fong Ping's sudden desire to learn combat tactics. He nods, a determined glint in his eyes as he agrees. The two figures walk away, the taller one clenching his fist. He mutters about needing to become even stronger. The man explains that after entering a martial arts university, the school will teach about this. But cultivating battling techniques doesn't have much use in this peaceful age, the man in the suit explains. Fong Ping looks concerned as he asks what the man means by his statement. The man tells him not to be too surprised by the changing times. An increasing number of martial artists don't cultivate battling tactics nowadays. A scene of people in ornate clothing is shown, perhaps representing the old ways. The man in the suit explains that they only forge their bones and cultivate their vitality. Moreover, the battling tactics that were taught in the past are no longer applicable today. Even during the chaos, the Criminal Investigation Bureau is in charge of handling it, and it isn't really their business, the man explains. Fong Ping thinks it's better to be a martial artist who focuses on vitality and only needs to do administrative work. Otherwise, he might even lose his life one day. The man tells Fong Ping to follow him, and he'll take him to clean himself up and change into a new school uniform. Afterwards, he'll send him home to visit his parents. The man asks if the majority of martial artists are not as good as they appear to be. Fong Ping is dialing Wang Jinyang, but the number is not within the service area. Fong Ping wonders what old Wang is up to, as he can't seem to reach him. He thought he'd ask him about matters related to martial artists. He looks at his phone with concern, asking why no one answered at home. The older man, driving, remembers something, glancing at his own phone. Fong Ping stares intently at his phone as it vibrates with a new notification. The phone displays a message confirming that Mr. Tan Jinping has transferred 2 million yuan. Fong Ping is surprised, admitting he almost forgot about the money due to exams. The older man smiles, telling Fong Ping he did well on the vitality assessment. The older man tells him not to look so down and to do a good job, raising his hand for fist bump. The older man encourages Fong Ping to do a bro fist together. Fong Ping's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise still lingering. Fong Ping agrees, bumping fists with the older man. A man in a suit observes the city, considering someone nurtured by Wang Jinyang to be very ambitious. A black car drives away down a city street, signifying that the cult issue had come to an end. A voice reflects on surviving and looking forward, just like Old Tan said, unable to change anything, no matter how much they agonize over it. Confetti explodes in celebration against the backdrop of a building, signaling a festive occasion. A man plays a horn with gusto, while a woman beside him beams with joy, celebrating a victory. Amidst the celebration, a child holds a party popper, while someone else clashes cymbals, adding to the joyous noise. A man expresses congratulations to Ping Ping for achieving first place in vitality throughout the entire city. Sorry to interrupt, a man in a suit says, his presence hinting at an important announcement or unwelcome intrusion. The man in the suit is confronted by a group, one of whom asks him who he is, disrupting the celebratory atmosphere. Fong Ping stands, a backpack slung over his shoulder, looking thoughtful. The child excitedly declares that Vice Chief Tan of the Department of Education sent him home. The family reacts with surprise at the mention of the Vice Chief of the Department of Education. The man in the suit assures Fong Ping's sister-in-law that he will leave after speaking with Fong Ping. The child praises Fong Ping, exclaiming that the Vice Chief of the Department of Education personally sent him home. Vice Chief Tan apologizes for the sudden visit, but assures Fong Ping that he should be the one calling on him. Vice Chief Tan explains that the Sun City Department of Education has gathered information about Fong Ping's family, acknowledging their sacrifices. Vice Chief Tan offers Fong Ping a job as a security guard at the Department of Education. The Vice Chief Tan reveals the monthly salary is 5,000 yuan, plus various insurances and a housing provident fund. The child is overjoyed, exclaiming that Fong Ping won't have to work so hard in the future. He urges his father to agree to Vice Chief Tan's suggestion. The elder Fong considers the offer, simply replying, "Okay." Vice Chief Tan announces that he has other matters to attend to, excusing himself. He asks if they would like to stay for dinner first. Fong Ping sees Uncle Tan off, as the Vice Chief wishes them a good family bonding time. Fong Ping's mother remarks on how nice Vice Chief Tan is, noting that he personally sent her brother home and arranged a job for her husband. She adds that they must book a table to treat Vice Chief Tan to a meal in the future, as the elder Fong walks away, stating he will treat him after Fong Ping's martial arts exam results are released. The sound of a door slamming echoes through the house. Fong Ping, holding the doorknob, asks his parents if they are free tomorrow. His mother asks what the matter is, looking at him with concern. Fong Ping, with a bright smile, reveals the Department of Education has rewarded them with a house. He suggests they can go take a look at it tomorrow, his hand clenched in excitement. Fong Ping's parents and sister are visibly surprised by the news. A sudden exclamation echoes, "The word what?" bursting forth. The system prompts a question. How much money did you have when you were at your richest? The options are around 500, around 5,000, around 100,000, or I'm so rich that I haven't counted money before. The sheer size of the place inspires awe. The modern architecture gleams in the sunlight. Inside, the house is fully furnished and ready to be lived in. The child excitedly runs upstairs to explore the second floor, while the adults take in the scene. Footsteps echo through the expansive home. The man in the blue shirt marvels at the reward, wondering how much the Department of Education spent. Fong Ping stares at the house, questioning if it's truly a reward from the Department of Education. He is taken aback by the sheer generosity. Fong Ping contemplates whether to reveal he bought the house himself. He wonders if he'll accept the lie that it's a gift. The man excitedly points out the trending LCD TV, eager to watch Invincible Vengeful Woman on it. They've already accepted the house. He listens as his parents express their gratitude for the new house. They were told the Department of Education made an exception to give them this home. Fong Ping considers the implications of becoming a martial artist. He can't quite imagine it, but the thought lingers in his mind. Fong Yuan exclaims that there's even a garden upstairs. The parents are eager to see the rest of their new home and head to explore the upper floors. The television broadcasts breaking news. The screen shows images of devastation, reporting on an earthquake that has struck the western region. Fong Ping is shocked by the news. The word earthquake echoes in his mind as he stares intently at the television screen. The news reports that a major earthquake occurred today, a chilling reminder of Fong Ping's previous world. The current count lists 3 deaths, 73 injured, and 1 missing person. Fong Ping wonders if the earthquake could be related to the power of martial artists. He furrows his brow, deep in thought. He continues to watch the news report. Thanks to early warnings issued by grandmasters, citizens were able to evacuate, preventing a large number of casualties. The news anchor urges the public to cooperate in the disaster areas, led by the grandmasters. He calls for everyone to rebuild a beautiful home together. Fong Ping reflects on the news, thinking that martial artists don't seem as useless as Old Tan said. He stares forward, his expression thoughtful. He wonders if martial artists haven't managed to save a lot of people. The thought lingers in his mind, a testament to their value. Fong Ping realizes he has already stepped into the world of martial artists, so there's no turning back. A flashback shows martial artists saving people from the earthquake. Martial artists have begun active rescue operations. Fong Ping is determined to keep getting stronger. His phone buzzes with an incoming call from Wang Jinyang. It's a call from old Wang. Fong Ping answers, as Wang Jinyang asks if he's all right, explaining that he's been trying to call for days. He explains that he saw the message about Fong Ping's vitality reaching 149 calories and congratulates him. Wang Jinyang asks why Fong Ping is looking for him, if not for congratulations. Wang Jinyang tells him not to be like that. Fong Ping reflects that he completed the elementary stage of bone forging a few days ago. His vitality already exceeds 150 calories. Wang Jinyang asks if he's going to break through to become a martial artist. Fong Ping replies that he's not prepared to do so yet, as his vitality increase rate and bone cultivating progress have slowed down. Wang Jinyang, smiling warmly, broaches the subject of battling tactics over the phone. He acknowledges the need to cultivate them, but notes that he doesn't have anyone to guide him. The supporting Wang Jinyang listens intently, his expression turning serious. He agrees that battling tactics are important, but now is not the time to focus on them. The voice on the other end explains that 150 calories is the minimum an ordinary person needs to break through and become a martial artist. He clarifies that this is not what they are pursuing. The voice continues, stating that he can complete the bone forging on both his upper and lower limbs very quickly with his high vitality as his foundation. Wang Jinyang relays that he has not only exceeded 150 calories, but also completed his first bone forging. He is warned that training battling tactics now won't be of much help in the future. Wang Jinyang is reminded that in order to reach his long-term goal, he must stay focused. His expression is serious as he listens to the advice. The voice urges Fong Ping to forge his bones a second time. Wang Jinyang pauses, a thoughtful expression on his face as he considers the information he's receiving over the phone. He repeats the question, seeking clarification. Forge his bones a second time? The system poses a question. If you buy a house, would you keep it a secret from your family? The options range from avoiding trouble to wanting to brag. Fong Ping listens intently to the person on the other end of the line. He confirms what he's hearing with a simple yes. The voice on the phone suggests that Fong Ping could buy some body-strengthening liquid and take a bath in it, which will increase his bone forging speed. The concept of bone forging speed hangs in the air, a tangible goal. Fong Ping repeats the term, body-strengthening liquid, with a hint of surprise. He wonders why he hasn't heard of it before, a question forming in his mind. The voice explains that it's normal he's never heard of it, as only those with high vitality and body strength use it. The body-strengthening liquid shimmers, a golden promise of power. The voice continues, explaining that not enough people meet the requirements to use it, so it's not usually available in Sun City. The phone screen displays Wang Jinyang's name and the duration of the call. Wang Jinyang offers to trade for some at his school and send it over to Fong Ping. Fong Ping is shocked to learn that 3 bottles cost 500,000 yuan. Wang Jinyang shouts into his phone, his expression a mix of shock and disbelief. "Wait, Brother Wang," he exclaims. The exorbitant price of the body-strengthening liquid is clearly a point of contention. Wang Jinyang questions the cost, his voice echoing with frustration. Wang Jinyang reflects on the financial realities of their world. He muses that anything related to martial artists comes with a hefty price tag. Meanwhile, Fong Ping is determined to make the most of his time. He knows he can't afford to waste any of the money he's investing in his training. He pushes himself through a grueling plank exercise, sweat beading on his brow. Every moment counts in his pursuit of strength. Back at his desk, Wang Jinyang scratches away with a pen, lost in thought. The sounds of scratching fill the air as he works. Wang Jinyang is running, his feet pounding the ground. Each step is a testament to his dedication. His feet continue to move, a blur of motion as he picks up speed. A foot slams down with force, electrical energy crackling around it. The impact resonates. Fong Ping stands in a fighting stance, the sound of impact echoing around him. He is focused and ready. Electrical energy surges around a heart, a visual representation of the power coursing through him. A figure glows red, surrounded by the sound of cracking. The cracking intensifies, the sound echoing. A beep pierces the air, signaling a change. 1 month later, Fong Ping relaxes in a tub, letting out a sigh. The water shimmers with a golden hue. His wealth is displayed as 4,606,000, vitality at 162 calories, and mental strength at 196 Hz. The system indicates that his vitality has increased to 170 calories within a month. Fong Ping reflects on spending 500,000 on 3 bottles of body-strengthening liquid. The system valued their price at 600,000. Previously, the price of the pills were usually estimated based on 2/3 of the market price. With the combination of the system and the body-strengthening liquid, the vitality limit is increasing. He relaxes in the tub. The system suggests that selling pills is a good way to earn wealth value. Fong Ping's sister yells at him to get out of the bathroom, as he's been bathing for more than an hour and she needs to use the toilet. A disembodied voice echoes, expressing frustration at being unable to check results. Fong Ping stands surrounded by his family, their faces etched with a mixture of anxiety and support. Someone declares Fong Ping is useless, but they will do it, implying they will check the results for him. The computer screen displays the Ruiyang Martial Arts Examination Results 2008, ready to be checked. The speaker expresses confidence that getting into a normal martial arts university won't be a problem. The family's tension eases as they realize the score is good enough for normal martial arts universities. Fong Ping's results are displayed. Vitality, 149 calories. Specialized studies, 85/100. Practical assessment, 98 out of 100. It won't be a problem to enter the 2 major martial arts universities. Overjoyed, his family congratulates him, saying he has made them proud with his excellent results. Fong Yuan embraces her brother, exclaiming that he is too great, overwhelmed with pride. Fong Yuan offers to get her brother's signature, confident that even 10 signatures wouldn't be a problem. He just received his results and hasn't even filled in his university choices yet, the text explains. Fong Ping sits, running a hand through his hair, aware that his family is already happy with just the results. He glances down at his old-fashioned phone, a new message notification appearing. The screen illuminates, revealing the message's sender. Wang Jinyang wants to meet up in Sun City. The Sun City Sports Stadium gleams under a bright, cloud-dappled sky. The stadium's modern architecture is highlighted by the sunlight. Inside, a girl bounces a basketball, watched by a man in a tracksuit. Wang Jinyang seems surprised to see someone. "You're here?" he asks. Fong Ping smiles, his blue eyes crinkling at the corners. "Yeah," he replies. The protagonist's casual jacket hangs loosely, pockets open and hands tucked inside. The 2 men stand face to face, engaged in conversation, their expressions relaxed. Wang Jinyang gestures slightly, mentioning someone's younger sister. "You even brought your younger sister here. She's so adorable." A young girl with striking red eyes clutches a basketball, partially hidden behind Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang introduces the girl. "This is my teacher's daughter, and I, he says. Wang Jinyang wonders why he brought his teacher's daughter. Fong Ping greets her. "Hello, and I. I'm Fong Ping." A sudden whoosh sound effect suggests a swift movement or change in the scene. He muses that his round sister back home is cuter. Wang Jinyang tells and I to play over there for now. He adds that he will talk to this older brother for a bit. And I holds a basketball as Wang Jinyang gestures. And I dribbles the basketball as Wang Jinyang and Fong Ping stand in the center of the court. Fong Ping wonders if Wang Jinyang is a part-time nanny now. Wang Jinyang looks down, warning that there are some things that Fong Ping doesn't need to know, at least for now. He tells him not to joke about him. A boy looks on with a confused expression. Suddenly, Wang Jinyang looks to the side. Wang Jinyang remarks that Fong Ping looks like he's already completed the second round of bone forging. Wang Jinyang asks Fong Ping how about this, why don't they spar? Fong Ping looks to the side, saying to forget about sparring, he just completed it recently. He considered the gap in their abilities. Wang Jinyang was a rank 3 martial artist. Wang Jinyang, mid-air, resolved to fight, his leg extended for a kick. The force of the kick promised a brutal impact. Fong Ping was sent sprawling, the world spinning above him. He hit the ground hard, the sound echoing through the gymnasium. Wang Jinyang questioned if that was the so-called steady stance he had practiced. The supporting Wang Jinyang's fist clenched as he continued his lecture. Wang Jinyang remarked that he didn't need to hit him so hard, even if he was examining the results of his cultivation. With a whoosh, Wang Jinyang delivered another kick, sending Fong Ping flying. The sound of the kick echoed as Wang Jinyang's foot connected once more. Wang Jinyang thought to himself that he had even practiced battling with his legs and was indeed a rank 3 martial artist. Fong Ping lay prone on the ground, defeated. Wang Jinyang smirks, acknowledging Fong Ping's progress. Pretty fast reaction you've got. Fong Ping smiles, giving credit where it's due. That's because of your guidance. Wang Jinyang dismisses the praise, looking down at Fong Ping. He insists that it's all due to Fong Ping's own hard work. The supporting Wang Jinyang continues, telling Fong Ping that there's no need to be overly humble. A flashback begins, showing a crowd of people. The text indicates that they first met at the beginning of April. Wang Jinyang recalls that back then, Fong Ping was actually very ordinary, nothing special. The flashback continues, showing Huang Bin tied up. Wang Jinyang says that after the Huang Bin incident, he knew Fong Ping was capable. Wang Jinyang admits he didn't expect that within 2 months, Fong Ping would already complete the second round of bone forging. Suddenly, Wang Jinyang's foot connects. Fong Ping is sent flying backwards from the force of the kick. The world blurs as Fong Ping is sent sprawling. Wang Jinyang continues to compliment Fong Ping, who responds that his ego will inflate from the praise. He begins to say something, but is cut short as Wang Jinyang grabs him. A leg moves with incredible speed, and the sound of rushing wind fills the air. He curses, realizing what's happening. Wang Jinyang hoists Fong Ping upside down, his face contorted in a grimace as he's held aloft. The kick connects, a powerful blow accompanied by Wang Jinyang's hopes that Fong Ping will enter Nanjing Martial Arts University. The world blurs as Fong Ping is sent flying, the impact ringing in his ears. His eyes widen in disbelief, a silent "what?" escaping his lips as the events unfold. The gymnasium stands silent, rows of empty seats facing the polished floor. Suddenly, a figure crashes to the ground, the sound of impact echoing through the hall. Dazed, Fong Ping lies on the floor, questioning if he heard correctly about Nanjing Martial Arts University. The man with king on his jacket, head of the university's martial arts society, offers Fong Ping a proposition. Fong Ping considers the offer, a full waiver of all resource fees before reaching rank 3. But before reaching rank 3, Fong Ping knows it will cost tens of millions of yuan just for the bone forging and vitality pills. The man with king on his jacket assures him that it's up to Fong Ping to decide his future. The man with king on his jacket explains that with his capabilities, Fong Ping can enter both major martial arts universities, but Fong Ping wonders if they are really that good. The man with king on his jacket confidently replies, "Of course." He elaborates that they're famous schools, naturally much better than normal martial arts universities. The man with king on his jacket emphasizes that first of all, it's the resources that make the difference. Golden coins rain down, glittering in the light. The Sino nation allocates vast amounts of resources yearly to the 2 major martial arts universities. A group of figures strides forward, their shadows stretching long. Countless famous and powerful people have graduated from these universities and have given extremely strong financial support to their alma maters. The head of the Martial Arts Society explains that they can provide bone forging and vitality pills for free. There are thousands of new students every year, so they're spending at least 800 million on them. The 2 major martial arts universities are just too rich. Excluding the subsidies from the school, you can only fight for the remaining resources by yourself. So the number of missions you take on while in a martial arts university is extremely important. Remember Huang Bin, the man I helped you deal with? Actually, that was a mission from Sun City. There are very few opportunities to go on such missions when studying at an ordinary martial arts university like Nanjing Martial Arts University. Sometimes, you might even face the problem of having no missions to take on. But the 2 major martial arts universities are different. One of them is situated in Capital City, the center of political affairs. The other is situated in Magic City, the financial center. They're big cities with countless missions that come with very handsome rewards. There are even missions to deliver things. The head of the Martial Arts Society explains that capabilities bring equivalent rewards. Fong Ping is surprised to hear that there is more to the universities. The universities offer powerful teaching resources to their students. To teach at Nanjing Martial Arts University, one must be at least rank 3. This brings the two major universities to a much higher standard. There are 4 Grandmasters at Magic City Martial Arts University. Fong Ping is surprised to hear about the Grandmasters. The head of the Martial Arts Society explains that external conditions are not everything. He is told to think through it properly, as NI suggests they go home. Fong Ping hears the words, "I sincerely hope that you will come to Nanjing Martial Arts." The idea of attending a university lingers in his mind. He reflects on the costs of reaching rank 3 and how Wang Jinyang wants him to attend Nanjing Martial Arts University. He considers the offer. Fong Ping thinks about how the overall standards of the two major martial arts universities are more suitable for his future development. An acceptance notice lies ready. Someone places the acceptance notice into a backpack. Meanwhile, a voice asks if everything has been brought, reminding the departing person not to leave anything behind. The reply is affirmative. Another voice promises to send money if needed. At the station, Fong Ping's father urges his younger sister, Fong Yuan, to say goodbye. The boy reassures his mother that he will return. A voice echoes in his mind, a sisterly farewell. She tells him to be good and obedient, and that it's time for him to board the train. Footsteps approach and recede on the platform, a mix of farewells and hurried departures filling the air. Fong Ping's eyes widen slightly, a flicker of surprise crossing his face as he hears his sister's sharp words. Fong Yuan turns and walks away, her back to her departing brother, her posture stiff. Her voice rings out, demanding that he tell her when he finds a girlfriend. She threatens to reveal all his bad habits to her. Tears well up, a silent sob escaping as she adds a quiet also to her parting words. Fong Ping boards the train, his sister's words echoing in his ears. She tells him to take care of himself while she's not around. The train awaits, ready to depart, as Fong Yuan stands on the platform. He nods, a small smile gracing his lips as he agrees to her request, a silent promise to heed her words. A muffled voice calls him a stupid girl, the words laced with affection despite the teasing tone. The sprawling metropolis below is known as Magic City. This is the financial heart of the Sino nation. It is vast and all-embracing, a network of roads and opportunities. Even ordinary people, without good family backgrounds, can find their place here. They are able to get something in return for their own efforts. Fong Ping's eyes widen as he arrives at the station. He is surprised by the sheer number of martial artists present. A security officer approaches Fong Ping with a salute. The officer requests to see his identification card. Fong Ping responds nervously, acknowledging the request. The security officer examines a device displaying Fong Ping's vitality. He is warned that one cannot freely make their way around Magic City. He stares down at Fong Ping, who seems confused by the accusation. Fong Ping insists he's not a martial artist. The security officer is taken aback. He shouts, questioning what he just heard, and declares that Fong Ping is not a martial artist. The security officer seems to be questioning if Fong Ping is an artist. Fong Ping explains that he is an incoming freshman at Magic City Martial Arts University. He came early to familiarize himself with the area. The security officer thinks to himself that this university freshman has such high vitality, which is awesome. The security officer says he will help Fong Ping with the registration first. Fong Ping explains that usually the university makes all necessary arrangements for everyone a few days before school starts, since he arrived on his own earlier. The security officer says he will take Fong Ping to apply for a temporary martial arts pass. Fong Ping thinks that as human weapons who are above ordinary people, martial artists aren't much different from walking firearms. Fong Ping continues to think that Magic City had to come up with such additional restrictions. It is a big city, and they do very strict checks. The sign overhead indicates the location, temporary martial arts pass application counter. The temporary pass requires proof. Fong Ping's ID card lists his rank as a potential martial artist. The temporary martial arts pass looks similar to the identification card. He holds it up, a small smile playing on his lips. The sounds of the city echo around him as he approaches a grand entrance. The sign above the entrance reads, Magic City Martial Arts University. The scale of the place is impressive. He stares up at the entrance, suitcase in hand. Fong Ping thinks, so this is Magic City Martial Arts University. The suitcase rolls along the ground. An unseen person speaks, observing that he looks like a university freshman who hasn't seen much in his life. The university looms, its presence both imposing and promising. He faces a taller student who responds, yes. Fong Ping inquires about the senior's identity. The senior's hand tightens around the hilt of what appears to be a sheathed weapon. A slight smile plays on the senior's lips, hinting at amusement or perhaps anticipation. The smile widens, revealing a hint of something more calculating beneath the surface. The senior student is Qin Fengqing, a third-year student from Magic City Martial Arts University, School of Weaponry. Qin Fengqing's grip on the weapon tightens further, a subtle shift in his posture suggesting readiness. So, he's a senior from university, Fong Ping realizes, assessing the situation. The weapon, now partially visible, gleams faintly in the light. A knife? The thought flashes through someone's mind as Qin Fengqing draws the weapon. A blur of motion indicates the speed with which the weapon is being deployed. The blade flashes as it's drawn, accompanied by a resounding whoosh. 2 exclamation points appear above Fong Ping's head as he looks up, startled. A blade flashes, cutting through the air with a sharp swish. With a resounding shing, Qin Fengqing brandishes a large, ornate sword. A small, stylized head peeks out, a question mark hovering nearby. The blade continues its rapid movements, a blur of motion. The sword continues to move at an incredible speed. The air cracks with a whip as the blade slices through it. Fong Ping's eyes widen as he looks up, a mixture of surprise and apprehension on his face. Meanwhile, Fong Ping, looking nervous, tells Qin Fengqing that it's too dangerous to brandish his knife in a public space. Qin Fengqing, in a chibi style, notes that Fong Ping is indeed a junior who has completed bone forging twice, adding that his stance training is not bad. He then asks the newcomer what his name is. Fong Ping responds, stating his name, Fong Ping. Qin Fengqing smiles, carrying his sword. He thinks that a freshman who has completed bone forging twice belongs to their magic uni. The sound of footsteps echoes as he walks away, confident in his choice of school. A man watches Qin Fengqing depart, thinking to himself, trust me. He believes that picking magic uni was the right choice. The man smiles, seemingly pleased with the situation. He could tell that Qin Fengqing completed bone forging twice, even though he isn't even a rank 1 martial artist yet. He thinks Qin Fengqing is very strong. The sun shines on the building as Qin Fengqing continues his walk. The sound of his steps echoes as Qin Fengqing walks along the path. Qin Fengqing pauses, scratching his head. He thinks that the guy's accent sounded a little familiar. He wonders where that accent is from. Qin Fengqing closes his eyes, dismissing the thought. He tells himself to forget it, that it's not important. He puts his hand in his pocket, seemingly unconcerned. This time, he's traded for some bone forging pills, hoping it's enough. After he finishes forging his torso bones, Qin Fengqing intends to thrash the Nanjing Martial Arts University. The words Martial Arts Society are prominently displayed. The system asks, how do you feel about Qin Fengqing? With multiple choice answers. Fong Ping walks along the path, suitcase in tow, consulting a map. The suitcase wheels spin as it rolls along the paved road. The map reads, Magic City Martial Arts University Freshman Guide. He thinks, I'm here. Fong Ping's expression shifts to one of surprise and slight confusion. He wonders to himself, what's up with this? The building looms, the word dilapidated emblazoned across the sky. Fong Ping continues onward, pulling his suitcase toward sign. The sign reads, 2002 semester reception area for freshmen. He thinks, that's such a huge difference compared to the main entrance. Inside, Fong Ping stands before a reception desk, apologizing, sorry to disturb you. He addresses the person behind the desk. A magazine titled Story sits open, displaying the number 10. The woman behind the desk glances up from the magazine, a question forming. The underside of the wooden desk is visible. Fong Ping confirms her unspoken question with a simple, yes. He presents his acceptance notice and martial arts pass to the woman, who remarks on his early arrival. The woman explains that freshmen usually arrive 3 to 5 days in advance, but he's a whole month early as she types on her keyboard. Fong Ping admits he's been looking forward to attending the university. The woman swipes at her computer screen, complaining that his early arrival has doubled her workload. She apologizes for the trouble, explaining that the school's dormitory is not yet open, leaving him to find a place to stay. The man's eyes widen behind his glasses, a look of shock plastered on his face. Before him, a screen displayed his vital statistics. Fong Ping, male, a 2-time bone-forging potential martial artist. Elsewhere, a woman slammed her hands on a desk, the sound echoing through the room. The woman, standing behind a reception desk, offered, Student Fong, just rest here for a while first. I'll arrange for you to move in a Magic Uni hotel right away. What a sudden change in attitude. The woman asked, Student Fong, do you have plans to break through to become a martial artist? Her excitement was palpable. She continued, I can inform the school to arrange the teaching advisors to assist you. He looked up, a surprised expression on his face. Can it be done when school hasn't started yet? Of course, she exclaimed, her smile wide and genuine. A voice boomed from a podium, declaring, in our martial arts university, ability corresponds to privileges. You are a potential martial artist at your peak. The crowd of new students buzzes with excitement and anticipation. The students around Fong Ping acknowledge his genius among the freshmen. They believe the school will arrange advisors for him. A woman with glasses smiles warmly, observing the incoming students. Fong Ping wonders if the school would have made such arrangements if he hadn't completed bone forging twice. The crowd continues to move, a sea of faces eager to begin their studies. Fong Ping stands before a woman at a desk, ready to receive his assignment. She acknowledges his presence. The woman introduces Li Chengze, the manager of the housekeeping department at Magic Uni Hotel. Li Chengze, visibly flustered, wipes sweat from his brow as he hurries to greet the student. The crowd of students continues to move forward, eager to start their new life. Li Chengze rushes forward, explaining that he came immediately upon hearing that a big shot had arrived. Li Chengze, still sweating, expresses his admiration for Fong Ping's bone-forging accomplishments. Fong Ping thanks him. Li Chengze smiles, telling Mr. Fong to feel free to ask for anything he needs. Manager Li assured him that he would help after he moved in. Fong Ping insisted that he could carry his own luggage, but Manager Li insisted it was his duty. A luxury car waited outside, ready to whisk him away. The car's grille gleamed, a testament to its opulence. Fong Ping was shocked that a luxury car was fetching him. The Magic Uni Hotel stood tall, a beacon of luxury and comfort. Inside, a private gymnasium and an open-concept kitchen offered residents unparalleled amenities. The living room exuded simple and affordable luxury, a perfect blend of style and comfort. A bright room with a big bed promised a restful night's sleep. Fong Ping was shocked, wondering if all these amenities were really free of charge. Manager Li explained that Magic Uni Hotel mainly provides services for Magic Uni students and their parents, so all food and lodging at the guest house is free of charge. He enters the room, his eyes darting around, taking in the surroundings. Fong Ping is clearly impressed by the sheer size and opulence of the space. Manager Li Chengze smiles warmly, explaining that Fong Ping's room is slightly better than the others, due to his twice-completed bone forging. Fong Ping gazes upward, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple as he takes in the room's features. Li Chengze prepares to leave, telling Mr. Fong to take it easy and to call him if he needs anything before turning to leave the room. All right, thank you, Manager Li, Fong Ping replies, watching him go. A soft thud echoes as Fong Ping's luggage is dropped near the entrance. He stands alone in the spacious suite. The camera focuses on the floor, highlighting the intricate geometric patterns of the carpet and the sleek design of the furniture. Fong Ping's expression is a mixture of awe and disbelief as he looks around the luxurious room. He wonders to himself, questioning if he is now part of the privileged class, now that he has this room. A system message appears, posing the question, do you think Fong Ping could be considered part of the privileged class now? The Magic Uni Hotel's restaurant bustles with activity, waiters attending to seated patrons. A neatly set table awaits its occupants, the silverware gleaming under the soft lighting. The diner prepares to eat, carefully cutting into a meal of steak, egg, and greens. Fong Ping chews thoughtfully, the holographic display in front of him showing his stats. He reflects on the wealth he's spent preparing for his third bone forging. His wealth is displayed, 2,800,000. He knows he'll need more wealth to cultivate in the future. Fong Ping's cheeks bulge as he eats, thinking about Huang Bin and Chief Jean. He realizes there's only one way to continually receive benefits. The solution dawns on him. Start a company. Though the structure of the two worlds differs, their development trends remain in sync. The cityscapes of both worlds reflect this convergence of development. There will definitely be a developing trend towards Internet Plus, as seen on a laptop screen. Online shopping and mobile payment will become part of everyday life, the phone screen suggests. However, these require a huge amount of technological and monetary investment, so it's extremely difficult to actualize them. Although the Ali Group was not very famous in 2008, its scale was already quite large. There are even rumors that Ma Huadeng had broken through rank 7, some say. He considers the possibilities, his brow furrowed in thought. He thinks to himself that he only has 1.6 million yuan, which isn't practical to start an online shopping company. Delivery men are seen carrying boxes, perhaps hinting at another option. But how about an express company? The text asks. He muses that there aren't many technical aspects involved, and it's not difficult to start in the initial stage. The profits are also high in the later stage. He had it. The perfect business plan had just come to mind. Fong Ping considered the implications. If he opened a company near Magic Uni, he'd need someone familiar with the local area. Elsewhere, a man slammed a plate onto a table, the sound echoing through the restaurant. The man, seated with a woman, complained loudly that the dish wasn't clean when it was brought over. He accused the waitress of trying to scam him, his face reddening with anger. The man grabbed the waitress's arm roughly. She stammered, promising to get him a new set right away. The man demanded to know what the use of changing it was, ordering her to call the general manager. Fong Ping watched the scene unfold. He overheard the waitress apologizing, explaining that the general manager was out. He wondered if the man was trying to pick a fight. Fong Ping thought such people were annoying. He stood up from his chair. A voice declares that someone will be taught a lesson. He narrows his eyes, a plan forming in his mind. Li Chengze, the manager of Magic Uni Hotel's housekeeping department, greets a customer. He attempts to resolve a complaint. Manager Li's eyes brim with tears as she is addressed. Li Chengze smiles, trying to maintain a professional demeanor. Li Chengze asks what the matter is, attempting to de-escalate the situation. The customer shouts that he wants the general manager. The customer continues his tirade. questioning the manager's usefulness. Manager Lee looks up at Li Qingze, who says that he understands. A strand of hair is visible in the customer's dish. Li Qingze explains that the guest house has rules. The restaurant's policy was clear: no long hair for crew members. A woman sits, pondering who might be breaking the rules. The irate customer insists that the hygiene standards are not up to par. The customer threatens to file a complaint, but is told to go ahead. Li Qingze bows deeply, apologizing for the unpleasant dining experience caused to the lady. He explains that his priority is to protect the rights and interests of customers. Li Qingze states he will send a strand of hair for DNA analysis. The complaining customer is sure the truth will surface. Li Qingze assures them that it's okay and there's no need for concern. Two employees gush over Li Qingze, one exclaiming that he is freaking awesome. Li Qingze bows deeply to Fong Ping, apologizing for making him witness the scene. Fong Ping wonders why he is bowing so deeply. Fong Ping smiles, noting that Li Qingze is not a martial artist, yet holds the position of manager at Magic Uni Hotel. He assumes Li Qingze has many years of experience. Li Qingze smiles, stating that it has been 8 years exactly. Fong Ping supposes that fresh graduates from Magic Uni hold higher positions than Li Qingze. He then asks if he has ever thought about becoming a. Fong Ping reveals that he has been saving up money to register for the martial arts training class. Fong Ping believes that if he becomes a martial artist, he'll probably get 3 or 4 times the benefits compared to now. He asks how long that would take. Li Qingze estimates that by then, Fong Ping will be over 30 years old, his vitality will start to decline, and he will only get to rank 1 at most. Li Qingze stands calmly, his expression unreadable as he listens. The fabric of his suit shifts slightly as he considers the offer. He murmurs, considering the possibilities, setting a personal deadline. Li Qingze's eyes widen, surprised by the unexpected proposition. Manager Li, as he's known, listens intently to the question posed to him. The question hangs in the air. Does Li Qingze want a job hop? A smile plays on Li Qingze's lips as he considers the possibilities. The texture of his jacket hints at the weight of the decision before him. The system presents the question: will Li Qingze choose to job hop? The man savors the taste of the red wine, his expression unreadable. Li Qingze stands near the table, a glass of wine in front of him. He speaks of the express company Fong Ping mentioned, noting its good prospects. However, Li Qingze expresses uncertainty about the company's future, a shadow of doubt crossing his face. Li Qingze explains that Fong Ping is not only buying 3 years of his life, but potentially influencing his cultivation in the years to come. Li Qingze's expression is troubled as he considers the cost, which he believes is even greater than becoming a martial artist. He wonders what will happen if he fails to meet Fong Ping's expectations, feeling the weight of responsibility. Fong Ping looks on, his gaze steady and unwavering as he listens to Li Qingze's concerns. Fong Ping assures Li Qingze that he doesn't need to behave so humbly, valuing his ability and connections at Magic Uni. Fong Ping states that he is a student at Magic Uni and a potential martial artist who has completed bone forging twice. He expresses confidence in reaching rank 3 before his 2nd year and becoming a mid-rank martial artist within 3 years. Li Qingze's eyes widen slightly, a hint of surprise in his gaze as he asks if Fong Ping thinks that's possible. He considers the proposal, his brow furrowed in thought. Li Qingze sees this as a chance to turn his life around. Li Qingze states that he needs Fong Ping's help now, and that it would be timely assistance. Fong Ping wonders if a future mid-rank martial artist owing a favor is worth it. General Manager Fong is happy to be at their service. 1 month later, the hallway stands silent, the door to room 808 closed. The hallway stretches into the distance, empty and still. Electrical energy crackles around a hand, bones glowing beneath the surface. Fong Ping trains, electrical currents dancing around his body as he pushes himself just a little more. He grits his teeth, veins bulging as electrical energy crackles around him. The energy intensifies, arcing and snapping with raw power. The air itself seems to crackle under the strain of the energy. A viscous liquid drips onto the floor, forming a small puddle. The bone forging is complete, leaving Fong Ping exhausted and glistening with sweat. White energy radiates from his legs, the culmination of his efforts. His vitality increased by 6 calories, and mental strength by 10 hertz. The effects of 3 sets of bone forging aren't bad at all. It's just that he's depleted too many resources. Panting, Fong Ping reflects on the cost. 1 month and approximately 2 million wealth. Fortunately, he handed the company over to Li Qingze, so he's saved lots of time. Small droplets of blood stain the floor, a testament to the grueling training. The door clicks open, the benefits of the 3rd bone forging already apparent. Next up, Fong Ping wipes the sweat from his brow, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips. He drapes the towel around his neck, deciding he'll just have to wait for school to start tomorrow. Meanwhile, the sign from Magic Uni looms large, promising a future of martial arts and cultivation. The City Martial Arts University stands as a beacon for aspiring martial artists. The Magic Uni Dormitory District sprawls, a complex of buildings ready to house the next generation of warriors. Students mill about, eager to begin their training and prove their worth. The Magic Uni dormitories for freshmen are split into 4 districts. A student remarks that the person is from District 1, noting that everyone from District 1 is a martial artist. He has been assigned to District 1 with the best living conditions, he thinks to himself. The door creaks open, revealing the number 86. He considers the accommodations, finding the term student dormitory to be a vast understatement. Indeed, the interior fits the description of a high-class luxury home far better. He recalls the special privileges he enjoyed for a month at the Magic Uni Hotel. But upon seeing this, he couldn't help but be in awe of Magic Uni's financial strength. He knocks on the door, ready to meet his new roommate. He is surprised to see someone already there. "Roommate?" he asks. A young man with orange hair greets him cheerfully. "Hello." The orange-haired man introduces himself as Fu Changding, who is staying opposite him. Fu Changding smiles, suggesting they get to know each other. The man's collar is slightly open, revealing a glimpse of his neck. A thought bubble appears, exclaiming, "A handsome guy?" The dark-haired man smiles, thinking about how someone is more handsome. The man introduces himself. He is Fong Ping. The orange-haired man comments on Fong Ping's accent. The man states that Fong Ping is from Nanjing. Fong Ping confirms this. The man suggests that Fong Ping must know Wang Jinyang. The man explains that Wang Jinyang is a senior from his high school, asking if Fong Ping knows him. The man exclaims that Wang Jinyang is the role model of the new era of martial artists. The man continues, saying that Wang Jinyang defeated all the rank 1 students in Magic Uni last year. The man mentions that Wang Jinyang caused a huge commotion in his hometown, the capital city, a few days ago. He arrived at capital city, stepping into a world of unknown challenges. A masked figure delivers a swift kick, the force of the blow evident. Silhouettes move in the background, hinting at a larger conflict brewing. The man boasts of someone challenging 8 martial artist training classes. The news hits close to home, and his eyes widen with surprise. The speaker explains that those training classes are led by mid-rank martial artists. He acknowledges the information with a simple, "Oh, right." A reminder is given to a symbol at the entrance of the practical combat training building later that afternoon. His fist clenches, a surge of determination coursing through him. He admits to himself that old Wang is just too powerful. He steels his resolve, declaring that he can't lag behind. The darkness looms, a silent promise of challenges to come. He pauses, lost in thought, the implications of the previous conversation hanging heavy. Fong Ping's expression hardens as he considers the strength of Wang Jinyang, a man who has undergone bone forging twice. Meanwhile, a voice echoes with the realization that Wang Jinyang might be even stronger than initially believed. The practical combat training building looms, a place where students hone their skills. Sunlight glints off the building's many windows, promising a bright future for those within. A crowd of students mills about outside the building, their chatter filling the air as 2 figures on the balcony attempt to quiet them. The students are engaged in lively conversation, their faces animated as they discuss their training. A figure in a white coat raises a hand, attempting to bring order to the boisterous crowd. "Everyone be quiet." From a low angle, the figures on the balcony stand silhouetted against the sky, their presence commanding attention. The man in the suit scolds the students, telling them to hurry up. An authoritative voice booms through the training hall, demanding that everyone stand properly. A palpable energy fills the air, a buzz resonating through the assembled students. The oppressive force intensifies, causing some students to collapse under its weight. Despite the overwhelming pressure, one student remains standing, his blue eyes fixed forward, enduring such a strong oppressive force. The buzz continues to reverberate, a testament to the immense pressure exerted upon them. The student grits his teeth, sweat beading on his brow as he withstands the oppressive force. The oppressive force is noted to have extremely strong vitality. A blonde-haired man stands at a microphone, his expression stern as he addresses the crowd. The man introduces himself as Huang Jing, the dean of the School of Weaponry. Dean Huang Jing announces that he will be hosting the freshman school allocation assessment. Fong Ping stares ahead, a question forming on his lips. Freshman school allocation assessment. The practical combat training building looms, a stark monument against the sky. A sea of students gathers before the building, the designated venue for the assessment. The first floor represents the School of Social Sciences, where politics and cultural studies await. The second floor is the School of Production, a place for research on pills, weaponry, and martial arts skills. The third floor is the School of Tactics and Strategy, where students craft military tactics. The fourth floor represents the School of Weaponry, focused on practical battles. Huang Jing addresses the crowd from a balcony. "You can enter the building in 5 minutes." He continues, his voice amplified. "Move to the floor of the school that you want to get into." Fong Ping and another student look up at the building. The dean's words echo. The floors will be sealed off an hour later. Two students stand side by side, the stakes clear. You will belong to whichever school is on the floor you remain on. The crowd of students murmured, some finding the new rules easy. Others questioned the need for such a troublesome allocation system. A stern voice cut through the noise. The man in the suit declared that no floor could hold more than 400 people. He continued, stating that all students on a floor exceeding that limit would have 30 academic points deducted. The students looked up, the sheer number of their peers becoming a tangible threat to their academic standing. Another voice chimed in, reminding the freshmen that they each started with only 50 points to begin with. The value of these points became clear. 1 academic point equaled 30,000 yuan, and 3 could buy a vitality pill. The students lamented the potential loss of over half their points. Some noted that 30 points could be exchanged for 10 vitality pills. One student loudly protested the harshness of the system, especially on what was only the first day of school. The man with short blonde hair reassured them that Magic Uni would provide missions to earn more points, but only if they became martial artists. He looked on, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as the weight of the situation began to sink in. The text confirmed his fears. The assessment for Magic Uni was proving to be far from easy. He hears his name called and turns his head slightly, a bead of sweat trickling down his temple. A man with bright orange hair smiles widely, his eyes gleaming with enthusiasm as he gives a thumbs up. The man extends his hand, offering an opportunity. He asks, with a hopeful tone, if Fong Ping wants to work with him. Suddenly, a system message appears, posing a question to the viewer. Which school would they choose if they had the system too? The options are social sciences, production, tactics and strategy, or weaponry. The School of Weaponry boasts the best teachers and resources. The students are headed to the 4th floor. Working together, they believe charging to the 4th floor won't be difficult. They're sure they'll get into the School of Weaponry. The students know that getting into the school doesn't guarantee the best teaching advisors will guide them. Fong Ping looks up, questioning what he just heard. The students continue their journey. Every year, the teaching advisors observe the freshman school allocation assessment. They identify the students they want to guide. A student declares that they must stand out during the school allocation assessment to attract attention. Fong Ping reflects on the importance of choosing a good teaching advisor. He thinks that if he can attract the attention of all the teaching advisors, Fong Ping, now burning with determination, realizes he'll be free to choose whichever teaching advisor he wants. He must work with him. Someone observes that Fong Ping's expression doesn't make him seem like the good guy. The principal of Magic Uni's words echo a sentiment about martial prowess. The true martial artists are those willing to fight and snatch opportunities. With that, the man at the microphone gestures, his voice booming across the campus. He encourages everyone to enjoy their first lesson in becoming a martial artist to the fullest. A hush falls over the crowd as the word silence appears in the sky. A low thumping sound begins as the students start to move forward. One student breaks into a run, his figure a blur against the pavement. The freshman school allocation assessment begins, signaled by a large start. Another student sprints ahead, focused on the path before them. A resounding smack echoes as the taller man strikes his opponent. A blur of motion suggests a swift and brutal exchange. The girl's kick lands with a BM, disrupting the air. Another flurry of kicks and dodges unfolds. A HURK sound marks the impact as the outnumbered student is overwhelmed. The sounds of pain echo through the training area. The students stand before a window as one observes that this batch of freshmen have pretty good physiques. The man in the suit scoffs, wondering what those who enjoy a stable life could possibly know. An unseen observer remarks that these are just little kids with nothing but vitality. One of the figures asks Dean Huang why he needs to be so strict, reminding him that they have all been through this stage. The man states that the situation at the catacombs is getting increasingly dangerous, with batch after batch of elites dying at the battlefront. The unseen speaker declares that these freshmen are not up to standard. 5 figures stand observing, the words remote surveillance in progress displayed above them. Chaos erupts as students are thrown around, the sounds of impact echoing through the training room. A brutal punch lands squarely on a student's face, the force of the blow sending him reeling. Someone sprints forward, their legs a blur of motion as they rush into the fray. The sounds of bodies hitting the ground are constant as the students are overwhelmed. A student is helped up, concern etched on the faces of his companions. "Are you okay?" one asks. Another student laments that those rank 1 martial artists are too powerful to stand up to at all. At the top of the stairs, a student expresses his frustration. "Damn it." Below, a group argues with someone off-panel, demanding to be allowed up to the 4th floor. The unseen figure insists that they are all schoolmates and shouldn't take things too far. The man scoffs, questioning if he's taking it too far. The sign declares that those without sufficient vitality are unworthy. The student in the orange hoodie observes that Fong Ping's vitality surpasses theirs. The fight escalates as Fong Ping delivers a kick to an opponent. A crowd of students watches the unfolding conflict with varying expressions. The students watch as the fight continues, the sound of movement filling the air. Feet shuffle and kick as the intensity of the battle increases. A foot connects with a face, the impact echoing through the room. The student's face contorts in shock and pain from the blow. Fong Ping delivers a powerful punch, the force of which sends his opponent reeling. A determined look solidifies on Fong Ping's face as he continues to fight. Blood splatters as another student is struck, the sound of impact resonating. The wall stands as a silent witness to the ongoing conflict. He observes his defeated opponent, noting with detached interest, he's fainted so quickly. The student lies prone, blood trickling from his nose and mouth, a testament to the protagonist's strength. A wave of shock ripples through the observing students. Their face is a mixture of disbelief and apprehension. Another student approaches Fong Ping, a wide grin on his face. He says, "Fong Ping, they're all looking over here. Good job at grabbing their attention." The student continues, recalling the expectations he had before arriving. "Before I came to Magic Uni, everyone said that there would be countless geniuses at the two major martial arts universities." Fong Ping remembers his decision, stating, "So I gave up the 10 million yuan reward from Nanjiang Martial Arts University and chose to come to Magic Uni." He looks down, a shadow crossing his face as he thinks, "Little did I know that students at Magic Uni would be so weak." Fong Ping's expression hardens as he mutters, "Magic Uni." His disappointment is palpable as he concludes, "Does not deserve to be called a famous school." The fallen student lies prone, the overhead lights reflecting off the polished floor. An ominous figure looms over him, the sharp lines of his suit jacket suggesting authority. A group of teaching advisors stand together, their expressions unreadable as they watch the scene unfold. A nearby speaker crackles to life, broadcasting an announcement to the gathered students. The crowd is spurred on by the announcement, eager to see the arrogant student defeated. The student looks up, hearing that he will be rewarded with academic points for winning. The student's jacket is visible, showing the details of his uniform. An overflowing murderous aura surrounds a group of people with glowing eyes. The student's eyes are visible, showing his determination. The back of the student's head is visible, showing his short black hair. The student reflects on a situation, realizing he is in trouble. The system time is displayed, questioning if Fong Ping will be defeated. Fong Ping's face is flushed as the other man gestures emphatically, accusing him of going overboard. The man asks what the plan is, wondering if Fong Ping intends to beat them up or work with them to beat him up. The other man waits for a response, his expression unreadable as he looks at Fong Ping. Dean considers the situation, thinking that if he gangs up with the others, his capabilities won't show. Fong Ping's expression is still one of shock, his face pale. The man's face is partially obscured by shadow, but his expression seems determined. Dean's name is shouted as he and Fong Ping stand on the stairs. The view from above shows Dean and Fong Ping standing on the stairs, looking up. The man thinks that they'll be rewarded with 50 academic points if they defeat him. He wonders what will happen if he manages to defeat them, staring at the speaker on the wall. The speaker announces that there is 1 academic point for defeating non-martial artists and 5 academic points for defeating martial artists. He clasps his hands together, a slight smirk playing on his lips as Dean Huang thinks to himself that he is stingy. The zipper of his jacket is partially undone, revealing a glimpse of the shirt beneath, but it's better than nothing. Dean faces Fu Changding, who is being called out by someone off-panel, as he is told that he is really something. Someone off-panel questions if they are working together with this guy. Tang Songting, a rank 1 martial artist, is introduced as he stands with a wide smile. Tang Songting is told that even with his ability, they didn't expect that he would be able to get into Magic Uni. Tang Songting's expression shifts to one of annoyance as he demands to know what they are saying. Fong Ping declares that he will take out the trash as Tang Songting smiles. Dean and Tang Songting's hands are clasped together, the sound of cracking knuckles filling the air. The two stand close, their bodies nearly touching as they continue to clasp hands. A man with blonde hair asks what Fong Ping and Fu Changding's backgrounds are. The polished surface gleams under the muted light. Dean listens as the woman with pink hair reads from a document. It details Fu Changding, a well-known young master from Capital City, a rank 1 martial artist who has forged his bones twice. The woman continues, but Dean seems unimpressed. He scoffs, thinking the young master means nothing in Magic Uni. Turning his attention to another file, Dean learns that Fong Ping comes from an ordinary family in Nanjing, Sun City. He is a non-martial artist who has forged his bones twice. Someone speculates that Fong Ping has probably forged his bones more than twice, observing the scene from afar. Judging from Fong Ping's current state, another person reckons he's already completed bone forging 3 times, as the meeting continues. Elsewhere, Tang Feng, teaching advisor at the School of Weaponry, is revealed to be rank 6 at his peak. The old man confirms that Fong Ping is from Nanjing, Sun City, but questions if he's from Sun City No. 1 High School. Zhou Shiping is identified as middle stage rank 6. According to his records, Dean learns that Fong Ping is indeed from Sun City No. 1 High School. The woman with pink hair finds it familiar. The blue surface reflects the light. Meanwhile, Bai Ruashi, teaching advisor at the School of Weaponry, recalls that Wang Jinyang, a problem child, is also an alumni from that school and came to Magic Uni last year to cause trouble. The teaching advisor wonders if Wang Jinyang could be the middleman handling the recruitment of Fong Ping by Nanjing Martial Arts University, considering the money offered. The teaching advisor at the School of Weaponry agrees with Old Sue. It seems to the teaching advisor that Fong Ping and Wang Jinyang have an unusual relationship. The back of someone's jacket reads King. The woman with silver hair glances to the side. Fong Ping rushes forward, his expression determined. The sound of a brutal impact echoes as a fist connects with a face. Fong Ping looks down at his defeated opponent, unimpressed. So weak, he mutters. He delivers a swift, powerful punch, connecting squarely with his opponent's face. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air, a testament to its brutal impact. His opponent's arm is seized, a desperate attempt to regain control of the situation. A firm grip tightens around the wrist, preventing any chance of escape or retaliation. With a swift motion, the opponent is lifted off the ground, suspended in midair. The grip remains firm as the opponent cries out. "You're giving me free points, aren't you?" Blood splatters across the opponent's face as he struggles to breathe, his head reeling from the impact. Another strike lands with devastating force, sending the opponent reeling further into defeat. The scene unfolds into chaos, with multiple opponents scattered on the ground, defeated. Fong Ping stands tall amidst the fallen, his presence dominating the training hall. One of the defeated lies prone, a testament to the protagonist's overwhelming power. He pants, acknowledging the toll of the battle. Going against 100 of them has exhausted much more of my vitality than I expected. His foot slams into his opponent's torso with a resounding thud. The force of the blow sends the man reeling backward, a whoosh of displaced air marking the impact. Red energy crackles around the protagonist's fist as he prepares another strike. The speed of the attacks is almost imperceptible, a blur of motion. He grits his teeth, a fierce determination hardening his features. Now is not the time to be in a daze. The text identifies his opponent as Zhao Lei, the number 1 among the incoming freshmen, a martial artist who has forged his bones twice. The punch connects with a sickening smack, sending shockwaves through the air. Zhao Lei is sent flying backward, the force of the blow evident in his distorted posture. Zhao Lei's face is bloodied, but he remains standing. He managed to stay standing, putting his stance training to good use. Elsewhere, a ponytail sways gently. The purple hair is tied back. A figure with purple hair moves with incredible speed. Fong Ping grits his teeth, his blue eyes narrowed with fierce resolve. She stares intently, her expression a mix of determination and calculation. The purple-haired woman declares that she will take the 50 points. The system poses a question: who is this powerful-looking girl? The options include a high jumper, a female lead, or Fong Ping's paternal aunt. A figure raises a staff high, preparing to strike with a resounding whoosh. Below, Fong Ping looks up, his expression a mix of surprise and dawning realization. Yang Xiaoman's face is set with determination, her eyes narrowed as she brings the staff down. The text box identifies the attacker as Yang Xiaoman, ranked first and having forged bones twice. Fong Ping's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his face as he curses under his breath. His internal monologue reveals his dire situation. He lacks the stamina to react, and he can't dodge. The word concentrate flashes, a desperate plea for focus amidst the chaos. Fong Ping grits his teeth, his expression strained as he braces for the inevitable impact. A system message declares replenish vitality, showing a surge in wealth and vitality stats. The screen displays a complex interface, hinting at the mechanics governing his enhanced abilities. 100,000 wealth is spent, and vitality replenishment is complete. Yang Xiaoman's leg whips through the air, aimed directly at him. The kick lands with a resounding slam. That was so close. Fong Ping grits his teeth, thinking, luckily I have a system. I spent so much wealth at once. I have to be more. The system labels the action as thrifty. Yang Xiaoman, a question mark floating above her head, wonders, he suddenly regained his vitality? Another slam echoes as the tables turn. The crowd watches the fight unfold. A swift kick connects, sending Yang Xiaoman reeling. The force of the blow sends her flying backwards into the crowd. Yang Xiaoman, now enraged, shouts, Xiaomei, Yunqi, don't just stand there. Beat him up. How dare he kick my face? A flurry of attacks descend upon Fong Ping as the crowd swarms him. A figure with blue hair leaps into the fray, ready to fight. He grits his teeth, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. With a fierce cry, Zhao Xiaomei brings her fist down towards him. Her knuckles are white as she prepares to strike. Zhao Xiaomei's eyes are wide with determination as she attacks. Her leg extends, ready to deliver a devastating blow. Zhao Xiuamei's kick lands with a resounding thump. Meanwhile, two men observe the fight. One comments on Fong Ping's seemingly endless vitality, while the other admits they are outmatched. Fong Ping acknowledges that without his special powers, he would have already been defeated. Fu Changbing advises someone not to waste their vitality fighting martial artists, suggesting they target non-martial artists instead for easy points. The man complains about being overwhelmed by opponents who attack in groups, making it impossible to replenish his vitality. He grunts as a fist slams into his face, the force of the blow staggering him. The attacker's foot shifts, preparing to follow up on the advantage. Fu Changbing clicks his tongue, frustrated by the chaotic brawl. He wants a fair fight. The sounds of battle echo through the training hall as the other students watch the unfolding chaos. A foot slams into the ground, the impact sending vibrations through the wooden floor. The man's eyes narrow, focused and intense. He will keep up the offensive. He reaches out, his hand outstretched, ready to strike again. A hand reaches out and grabs the girl's breast. The word grope hangs in the air, a stark accusation. The girl's eyes widen in shock and violation, her face a mask of disbelief. Shen Yunxi, rank number 1 and having forged her bones twice, kneels low. Her face flushes red, a mix of anger and embarrassment swirling within her. Her lips tighten, a silent vow forming as she prepares to unleash her fury. Fong Ping's world turns monochrome, his expression a mask of utter disbelief. He retracts his hand, the realization of his mistake dawning on him. Shen Yunxi explodes, her voice a thunderclap. Bastard. Her eyes narrow, focusing on her target with unwavering intensity. A hand shoots out, grabbing Fong Ping's shirt in a tight grip. The sound of impact echoes, smack. Shen Yunxi's kick connects, sending a jolt of pain through Fong Ping. He chuckles, admitting to himself that he was too focused on fighting to notice. He narrows his eyes, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. Fu Changbing launches himself forward, a sweeping kick aimed at Fong Ping. The kick connects with a resounding thud. Fu Changbing shouts, commanding others not to stand together. Shen Yunxi and Tang Songting are ready to pin down Fu Changbing with a team. Fu Changbing looks surprised, saying he hasn't replenished his vitality yet. Fu Changbing calls out to Fong Ping, asking for help to block the others while he replenishes his vitality. Fong Ping is struck, declaring he is too busy and wishes Fu Changbing good luck. Fu Changbing is struck, the force of the blow echoing with a bang. Fu Changbing yells, cursing his attacker. He is overwhelmed by a flurry of attacks from all sides. The attackers shout taunts as they strike. 3 onlookers react with surprise at the intensity of the fight. They had heard about the brawl on the 4th floor, but didn't expect it to be so fierce. Fong Ping stands amidst the fallen bodies of his attackers, breathing heavily. He reflects on the wealth he spent to achieve this victory. The protagonist, Fong Ping, is covered in minor cuts and bruises, but otherwise unharmed. A holographic display flickers in front of him, showing various stats and numbers. He clenches his fists, his expression unreadable. The aftermath of the fight is evident in the dirt and sweat on his hands. A new group approaches, their intentions unclear. They watch Fong Ping with a mixture of curiosity and apprehension. The onlookers from before are still present, trying to downplay their interest. They claim to be from the School of Social Sciences, just taking a look. The dean smiles, a sinister glint in his eyes. He notes that he never forbade fighting people from other floors. Suddenly, a figure's face contorts in rage, his eyes glowing red. His teeth are bared in a feral grin. The figure declares that since they've arrived, they will be counted in his points. His hand is outstretched, ready to strike. A system message appears, posing the question, what has gotten into Fong Ping all of a sudden? Several possible answers are listed. The announcement rings out. The freshman school allocation assessment has concluded. The practical combat training building looms large, a silent witness to the day's events. Students stream out of the building, their footsteps echoing in the aftermath of the assessment. Word spreads among the crowd. This year's batch of freshmen took a serious beating during the assessment. The weary students continue to walk, each step a testament to their endurance. One student notices the state of another, concern etched on his face. Look, what happened to that person? One student supports another, who is clearly full of injuries from the assessment. The injured student's legs tremble and totter, barely able to support his weight. Despite his injuries, the student declares, we've gone against 1,000 people by ourselves, so we can still stand tall even though we've lost. The other student retorts, forget it, stop bragging when you've already been beaten up like that. The injured student asks, confused, how did you not even get injured? The uninjured student confidently replies, because I'm very powerful. The young man's eyes narrowed, a spark of defiance within them. The air crackled with unseen energy, causing the hair of the student beside him to stand on end. The dean's suit was immaculate, a symbol of authority and power. Dean Huang addressed the assembled students, his voice carrying across the training grounds. Later on, we're going to... Fong Ping, bruised and battered, was carried by another student. He wondered if this was the oppressive force of someone in the Grandmaster realm. Looking up, the injured student clenched his fist. One day, he vowed he'd be as powerful as him. Determination burned in his eyes. No, he thought he wanted to be stronger than him. Meanwhile, students from the School of Weaponry were directed to proceed to field number 1. Another student, supporting the injured one, wondered why they weren't talking about the academic points. His face throbs with pain, a swollen mess of bruises and cuts. Perhaps the dean feels embarrassed about it. So, the dean stands before the assembled students. He announces that the academic points will be distributed once the school allocation is complete. The dean believes he doesn't need to handle such minor matters himself. A student bends down, admitting that they were wrong about the teaching advisor. Looking up, the injured student shouts, questioning what is happening. The student explains that the teaching advisor is Tang Fo. He is a rank 6 martial artist. The student continues, saying that it won't do them any good to offend him. Another student looks up, hearing that he performed quite well during the school allocation this time. The dean gives Fu Changding a thumbs up. A voice echoes, filled with disbelief and a hint of indignation. Fu Changding addresses the students, praising their lack of retreat during the group attack. He notes their charisma, comparing them to someone who attends their magic uni. The students listen intently to Fu Changding's words, their expressions a mix of respect and anticipation. One student, bearing the marks of a recent beating, questions how not retreating counts when he couldn't even retreat. He wonders if the teaching advisor is blind. Fu Changding continues, shifting the focus to Fong Ping, though the context of his statement remains unclear. The teaching advisor's expression hardens as he declares his dislike for students who are overly sly, suggesting someone should have just admitted defeat. The word disdainful hangs in the air, a visual representation of the teaching advisor's intense feelings. The injured student suppresses his true feelings, while his companion looks on with concern. Fu Changding offers Fu Changding the opportunity to come directly to him during the selection of teaching advisors, as another student thanks the teaching advisor. The scene shifts, focusing on an obscured view of the students and the teaching advisor. The uninjured student tells his companion not to be mad at the teaching advisor, explaining that Tang Santing is famous for being rash and reckless. Close up on the injured student's face, the single word mad hangs in the air. He grits his teeth, the sting of his injuries fueling his anger. The student vows, in the future, he'll definitely make Lion Tang regret this humiliation. The system poses a question. What does it think Fong Ping will do? The options include cursing him, spreading rumors, laughing it off, or forgetting about it in the next chapter. The stadium lights blaze, illuminating the vast field below. From above, a disembodied voice echoes, urging the students to freely choose their teaching advisors. Tang Fong, a martial artist, stands ready to accept new students. He welcomes all genders, prioritizing those who have forged their bones twice. Luo Yichuan, another potential advisor, seeks martial artists with a vitality of 180 calories and above. He prioritizes forging upper limb bones and achieving a stable stance. Bai Ruashi, a female instructor, has no specific requirements on bone forging progress. She seeks students with a strong passion for sword techniques. Su Jianzhou prioritizes those who have forged their bones twice, focusing on foundational knife techniques. Due to recent busyness, Luo Feng will be teaching on his behalf. A student, bearing the marks of recent combat, glances around at the options before him. Each teaching advisor has a different forte, so it's best to choose one who is suitable. The students gather, contemplating their choices for a teaching advisor. The decision looms large as they consider their futures. Several students walk along the track, considering their options for teaching advisors. Fu Changding considers the options, knowing many teaching advisors want martial artists. He thinks that since he has forged his bones thrice, he won't be rejected, no matter where he goes, but he still wonders who he should choose. Someone asks Fu Changding if he has decided which teaching advisor he is going to choose. Another student clutches their head, seemingly overwhelmed by the decision. Fu Changding smiles, thinking he will take his time, struggling to think about it, and take a look around himself. The students stand around, lively, as they contemplate their choices. A desk sits empty, waiting for a student to choose their advisor. Fu Changding looks at the students, a question mark floating near his head as he hears someone say, Wu Wudi, this name is so domineering. A woman sits in a chair, the name Wu Wudi written beside her. The student wonders why he hasn't heard of her before. A small voice declares that they don't have any business here. Fong Ping looks up, hearing that there's even a trainee student title. The other students walk away, seemingly uninterested in Wu Wudi. Eyes open, observing the students. Wu Wudi sits perched on a desk, her arms crossed, waiting. A voice calls out, demanding someone get over here. Wu Wudi guarantees that they'll remain safe and sound in school. A close-up of Wu Wudi's chest. Fong Ping looks confused, wondering what she means. The question hangs in the air. What does she mean? He stands on the field as Wu Wudi turns to him, inquiring if he knows Wang Jinyang. Fong Ping, looking slightly roughed up, replies that he believes everyone there knows him. Wu Wuti smiles enigmatically, a glint of amusement in her eyes. A flashback shows a muscular man injuring other students at Magic Uni last year. Fong Ping's expression darkens as he wonders if he can get through university life safely. The focus shifts to his jacket, a symbol of his connection to Wang Jinyang. Wu Wuti warns him that he doesn't want to face the seniors who hate Wang Jinyang to the core. Elsewhere, a red-haired man shouts, his face contorted in anger. The intensity of the moment is captured in a close-up of an eye. The red-haired man scoffs, declaring that Magic Uni students aren't that petty. The red-haired man stands firm, his expression unyielding. Wu Wuti explains that it would be fine if they were only from the same hometown, but Wang Jinyang is half a teacher to Fong Ping. A voice demands to know if Lionhead can guarantee students won't hold grudges. The muscular, red-haired man remains silent, a thoughtful expression on his face. The students are engaged in discussions, their faces a mix of concern and determination. A woman stands up, declaring that students won't let things rest as long as Wang Jinyang hasn't lost. The silver-haired woman states that Fong Ping should let her know if anyone bullies him. The woman, presumably the teaching advisor, claims to have grandmasters backing her up who wouldn't bat an eyelid even if they fought from the south to the north. The man looks on, his expression unreadable as the conversation continues. Lionhead declares that he doesn't care if they act recklessly themselves, but shouldn't treat the future of the students as a game. The woman in the tan coat responds that Lionhead is just trying to say that her students engage in more dangerous missions, which he doesn't deny. The woman continues, stating that if they've chosen to study martial arts, they must learn how to fight. The woman with short white hair places a hand on Fong Ping's shoulder, declaring she understands the situation. She explains that he comes from an ordinary family, just like Wang Jinyang, and has no martial artists in his family. The woman continues, stating that since Wang Jinyang is half a teacher to him, it should be clear. Fong Ping listens intently, as she says it's much more difficult for people like him to achieve martial arts accomplishments. But Fong Ping declares that he is different, stating that he has company shares in the pill manufacturing company. The woman smiles, placing her hand on his jacket, as Fong Ping thinks about eating as many pills as he wants. The words echo in his mind. Eat as many pills as he wants. Eat as many pills as he wants. Fong Ping's expression hardens, a determined fire igniting in his blue eyes. He considers the implications of this new opportunity, his mind racing with possibilities. He realizes that he will save so much money with this arrangement. An abstract background of lines and letters fades into view. The world distorts as a piercing scream tears through the air. Wu Wuti looks at someone off-panel, questioning their honesty. Her expression is unreadable as she waits for a response. Wu Wuti offers Fong Ping 10 vitality pills as a gift for their first meeting. The vitality pills glow, promising increased power. Wu Wuti is generous, giving Fong Ping 10 vitality pills at once, worth $1 million. Fong Ping realizes he could reap many benefits if he follows her. Fong Ping accepts the vitality pills. His wealth value increases by $1 million, along with his vitality and mental strength. Fong Ping decides that Wu Wuti will be his teaching advisor. He resolves to learn from her from now on. He tosses the access card to his dormitory, offering Wu Wuti entry. He tells her to come find him if she has any questions. The topic of conversation shifts to questions related to martial arts, a serious matter indeed. The red-haired man insists that the white-haired woman must be responsible for her students. Over the years, more than half of the 12 students she mentored have been injured or died before graduating. Fong Ping is shocked by the revelation, his face a mask of disbelief and concern. The red-haired man and the white-haired woman stand together, their conversation continuing in hushed tones. The white-haired woman reassures him that he doesn't have to worry, she knows what she's doing. The red-haired man hopes that is the case, his expression betraying a hint of doubt. Fong Ping is yelling, wondering why Lion Tang didn't say that earlier. He wonders if it is too late for regrets now, his face etched with concern. A foot steps forward, the sound echoing in the silence. A woman calls out Xiu Mei, her voice filled with urgency as a big step is taken. The woman with light blue hair looks directly forward, asking if she can choose Wu Wuti. The focus shifts to a man's lower body, clad in gray pants and a black belt. The woman with light blue hair, now wearing a brown jacket, welcomes Zhao Xiumei with crossed arms. Another girl, with pink hair, urges Zhao Xiumei to choose teaching advisor Tang, citing the high injury and death rate of Xiumei's choice. The woman with light blue hair smiles, seemingly unfazed by the warnings. An unseen speaker expresses their belief that teaching advisor Wu is rather suitable for them. A man with dark hair and blue eyes expresses surprise that she still dares to choose Wu Wuti, even after hearing what Lion Tang said. He thinks she is bold. The man, now standing next to a girl with orange hair and a bruised face, repeats Wu Wuti's name, then clarifies that her teaching advisor's full name is Lu Fengru. The man looks down, concern etched on his face as he repeats the name Lu Fengru, a hand resting on his shoulder. Lu Fengru speaks to the girl with orange hair, acknowledging the high rate of injury and death among her students, but also asserting her own capability, stating she's on par with Tang Feng. A hand cradles a face, the skin marked with angry bruises. The young man's expression hardens as he is asked why he chose this path. The chibi version of the injured man declares he wants to learn gun techniques. The chibi character smirks, suggesting that Lion Tang will cause trouble for him. Fu Changding, his face swollen and bruised, demands to know why he should be scared. The man's face is stern as he recalls Zhao Lei, the top student, and Yang Xiaoman's surprise attack. The woman's eyes narrow, her expression unreadable in the dim light. The chibi character with dark hair points out that Fu Changding made a lot of mental preparation before choosing. He asks if they're going to collect their academic points or go to the hospital. The two stand together, their destination uncertain. He points a finger, a smirk playing on his lips. Fu Changding's face is a mess of swelling and bruises, blood trickling from the wounds. In a stylized depiction, Fu Changding laments that collecting academic points is more important than his well-being, questioning why he even got beaten up. Elsewhere, the Magic Uni Logistics Department building stands tall against the night sky, its logo prominently displayed. Two figures approach the entrance, their destination clear. The emblem of the Magic Uni Logistics Department shines brightly. Fu Changding wonders aloud how many points they are worth. He continues, complaining that if he's been beaten up this badly, he deserves more academic points. Fang Ping puts an arm around him as Fu Changding asks how his good looks will be compensated. The pair stand together, their injuries a testament to their recent battle. Two figures stand before the entrance to the Magic Uni Logistics Department. Meanwhile, an ornate ceiling stretches overhead, its design a complex pattern of circles and lines. A group of students, stained with blood, stand before the resource trading counter, their expressions grim. A blood-covered sword rests against the level 1 trading counter, a grim testament to recent violence. Elsewhere, Fang Ping observes the crowd. He remarks on the number of people, guessing they're older students. Fu Changding feels the stares of the crowd. He is told that it is because he has outstanding looks. A woman with purple hair sits at the service counter for freshmen, attending to her work. A hand knocks on the window, seeking attention from within. A student asks the teacher to check how many academic points they have. A student provides their name, student number, and dormitory number to the woman at the computer. The student is shocked, exclaiming that they were only awarded 45 points. The student insists that something must have gone wrong and asks the teacher to check again. The orange-haired student laments his low academic points after a fierce fight. The woman with purple hair tells him to see the dean. A disembodied voice calls out, summoning the next student in line. Fang Ping approaches the counter, presenting his student information. The woman with purple hair reviews Fang Ping's record, noting his starting points and the points awarded. The screen displays Fang Ping's information, a potential martial artist who has forged his bones thrice. He received 152 points. Fang Ping boasts to another student about his score, which is much higher than the other students. The woman with purple hair is astonished, stating that it's the first time she's seen a freshman awarded so many points. Fang Ping asks the teacher if there are other ways to use academic points besides trading for pills. The woman with purple hair explains that there are many uses, including food, lodging, training grounds, and high-grade aid equipment. The woman with purple hair summarizes that there are no problems in Magic Uni that cannot be solved by using academic points. Academic points can also be exchanged for cash and vice versa, with 1 point worth 10,000 yuan. The notice declared that yuan could be exchanged for points. The student with the bruised face protested the unfair exchange rate. The woman explained that students weren't forced to trade for cash. The school was simply providing an opportunity for those in need. The conversation continued, the implications of the trading system sinking in. The injured student declared he wasn't planning to participate in the trading system. Fang Ping considered the implications, realizing the wealth required to afford such things. He realized that he had already earned a considerable amount of wealth, even so early in his schooling. The vitality pills he had previously acquired had increased his wealth value by over 4 million. Fang Ping smiled, realizing that this was more than enough for him. The student with the bruised face noticed Fang Ping smiling to himself. He asked if he was coming to the exchange counter. Elsewhere, the sign pointed the way to the resource trading counter. The full list of items for trade remains hidden from the freshmen. Non-martial artists need a rank 1 vitality pill, a rank 1 bone forging pill, and a rank 1 pill for protecting internal organs. A man explains that these 3 pills only require 45 academic points. The man continues, stating that the school gave them 50 academic points to start with. Fang Ping considers the information on the screen before him. He realizes he can earn an extra sum of money by reselling the pills, and even increase his wealth value. A hand holds a pill, perhaps contemplating its potential value. The thought crystallizes, this is a business opportunity. Meanwhile, the entrance to District 1 looms, promising untold possibilities. Fang Ping lies in bed, his expression thoughtful as he considers his options. He thinks that if he didn't have the system, he might not have been able to deal with those martial artists who forged their bones twice. Martial artists start forging one of their limb bones on a deeper level to increase the strength of that particular limb further. A sliver of light pierces the darkness, hinting at the struggle ahead. The force of impact reverberates, bones straining against an unyielding resistance. The crushing realization dawns. Raw power alone is not enough to overcome the disparity. He lies in bed, the weight of his limitations pressing down on him. Desperation claws at him. He knows he must seek guidance to break through his current plateau. The path forward remains shrouded in darkness, obscured by uncertainty. A system prompt appears, posing a question about insomnia and offering multiple choices for remedies. The system's question hangs in the air, unanswered, as the world fades into a blur. The teacher's dormitory stands silent, unaware of the drama unfolding within its walls. A woman with short, white hair adjusts her hair, waiting impatiently. She stands in a doorway, wearing a low-cut top and a belt around her waist. The woman's legs are visible as she stands in the doorway. "You brat, you've come way too early," she says. The door is slightly ajar, revealing a glimpse of the interior. The woman's chest is visible, and a sound effect indicates a sudden realization. A man's face is flushed, his eyes wide with surprise and a hint of embarrassment. The woman leans in close to the man, asking, "Does it look good? Do you want to come closer, little student?" A hand reaches out and pulls at the man's shirt, drawing him closer. The man's face is now even more flushed, and he thinks, this teaching advisor speaks so frivolously. He wonders if she's not treating him like a man. The woman gestures for him to enter and close the door. He agrees. Inside, the woman asks what's the matter so early in the morning. Fong Ping stands near a large sectional sofa. The woman sits in a chair, her expression unreadable. Fong Ping's face is shown in close-up, his expression serious. He declares his desire to break through and become a martial artist. A close-up shows the collar of his jacket and the determined set of his jaw. The woman's face is shown in profile, a slight smile playing on her lips. He thinks that she would drag this matter on until he forges bones for the fourth time. He thinks he'd still be a non-martial artist, no matter how strong he is. They sit in the living room. He reflects that he initially thought he was already very strong, having forged his bones thrice, but after yesterday's battle, he felt the gap between him and martial artists. He acknowledges that while his vitality is high, it's still flimsy. Fong Ping notes his weak attack power, but his physique is better than others. The woman tells Fong Ping that he has made the right decision. She believes he will break through to become a martial artist now. The woman states that she is sure he is well aware of how difficult it is to forge all of his bones. Forging them for the fourth time only wastes time. The woman explains that things will be different after entering rank 1. He can choose to forge the bones in one particular area and work towards forging 90% of it. When he reaches that state, the true advantages of forging his bones thrice will start to surface. It will also be easier to cultivate in the later stages. The woman asks if he has cultivated the methods of honing and forging before. She reminds him that it only helps to cultivate the major blood vessels, and Fong Ping confirms that he has. When non-martial artists cultivate the methods of honing and forging, they only cultivate the 14 major blood vessels throughout the human body. In order to break through to rank 1, non-martial artists need to open up even more minor blood vessels. This allows the vitality to penetrate deeper and forge the bones. The woman looks at Fong Ping expectantly and asks if he has brought the pills. The conversation seems to be coming to a close. Gems of various colors and shapes glitter, catching the light. The word bling hangs above the jewels, emphasizing their value. Lu Finger puffs out her cheeks, seemingly amused by something. Lu Finger laughs, slapping her leg repeatedly. She declares that he brought too many pills. Someone wonders what is so funny about the situation. Lu Fengru states that this is the first time she has encountered a student so afraid of dying. She adds that even without the pills, his chances of success are still very high. He gives a thumbs up, explaining that he is just taking all the necessary precautions. Fong Ping thinks that if there is a 100% chance of succeeding with the pills, he doesn't need to risk even a 1% chance of failing. Lu Fengru, with a knowing look, asks if he has forged his lower limb bones before, judging from how he battled yesterday. A voice emphasizes the importance of remembering the order to expand the blood vessels. The network of veins pulsed with a crimson light. A warning flashed on the screen, cautioning about the dangers of improper technique. The system advised opening the major blood vessels first. Meanwhile, Fong Ping closed his eyes, focusing on the task at hand. He sat in a meditative pose, channeling his energy. His stats appeared before him, displaying his wealth, vitality, and mental strength. He focused, gathering his vitality and directing it into the minor blood vessels. The energy surged through his veins, creating a gurgling sound. Lu Fengru observed, judging that he would be able to fully penetrate all of his blood vessels without needing the vitality pills. She watched him, thinking he was so scared of dying. She mused that this brat was indeed a rare genius, but Lu Fengru looked down, a thoughtful expression on her face. She wondered which of her students were not geniuses. A group of people stand around a fire, the flames casting flickering shadows. A sharp slap echoes as two figures face each other, hands raised. With a series of click sounds, a woman examines the other's face closely. A kaboom erupts, engulfing figures in a fiery explosion. A group of people stand on a rooftop, the sound of whoosh filling the air. Tears stream down a woman's face, her expression a mask of sorrow. Rain streaks down a window, obscuring the view as a voice says, Lu Fengru. A lone figure kneels on the ground, seemingly defeated by the downpour. The man's expression is grave, a silent promise hanging in the air. A dark presence looms, a shadow threatening to engulf everything. Seated, bathed in light, protagonist Fong Ping is surrounded by swirling energy. Elsewhere, a book rests on a table, bathed in an ominous red glow. His vitality plummets, then rebounds, his mental strength surging. Mental fortitude is measured, quantified, and pushed to its limit. A ding echoes as his eye glows with newfound power. A notice flashes. He has been promoted to martial artist, rank 1. Fong Ping exhales, a visible few escaping his lips. He declares that he has achieved a breakthrough, his hands outstretched. A close-up shows a determined expression, a hint of what's to come. The system poses a question. What is most important to you now? The click of footsteps echoes through the freshman training hall. The sound comes from the doorway. Fong Ping pauses, sensing another presence nearby. Someone else is here. A woman with short, light blue hair stands in the center of the room. It's her. The woman's expression is unreadable. Fong Ping realizes that's the girl who also chose Lu Fengru during the school allocation assessment. He thinks, I thought that Lu Fengru was going to give me exclusive guidance. I didn't expect her to call someone else. Fong Ping approaches her, extending a hand. Hello, I'm Fong Ping. I'm in the same class as you. The woman smiles slightly. Zhao Xiumei. A firm handshake seals the initial connection between two individuals. 1 minute later, Fong Ping and Zhao Xiumei stand in the training room, hands clasped. The situation is undeniably awkward for Fong Ping, who wonders why Lu Fengru isn't present. Zhao Xiumei, looking slightly uncomfortable, asks Fong Ping to release her hand, prompting an immediate apology. She mentions the upcoming challenge against the older students, scheduled in a month's time. Zhao Xiumei clarifies that he is not challenging them, but rather being challenged. She notes that many of the older students are already rank 1 martial artists at their peak, questioning how he can compare. Fong Ping smiles confidently, suggesting they will discuss the matter later. Zhao Xiumei observes that Fong Ping doesn't seem anxious about the challenge at all, noting their intense discussion. The pair stand together in the training room, the details of their conversation hanging in the air. Zhao Xiumei is revealed to be Fong Ping's teaching advisor. She mentions having heard about the matter, adding that no one will stop him since he accepted the challenge. The camera focuses on a belt, cinching a pair of dark pants. Zhao Xiumei says she initially thought he was someone who treasured his life, but now thinks he's just like ordinary people. Fong Ping retorts that he wants to give it a try since they are all at rank 1, stating that it's better than having them. The camera focuses on a belt, cinching a pair of dark pants, as Fong Ping says he is constantly looking for trouble with her. Zhao Xiumei stands with Fong Ping and another student with short blue hair, as she thinks to herself, perhaps. Zhao Xiumei explains that she asked them to come because they have both officially become martial artists and, as such, must participate in the front lines of the battlefield. The camera focuses on feet standing on a wooden floor. Zhao Xiumei states, therefore, her expression serious. The camera focuses on a belt, cinching a pair of dark pants, as Zhao Xiumei says they must learn techniques to kill enemies and protect their own lives. A foot moves quickly, accompanied by a whoosh sound. Zhao Xiumei executes a kick, the impact emphasized by a BM sound effect. The force of the blow erupts in a blinding flash. The wooden pole splinters, the sound echoing, crack. The impact sends tremors through the training equipment. Another pole gives way with a resounding crack. Fong Ping and another student watch the demonstration, awestruck. The poles continue to break, each impact a sharp crack. Fong Ping's eyes widen, processing the sheer power. It seemed like a simple kick, but she actually punctured it. The pole is solid wood, yet shattered like glass. Zhao Xiumei stands amidst the broken poles, explaining that the move was one of the leg techniques called puncture kick. As she continues, she notes that, as you can tell from its name, the key is to stab. A diagram illustrates the technique. Condense vitality to a point, coordinate with the bones, and target the temple, throat, heart, or crotch. Zhao Xiumei concludes that with just one kick, you will be able to stab the other party to death, and that is the purpose of this move. She questions if attacking someone with this move will result in death. Zhao Xiumei states the obvious. Combat techniques are killing techniques. Killing, she says, has always been the intended use of these techniques. Zhao Xuemei tells them they must realize that since entering the martial arts school, they've been different. They are both fated to struggle between life and death, she warns. Zhao Xuemei warns them not to treat any battle as child's play, because once they enter the arena, it's a duel to the death. Whether the opponent is a classmate or a friend, she says. Her expression hardens as she emphasizes the stakes. Even if one day, Fang Ping has to get in the arena with Wang Jinyang, the scene shifts to a potential future where Fang Ping faces an unseen opponent amidst swirling energy. He must win against him, or even kill him. Fang Ping's expression is grim but determined. She stands before Fang Ping in the training room, surrounded by wooden dummies. Zhao Xuemei advises him to treat his current challenge as a trial mission. The teaching advisor leans in, her expression unreadable. Fang Ping listens intently, his gaze fixed on her. Zhao Xuemei promises, with a knowing smile, that she will give him a big present. Her words hang in the air, heavy with implication. The system poses a question: what present is the teaching advisor going to give Fang Ping? The options include pills, an indescribable gift, a comics membership, or a discount coupon. The shoes blur as they move, accompanied by a swooshing sound. The impact of the training echoes with a resounding thud. Fang Ping exhales, a visible fume escaping his lips. Zhao Xuemei claps, impressed. She notes that he picks things up quite fast. Fang Ping smiles, explaining that it was actually very simple once he grasped the concepts. He asks if it's simple, wondering if he's just too dumb to grasp the concept of gathering force. Zhao Xuemei reassures him that he's not dumb, and there's no need to compare different people. Rage consumes him, his face a mask of fury. She launches a kick, the force creating a powerful gust of wind. The kick connects with incredible speed and precision. Zhao Xuemei's frustration boils over, her voice rising in anger. A hand clenches, determination hardening into resolve. Just you wait. The woman with silver hair cautions, Xuemei, don't be influenced by Fang Ping. She thinks this brat really is different. The woman in the tan jacket advises, what you need to do is maintain your own breathing rhythm. Zhao Xuemei shouts, her frustration momentarily overcome. Yes. Her chest heaves with each breath, the effort of training evident. Zhao Xuemei unleashes another kick, the sound echoing through the training hall. One of the onlookers wonders why she is so mad. Someone wonders, is she so mad? The woman with silver hair instructs, Fang Ping, practice it one more time for me. Fang Ping replies, oh, okay. She gathers all the force in her foot, preparing for a powerful strike. The energy condenses into the tip of her toes, ready to be unleashed. Zhao Xuemei's eyes narrow, glowing energy swirling around her form. She expels the forces from her whole body, focusing it into the kick. The kick blurs with speed as it hurtles towards target. The impact resonates with a resounding thud, shaking the training room. A woman with white hair stares in disbelief, her expression a mix of shock and concern. Someone calls her a dimwit, clearly displeased with the display of power. Zhao Xuemei stands before the damaged wooden pole, the force of her kick evident. The woman's voice rises in exasperation, questioning why she kicked the pole. The white-haired woman explains that Zhao Xuemei's bones will end up like the pole if she doesn't improve her technique. Her foot throbbing, Zhao Xuemei winces, while another student stands nearby. She wonders if she was used as a bad example. The woman with white hair looks tired. She tells them to call it a day, internalize everything they learned, and continue tomorrow. Fang Ping looks up at the teaching advisor, curious. He asks what big present she said she was going to give him. The woman with white hair waves goodbye. She tells him to wait until he wins the competition in a month's time. The woman with white hair stands with her back to the viewer, her large hoop earrings glinting in the light. The woman with white hair's expression shifts as she remembers something. She almost forgot. She recalls that she needs to go to the logistics department. She needs to make shoes out of alloy and leather, the kind with the pointy tips. Fang Ping's eyes narrow, a bead of sweat trickling down his face. Is she asking him to wear a pair of pointy leather shoes into the arena? Someone considers the power of the puncture kick. If it really is as powerful as Liu Feng'er demonstrated just now, it'd definitely pierce right through someone with just one kick. Meanwhile, the magic uni dormitory area stands under a starry sky, the moon a sliver in the darkness. Within a framed photograph, a woman urgently asks for air Kong, her voice filled with worry. Fang Ping sits, reflecting on his time away. He realizes he hasn't called home since starting school, wondering how his family is doing. The call connects. Fang Ping greets the person on the other end with a simple, hello. Fang Ping is taken aback. The voice on the phone exclaims that he should call home more often. The girl on the other end of the line trails off, as if lost in thought. Tears stream down the girl's face as she clutches the phone, sobs racking her small frame. Through her tears, she confesses that she thought he didn't want them anymore. The system poses a question: what would you do if the person on the other end of the call started crying? Tears well in her eyes as the girl considers a painful thought. The phone is held to her ear as she speaks, her voice trembling. I thought you didn't want us anymore. Elsewhere, Fong Ping sits on a couch, phone in hand, listening intently to the conversation. He thinks to himself, a hint of amusement in his expression, stupid chubby cheeks. Fong Ping's voice is laced with guilt as he asks, how is it possible for me to abandon you guys? Are Mom and Dad doing fine? The girl sniffles, wiping her nose with a tissue, and replies simply, yes, they're fine. Meanwhile, two figures sit in a room, discussing the call. One asks if it's from Fong Ping, wondering why he took so long to call back home, while the other notes that Ping Ping must have been too busy. The girl stands up, a puzzled expression on her face. Why do I hear Uncle Tan's voice? She asks, adding that he came over to hang out today. Fong Ping, still on the phone, asks her to say hi to Uncle Tan for him later, then excitedly says he has a huge piece of good news to share. Fong Ping's face lights up with a wide smile as he declares, your brother, have broken through. The voice declared that someone had officially become a martial artist. The news was met with shock, as two people reacted with wide eyes and open mouths. The pair grabbed an old-fashioned telephone, yelling into the receiver in disbelief. Tan Jinping, holding the phone to his ear, told the person on the other end that they were overreacting. He greeted his nephew, saying it had been a long time since they last spoke. Tan Jinping, on the phone, admitted he didn't expect Fong Ping to break through so quickly. The voice on the phone exclaimed that Fong Ping had just started school and had already risen to rank 1, bringing honor to Sun City. Tan Jinping downplayed the achievement, saying it was nothing much, as there were already close to 100 martial artists among the Magic Uni freshmen. Tan Jinping acknowledged that there were already close to 100 martial artists among the freshmen, as expected of a prestigious school. Someone wants to talk to their brother a little more. Two people stand in a room, and one says he wants to discuss something with Brother Fong. Two men stand close together, and one says that now that Fong Ping has become a martial artist, it's not appropriate for him to remain as just a security guard. Someone is told to report to the Human Resource Department, as the office is still one person short. The man wonders aloud if the office is one person short. Someone thinks that the place is for the secretaries and assistants of the company leaders, so why would they be lacking people? The man sighs, thinking it's all thanks to his son that he can become someone with an official employee title in this lifetime. Someone says thank you to Brother Tan. A person asks their teacher if they can make a pair of shoes out of leather and alloy. Someone stands at a counter. A woman tells Fong Ping that he's not a martial artist yet, and only martial artists are eligible to trade for weapons made of alloy. Fong Ping says that he just achieved a breakthrough a few days ago. A man explains that it doesn't work that way, directing him to the rank appraisal area on the second floor. He adds that Fong Ping must change his temporary martial arts pass into an official one. He looks down at the temporary martial arts pass in his hand. Fong Ping understands what he needs to do. A sign indicates the rank appraisal area, A. A voice thanks the teacher. A click echoes as he opens the door, stepping into the rank appraisal area. Inside, a girl with pink hair looks directly at him, her expression unreadable. She tilts her head slightly, a soft HM escaping her lips. He recognizes her, Yang Xiaoman, the girl who launched a surprise attack during the school allocation assessment. Yang Xiaoman points a finger at Fong Ping, an O preceding her accusation. Isn't he the rookie king who beat up girls during the school allocation assessment? Yang Xiaoman steps closer to Fong Ping, confronting him about his plans. She heard that he intends to challenge the older students next month. The woman with pink hair narrows her eyes, pressing the issue. She asks if he is planning to continue challenging girls again. Fong Ping wonders why Yang Xiaoman speaks in such an enigmatic manner, unsure of her true intentions. He raises a finger, a slight smile playing on his lips. Fong Ping thinks to himself that he wouldn't mind if he could. Yang Xiaoman's expression hardens as she continues to press Fong Ping. She supposes what he's trying to say is that girls aren't martial artists. The woman with pink hair challenges his perspective. She asks if he thinks that female martial artists are naturally inferior to others, accusing him of discriminating against females. Her eyes narrow, a fierce intensity burning within them. Yang Xiaoman's expression is one of pure, unadulterated anger. Yang Xiaoman's face contorts in fury, her voice rising in volume. She shouts at him not to try to frame her like that. The woman with pink hair continues her tirade, her expression twisted with rage. She says he managed to stand out previously because the freshman lacked experience. Yang Xiaoman warns that this time, he's going against the older students who have gotten their hands dirty. She calls him a brat, telling him to wait because they'll screw him over. He chuckles softly, a barely perceptible sound escaping his lips. Fong Ping can't understand why he should fear them. Fong Ping stands in a brightly lit room, gesturing with his hand as he speaks. He observes that they are still stuck at rank 1 despite the resources available. The person he's speaking to is only shown from the back. Fong Ping believes they either slacked off or lack the talent to be martial artists. His gaze is intense, a hint of defiance flickering within his blue eyes. Fong Ping's expression hardens. The collar of his jacket is pulled up slightly, framing his neck. Fong Ping wonders why he should be afraid of them. Meanwhile, a system message appears, asking how often one calls home. The options include whenever I remember to, every day, once every week, and I don't have a home. Fong Ping stands in a room as the pink-haired woman warns him, saying that he'll be greatly disadvantaged if he belittles his opponent. She emphasizes her point, calling him out by name. Fong Ping acknowledges her reminder, but insists that he never belittles anyone. He adds that he also won't overly deny his own abilities. The pink-haired woman seems annoyed by his response. With a TSK and a whatever, she turns around and walks away from Fong Ping. A voice calls out, "Hello, teacher," from behind a door labeled rank appraisal area. He stands before the older man, who confirms that the test is to achieve rank 1. The rank appraisal machine sits ready, waiting to measure the destructive power of a rank 1 martial artist. The older man explains that to become a rank 1 martial artist, one must leave a mark on the steel board. The older man sits patiently, his feet planted firmly on the floor. The older man tells Fong Ping that he can leave a mark however he likes, even biting or scratching it. He clarifies that leaving a clear mark signifies that he possesses the power. Fong Ping thinks to himself that it is a straightforward test, and he will test what he just learned. With a whoosh, Fong Ping moves to strike the machine. A puncture kick connects with tremendous force. The force of the impact sends ripples through the air. The force of the kick reverberates through the testing room. The rank appraisal machine's screen cracks under the pressure, beeping loudly. A figure walks past the damaged machine, the screen still beeping insistently. A light illuminates, accompanied by a clear, affirmative ding. The old man at the computer clicks the mouse, declaring, "It's done." The old man explains that this is his martial arts pass, rendering the temporary one obsolete. The school will award students who achieve a breakthrough to become a martial artist with academic points. The old man continues, noting that students also do their rank appraisals here. Fong Ping, holding his new martial arts pass, wonders about those at middle stage rank 3. The old man cautions him not to be overly ambitious, advising him to wait until he reaches middle stage rank 3. He stands before the teacher, offering his thanks for the instruction he has received. The teacher glances toward the shattered remains of the rank appraisal machine. The machine lies in pieces, a testament to the freshman's power. The teacher muses on the talent that has arrived at Magic Uni this year. The teacher observes that Fong Ping's strength is dispersed, like a martial artist who has only forged one limb. The teacher's gaze remains fixed on the young man. 2 other students discuss Fong Ping's chances, one confident he will lose. One student believes such an assumption will never come true. The other student believes no one can reach their peak within a month. The teacher tells the students to assure those competing with Fong Ping that they will definitely win, hoping they don't beat him up too badly. The teacher thinks they're all idiots for using their full explosive force during a mere test, as he blows into a glass bottle. The older man, peering through his glasses, muses on the collection of intelligence. He believes such irresponsible actions will only cause harm. The scene shifts, showing a glimpse of others, their actions obscured from immediate view. The focus sharpens on Fong Ping. It's noted that he exerted around 200 calories of force with just one kick. The force of the kick is further analyzed. His vitality is probably 240 calories and above. A voice, seemingly disembodied, declares that the challenge this time will surely be very interesting. The older man is now seated at a desk, taking a sip from a container. He seems to be observing something on the computer screen. A martial arts pass identifies the young man as Fong Ping. He is a 3-time bone forging, rank 1 martial artist. The shop assistant explains that the type of shoes Fong Ping wants are classified as special weapons. They need to be custom-made and can be collected in 1 week. The shop assistant notes that Fong Ping is currently only at rank 1. Therefore, the E-grade alloy is enough for him. 1 pair of boots weighs 2 kilograms and costs 20 academic points. The leather costs 10 academic points, and the fee for the customization is 10 academic points. The shop assistant announces that the total will be 40 academic points, showing the calculator to Fong Ping. The card reader makes a noise as the transaction goes through. Fong Ping is shocked at the price, exclaiming that 40 academic points is equivalent to 1.2 million yuan. He thinks that 1.2 million yuan for a pair of shoes is too much, considering his house only cost around 800,000 yuan. Fong Ping reflects that since he hasn't learned how to use any weapons yet, he can only count on his legs and feet to protect his own life. Fong Ping tells the shop assistant to give him a set of D-grade brass knuckles made of alloy as well. The shop assistant replies that they happen to have that in stock and asks Fong Ping to let go of the card first. A box is opened, revealing a set of shiny brass knuckles. The newly acquired brass knuckles gleam under the light. Fong Ping laments the cost of the tiny weapon. A sharp slap echoes as a hand strikes a small, wooden box. The sound is crisp and decisive. Fong Ping sighs, holding the box. He wonders why being a martial artist is so costly, lamenting the loss of his academic points. Long legs stride forward, the white stripes on the pants a stark contrast to the black fabric. He continues walking, determined to check the company's current situation with Li Qingze. He needs to earn profits as soon as possible. Meanwhile, a voice calls out, beckoning CEO Fong, "Over here." The speaker is near Starbucks. A hand waves, signaling for someone to come closer. The gesture is friendly and inviting. A man in a red suit smiles, his expression eager. He seems to be the one who called out. The red suit is sharply tailored, suggesting a professional and confident demeanor. He leans back in his chair, telling the man not to call him CEO. The man in the suit agrees to call Fong Ping Mr. Fong. The wooden box is opened, revealing 10 vitality pills inside. Fong Ping smiles, stating that he doesn't need them for the time being. The man in the suit suggests selling the pills and using the money as operating funds. The wooden box is slammed shut. The wooden box sits closed on the table. The man in the suit tells Mr. Fong that he should prioritize martial arts. The man warns that giving up resources for martial arts would be a mistake. The man in the suit says that Fong Ping will be putting the cart before the horse. Fong Ping explains that he broke through to rank 1, so he has no use for the pills. An excited voice congratulates someone on achieving a breakthrough. A voice replies, simply yes. Li Qingzhen notes how quickly the breakthrough occurred. He believes Fong Ping's new martial artist status will help the company expand its business services. Manager Li tosses a vitality pill towards Fong Ping, telling him to catch. The pill arcs through the air. A hand clutches the vitality pill. A voice wonders what it is. Fong Ping stares intently at the pill. He thinks to himself that it is just an ordinary vitality pill, as he has said before. Li Qingzhen's face fills the panel, telling Fong Ping that as long as he does a good job, the company will help him become a martial artist as soon as possible. Li Qingzhen looks intently at Fong Ping, a slight smile on his face. Li Qingzhen bows deeply, thanking Mr. Fong and promising to exert himself wholeheartedly for the company. Fong Ping sits, relaxing with tea before the day's events begin. 1 month later, time has passed, and a Magic Uni Logistics department looms in the distance. The Magic Uni Logistics department stands ready to equip its students. The boots are made of alloy material, but they don't look too bad. Fong Ping examines the alloy boots, noting their soft feel underfoot. A woman stands silently in the background. He takes a step, testing the boot's responsiveness and balance. He touches the boot, confirming its quality. Of course, he thinks. Li Qingzhen watches, a knowing smile playing on his lips. The school of production is top-notch, he thinks, confident in their quality. Li Qingzhen gestures toward a room filled with boxes, inviting Fong Ping to test the boot's power. Fong Ping agrees. The testing room is filled with F-grade alloy weapons, ready to be tested. He looks up, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow as Li Qingzhen tells him he can test out the weapons here. The words hang in the air as he considers the invitation. Scattered on the floor are various weapons, a sword and spears among them. A question lingers. Were all the marks left by the weapons? The ceiling is cracked and damaged, hinting at the destructive power that has been unleashed in this room. Fong Ping and Li Qingzhen stand amidst the wreckage, surrounded by the remnants of past tests and battles. The room bears the scars of countless impacts. Close up, the wall reveals a complex pattern of scratches and dents, a testament to the force that has been repeatedly applied here. A system message appears, posing a philosophical question. If a person is nice to you, what will you do? From within the shattered wall, a figure stirs, muttering to themselves. An eye, filled with determination, peers through the newly formed fissure. The old man observes the destruction, noting the strength behind the kick that caused it. He muses that the kicker probably learned the puncture kick recently. A hand touches the fractured surface as the old man considers the implications of fully forged leg bones. Rank 1 martial artists, he thinks, need to stay on their toes. A smile plays across the face of the one who broke through the wall. A figure bursts through the weakened structure, moving with incredible speed. The old man watches as the figure emerges, remarking on how the freshmen are getting stronger each year. The wall audibly cracks further as the old man thinks to himself that he'll just spend his retirement years comfortably and peacefully over here. Elsewhere, students practice their martial arts, their shouts echoing through the training hall. The date is September 30th 4th. Fong Ping takes a swig from his water bottle as the woman with blue hair questions him. He wipes the sweat from his brow, finally answering that the competition is tomorrow. The woman with blue hair exclaims why he didn't say so earlier, declaring she'll bring Xiaoman and the others to support him. She continues, explaining that the Martial Arts Society is in charge of sparring and battles, so it'll probably be held at the Martial Arts Society. Meanwhile, the woman with blue hair states that this is not a game, questioning why he is bringing so many people. She adds that he is different and not enthusiastic at all. Fong Ping responds with an "oh, right," adding that if it had been a pretty girl like Xiaoman or Yunxi, he'd definitely be much more enthusiastic. She retorts that he's overthinking and it's got nothing to do with looks, adding that he's not ugly after all. The woman with blue hair looks away, a slight blush on her face as she asks if he really means it. He simply states that it's true. Fong Ping smiles softly, his eyes crinkling at the corners. The words hang in the air, commenting on the quality of her features. Fong Ping's name is spoken, and Xiaomei looks on with a slight frown. A glimpse of a chest, The conversation continues, unseen. The unseen speaker declares that she doesn't care about her appearance. Xiu Mei, face red with anger, argues with Fong Ping, who looks equally frustrated. Fong Ping insists that he didn't mean to upset her, questioning why she gets angry. Xiu Mei's name is spoken aloud as she stands face to face with Fong Ping. The woman with white hair states that she needs to speak with Fong Ping. Xiu Mei sarcastically refers to someone as a teaching advisor. Li Qingze advises Fong Ping to be careful tomorrow, noting his success with a puncture kick. The woman with white hair declares that after entering the arena, life or death is up to fate. The woman in the tan jacket states that if one thinks they're no match, they can admit defeat. Fong Ping smiles, remarking that her words don't sound like something she'd say. He adds that they don't have any enmity against him, so why would they beat him to death? She explains that she's helped him gather some information about the students organizing the battle. The woman with white hair reveals that the leader is a Year 3 student, Liu Yongwen, who is at rank 3 now. Fong Ping wonders if Brother Wang is picking a bone with him, musing that he probably wasn't implicated back when Brother Wang challenged Magic Uni. The woman with white hair reveals that Wang has a younger brother who was once a genius student at Magic Uni. She continues, stating that last year, Wang Jinyang beat him until the bones in his chest were crushed. Fong Ping is told that Wang's younger brother is still lying in the hospital now, and that he should know this. The woman with white hair warns that once you miss the prime period for cultivation, your martial arts journey will come to an end. Fong Ping thinks that old Wang appears to be well-mannered and gentle, wondering why he is so rough when he fights. Fong Ping realizes that Wang has given him so much trouble, and that he has to remember that he owes him for this. She extends her hand, offering something to an unseen recipient. It's a rank 2 vitality pill. Xiao Xiumei explains, its effectiveness dependent on the user's luck. The teaching advisor expresses his gratitude, though he seems somewhat surprised by the gift. Meanwhile, October 1st first dawns over the Martial Arts Society, its name emblazoned on the building's facade. The camera pans across the exterior of the Martial Arts Society building. Two women stand together, one with red hair, discussing the presence of teaching advisors at the student match. A close-up reveals the sign for the Martial Arts Society, under the authority of Zhou Yan, Minister of Foreign Affairs. From the stands, a student's confidence is noted by an unseen observer. The woman with red hair responds, stating that she dares not interfere with the sparring match. She hopes that everyone will abide by the rules. Elsewhere, a man observes that the Martial Arts Society is becoming increasingly arrogant. She delivers a stern warning, her gaze unwavering and intense. Her words carry the weight of authority. The Martial Arts Society, she asserts, will not hesitate to suppress any interference. Her tone is resolute. A man's face contorts in anger, his shout echoing through the room. He seems to be responding to Zhao Xiumei's warning. Zhao Xiumei expresses her frustration, realizing the school has granted the Martial Arts Society considerable power. She knows that filing a complaint is an option, but is not ideal. Zhao Xiumei instructs a younger student to contact Senior Chun, implying his assistance is needed to manage the situation. The girl acknowledges the request. Her gaze intense, she orders that the president and vice presidents be notified, hoping they can quickly return. Another student agrees to inform the dean, entrusting him to take control of the unfolding events. The situation is escalating. She clutches the blue folder tightly, a symbol of her authority and responsibility in this crisis. The arrival of Lu Fengru, a rank 6 martial artist at her peak, was unexpected. Her presence could significantly alter the balance of power. She ascends the stairs, her determination evident in every step. The weight of the situation rests heavily on her shoulders. A student with white hair looks down, seemingly troubled by the unfolding events. His expression is one of concern. A hand rises to cover a yawn, the soft murmur of mourning, escaping parted lips. The system poses a question. Why is the Martial Artist Society so afraid of Lu Fengru? Is it because she's known as Invincible Martial Arts, because she's famous for finding trouble, because her status is too high, or because she has powerful people backing her up? One of the figures wonders why they need to alert the dean. They don't plan to cause a scene. Footsteps echo as someone ascends the stairs, each step deliberate and measured. The woman with short white hair sits down, reassuring her companion. As long as she is there, there's nothing to worry about. The man with the dark hair vows to beat Zhang Guoru and the others to death if they dare to interfere. Lu Fengru's name hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with implication. The Martial Arts Society wonders if Fong Ping has arrived yet. The answer comes back, not yet. The woman with short white hair thinks the members of the Martial Arts Society nowadays are so haughty. Speaking of that brat Fong Ping, someone wonders where the hell he is. A heavy thud echoes as someone lands, the sound resonating with force. Boots hit the ground, the impact muffled but still present. The time reads 8:31. Fong Ping pants, sweat beading on his brow as he catches his breath. The speaker muses that the Martial Arts Society is north of Magic Uni. He wonders where the northern side might be. A voice wonders why the sparring match hasn't started yet. Another voice notes that someone is late. The crowd wonders if the rookie king has fled. They sit on the steps, waiting for the match to begin. A door creaks open, revealing a figure behind it. The sound echoes through the hallway. He apologizes profusely, explaining that Magic Uni is so big, he couldn't find his way. He realizes he's late. Footsteps echo as someone rushes up the stairs. The sound grows louder with each step. One of the women asks if Fong Ping willingly accepted the challenge this time. She looks expectantly at her companion. Fong Ping wonders aloud what will happen if he says no. His expression is unreadable. Someone tells Fong Ping to mind his words. They remind him that he was the one who accepted the challenge. The woman's face contorts with fury, her voice booming, demanding silence. Her eyes blaze with anger as she awaits Fong Ping's answer. She insists that it is Fong Ping's turn to speak, not anyone else's. The spectators watch with bated breath, anticipating the protagonist's decision. The rules of Magic Uni are clear. Sparring and even life-or-death matches are permitted, so long as both parties agree. The consequences of refusing the challenge are dire. The match will be voided. The Martial Arts Society is authorized to maintain order, ensuring everything is open and clear. The Martial Arts Society's flag stands as a symbol of their authority and commitment to fair play. The woman's expression is unwavering, her gaze fixed, awaiting Fong Ping's decision. The Martial Arts Society, it is said, will not tolerate such behavior. From the stands, a voice echoes, pressing the protagonist for an answer. Did Fong Ping willingly accept the challenge? The arena floor stretches out, waiting for the impending confrontation. Footsteps halt on the tiled floor. A voice confirms, of course. He declares that he wasn't forced into this. Fong Ping is doing this willingly. The freshman stands tall, ready to face whatever comes next. It is explained that Fong Ping, as a freshman challenged by 4 people, will be given priority. He can voice reasonable conditions as long as they abide by the rules. The question hangs in the air. Does Fong Ping have any requests? He begins to list his requests, his expression thoughtful. First, he states that the older students are not allowed to use melee weapons, worried they might misuse them. Second, he requests that each of the seniors compensate him with a rank 2 vitality pill, as he is still a freshman. Holding up 3 fingers, Fong Ping continues, stating that he needs to go against 4 people. He won't be able to continue without pills. He then asks what the older students think. The red-haired woman looks surprised, exclaiming that she hasn't finished what she wanted to say. He has made his requests, and now the crowd awaits the response. A year 3 student offers a deal. For rank 1 vitality pills, take it or leave it. The sign above the arena identifies the challenger as Liu Yongwon, a rank 3 martial artist from the School of Weaponry. Liu Yongwon smirks, confident in his position and the offer he has made. He didn't expect his random request for 4 vitality pills to be approved so easily. With the offer accepted, the challenge is validated, and the sparring match is declared to begin. The crowd watches as the stage is set for the upcoming match. Liu Yongwon steps forward, his smirk unwavering as he approaches the arena. Each step echoes with the promise of a swift victory. With a predatory glint in his eyes, Liu Yongwon asks, "Senior, what's your name?" A year 3 student at the School of Weaponry looks up, ready to answer the challenge. The student declares his name, Chun Guolong. He appears curious, a slight smile playing on his lips. The freshman explains that he hasn't offended Chun Guolong, so he wonders why he was challenged. Chun Guolong, looking angered, is asked if Wang Jinyang from Nanjiang University also beat him up. Another student sighs, saying it would be understandable if Wang Jinyang had beaten him. Chun Guolong insists that he and Wang Jinyang are different people and shouldn't be treated as his substitute. Fong Ping smiles, seemingly amused by the situation. Fong Ping asks if Chun Guolong is really planning to injure him. A woman with short white hair demands that they stop with the nonsense and decide whether to fight or admit defeat. The crowd urges them to get on with the fight or just call it off, finding the exchange long-winded. Fong Ping simply states, "All right." Chun Guolong declares that he'll admit defeat now. The blonde-haired man confronts someone, asking if they want to admit defeat. The person he's speaking to remains unseen, only their purple shirt visible. Fong Ping smiles, noting that he's just broken through rank 1, while the other is at their peak. Fong Ping continues, stating that he's already taken the pills, so admitting defeat doesn't matter. The red-haired woman cautions that admitting defeat requires careful thought, as it's not beneficial for a martial artist. Fong Ping wonders if admitting defeat is the best choice, considering his opponent is at the peak of rank 1. The blonde-haired man shouts Fong Ping's name, demanding to know what he's trying to say. Fong Ping is seen from the side, his expression unreadable as he listens to the man's outburst. A close-up of a smiling mouth states, "I'm just checking." Fong Ping stares forward, his blue eyes intense, and his expression serious. A voice cuts through the tension, posing a direct question. "Do you guys plan to kill me?" A blonde-haired man states that accidents are extremely common during sparring matches, and that nobody intentionally tries to kill anyone. The unseen speaker continues, explaining that sometimes death is unavoidable if there's no way the attack can be executed less violently. Senior Liu smiles, stating that he understands what the other person means and that he won't have any psychological burdens. To be honest, one of the men admits he's always been a simple person who even feared killing chickens since he was young. Wang Jinyang told him a long time ago that in martial arts, he has to. The man reflects on how he is supposed to fight and snatch. He doesn't know how to do that, as he only wants to practice martial arts peacefully and strive to get more resources. My teaching advisor told me the same thing. One of the chibi figures says, I must fight and snatch when the time comes. I can't act like a weakling. I don't think I'm a weakling. I'm just not very used to it. He's so long-winded. One of the onlookers thinks, wondering if he's going to fight or not. Forget it. If you're not fighting, stop saying stupid, useless stuff. Yeah. He's hemming and hawing and wasting our time. He stands with two others, explaining that their grudges are not his concern. Fong Ping supposes he has angered the other person, though he didn't mean to. The man asks if Fong Ping is admitting defeat or continuing the match. Even if he admits defeat, they will still come looking for him, so he won't. The sparring match begins. The woman with red hair yells, her expression fierce. A thud echoes through the training room. The force of a blow sends someone reeling. A kick lands with brutal force. The kick sends the opponent flying. He throws a punch, the force of it creating a shockwave. The speed of the blow is almost imperceptible. His opponent declares that his bones are forged to defend against the attack. A look of shock spreads across his face. A dark liquid sprays outward. The punch connects, the force of it piercing through the defense. Blood drips from the point of impact as the opponent cries out, calling him despicable. Fong Ping follows up with a kick, sending his opponent flying. His eyes glow with power as he prepares another strike. The speed is blinding. He lands another punch, the sound echoing through the training room. The force of the blow sends the opponent reeling. He grits his teeth, red energy crackling around his fists. Fong Ping's name echoes as he prepares to strike again. The force of the blow sends his opponent reeling backwards. His opponent is sent flying, landing in a bizarre upside-down stance. The world blurs as he falls through the air. He tumbles helplessly, unable to regain his footing. The ground rushes up to meet him as he continues to fall. The opponent, desperate, thinks about attacking Fong Ping's crotch. He vows to make Fong Ping pay if he can just land a hit. But his desperate attack misses its mark entirely. Fong Ping, relentless, prepares to deliver the final blow. The sound of impact echoes as the blow connects. His fist crashes into the opponent's face, a brutal impact. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the air. Boom. A final kick connects, a sickening splat echoing through the arena. The opponent is sent flying, a blurry figure crashing to the ground. The defeated opponent, bloodied and bruised, manages a weak gulp. He turns away from the fallen opponent, the sound of his footsteps echoing. Thump. Each step is deliberate, a steady rhythm marking his exit from the arena. His expression is unreadable, a mask of calm concealing his thoughts. A slight furrow of his brow betrays a hint of the intensity within. The man lies motionless on the tiled floor, a pool of blood spreading around him. A figure stands nearby, their features obscured by shadow and motion. In the vast arena, several figures gather around the fallen form, their footsteps echoing in the sudden silence. The women reel from the news, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. He's dead, one whispers. The world seems to blur as the weight of the moment settles in. The spectators in the stands watch with a mixture of shock and morbid curiosity, the gravity of the situation hanging heavy in the air. The medical personnel, faces grim, deliver the somber verdict. I'm sorry. A hand moves to cover the body, a final act of respect and closure. Meanwhile, elsewhere, a woman wonders if she should leave some food for Fong Ping. A child clutches a bag of food, oblivious to the events unfolding elsewhere. The man's gaze is intense, his expression a mask of suppressed emotion. A voice cries out filled with raw fear. I'm really scared of death. Fong Ping's brow furrows, a shadow of regret crossing his face. He admits to himself that he didn't mean to kill anyone, citing his limited skills. A man with short gray hair speaks with intensity, his brow furrowed in anger. He declares that once someone enters the arena, they're responsible for their own life and death. A slight smile plays on Fong Ping's lips as he resolves to continue. Someone asks if he isn't going to rest, but Fong Ping says he's already booked a train ticket for this afternoon. He confidently states that he'll just kill them and get it over with, as another student flies through the air. Fong Ping stands firm, ready to face whatever comes next. A man with short dark hair looks on with a furious expression. He is identified as Zhang Wei, a Year 3 student from the School of Weaponry. Zhang Wei recalls how, at the start of the year, Wang Jinyang broke half of his sternum, halting his martial arts journey. He laments that they already have limited resources and lack the backing of a strong family. The photo is cracked, his graduation dream shattered. Wang Jinyang's rise has sealed his fate. He recalls the martial arts skills he was taught. Now, Zhang Guowei seeks vengeance against his former teacher. Zhang Guowei declares that this fight is solely for the sake of exacting revenge. There are no martial artists among his friends and family. Should he die, all grudges will be settled. Zhang Guowei thinks to himself that he and the protagonist, Fang Ping, aren't so different. Wang Jinyang might not help him out. Beating him to death shouldn't land you in too much hot water, he thinks. A woman with red hair shouts, "Start!" With a whoosh, Zhang Guowei's fist connects with his opponent's face. The sound of impact echoes as the punch lands with a resounding BAM. The force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. The two figures trade blows, each strike carrying immense power. The air crackles with energy as the fight intensifies. One woman asks if someone will die this time, and the other responds that it is most likely. Fang Ping grits his teeth, knowing he has limited vitality as a newbie at rank 1. He thinks that as long as he advances steadily, he will be able to exhaust his energy. He unleashes a devastating blow, the force of which echoes through the surroundings. The impact sends ripples of energy outward. Fang Ping, pale and breathing heavily, struggles to maintain his stance. Zhang Guowei smirks, thinking that Fang Ping looks like he can't hang on for long. He prepares to unleash another barrage of attacks, declaring he will see how many more punches Fang Ping can withstand. Two figures observe that Fang Ping is being overpowered by Zhang Guowei, and that they will definitely win this time. From the sidelines, one observer notes that Fang Ping is running out of vitality. He believes the beginner can't compare to a rank 1 martial artist. Another woman urges Fang Ping to hurry up and take his pills to replenish his vitality. She observes that Zhang Guolong is cornering him too aggressively. He doesn't have any time to eat the pills. Zhang Guowei moves in for another attack, his expression fierce as he closes the distance between himself and Fang Ping. Zhang Guowei taunts his opponent, demanding to know if he can't even stand still now. This time, Zhang Guowei vows to settle his grudges against Wang Jinyang. Zhang Guowei declares his intent by bashing him to death. The attack lands, and Fang Ping is sent crashing to the ground, blood splattering around him. Fang Ping's name echoes in the darkness. Fang Ping looks up, his expression strained as he breathes heavily. He has used up 140,000 wealth values, but his vitality replenishment is complete. His opponent's eyes widen, pupils shrinking in disbelief and dawning horror. With a puncture kick, Fang Ping strikes his opponent squarely in the face. The force of the blow sends a shockwave through the air. The kick pierces through, causing a spray of blood. Blood drips from the opponent's mouth, his expression one of agony. He wonders how that's even possible. Fang Ping continues his assault, his vitality surging. A confident smirk plays on Fang Ping's lips as he stares down his foe. His vitality has been restored. The force of the blow sends his opponent crashing to the ground. The crowd erupts as Fang Ping stands over his fallen foe. Elsewhere, officials watch with keen interest from their elevated booth. The man's eyes widen, a bead of sweat trickling down his brow. The man wonders aloud how Fang Ping's vitality was restored so suddenly. Another man observes that Fang Ping was clearly almost out of energy. The woman questions when Fang Ping managed to take the pill. Fang Ping declares that the fight must continue. His fist clenches, determination etched on his face. He continues to walk away, as the woman with long pink hair questions if he isn't resting. She says that she has already booked a train ticket. The man in charge announces that they should invite the next challenger up to fight. The crowd awaits the next match. The crowd watches with anticipation. Someone asks who is next to fight. A hush falls over the crowd. A man raises his hand. The man raises his hand, admitting defeat. He says that from now on, he will just focus on practicing martial arts. Another man states that it doesn't matter whether he is rank 1 or 2. He seems to be giving up. The man thinks to himself that martial arts may not be suitable for him. He looks conflicted. Someone in the crowd yells out the name Zhang Chong. The man walks away, seemingly in defeat. The woman with pink hair watches him. The man and the woman with pink hair stand together, looking determined. The woman with pink hair declares that she will go. She looks ready to fight. The man tells the woman with pink hair to forget it and admit defeat. She seems determined to fight, regardless. Two figures walk away, their destination unknown. One calls out to Liu Yongwon, but he does not respond. The speaker acknowledges that their skills are not on par with their opponent. Defeat seems inevitable. Fang Ping's name hangs in the air, a challenge or a declaration of intent. A memory surfaces. His younger brother, once a genius, held high hopes. The family placed all their expectations on him. Wang Jinyang injured him, and he never recovered. He will remain at rank 1 for the rest of his life. The man's expression hardens, a grim resolve settling over his features as he thinks of his brother's fate. He insists he has no ulterior motives, he just wants to make something clear. In a martial arts struggle, everything is at stake. There is no right or wrong, he believes. Everything depends on one's abilities, a harsh truth etched on his face. Wang Jinyang crippled his younger brother, he says, his voice laced with fury. He vows to turn his opponent into a cripple, too. However, martial arts has its own rules, he acknowledges, as the scene shifts to the arena where the fight will take place. Since his current rank is higher than his opponent's, he can't do anything to him, the man explains. But once he reaches rank 3, he'll be very happy to give him a taste of how his younger brother feels, the man says, his expression a mask of barely contained rage. An unseen observer believes there is no need to wait. Footsteps echo as people ascend the stairs, heading towards an unknown destination. A man with a sheathed sword declares his current rank. Liu Yongwen stands before Wang Jinyang, president of Nanjiang Martial Arts University's Martial Arts Society. He stares intently, his expression unreadable. The challenge is thrown, the gauntlet laid down. A crowd gazes upward, a palpable sense of anticipation hanging in the air. Yang Jian descends the stairs, his expression unreadable as he approaches. Whispers ripple through the crowd. Some are shocked that it is really him and question his audacity to come to Magic Uni. Wang Jinyang's face is grim, his eyes narrowed as he surveys the scene before him. Liu Yongwen's voice cuts through the murmurs, directly addressing someone. Does he accept the challenge? The man's expression hardens, his jaw tightening as he listens to the challenge. The air crackles with tension as Wang Jinyang's name echoes through the crowd. Wang Jinyang's face contorts in anger, declaring that this is Magic Uni, not Nanjiang Uni. The Magic Uni teaching advisor accuses him of making a scene, questioning if he even knows the rules. He retorts that he is initiating the challenge precisely because he is following the rules, implying he would have acted long ago otherwise. Someone asks the teaching advisor if he is at rank 4. In 3 days, he will be promoted to rank 4. By then, he dares anyone to challenge him. Wang Jinyang ascends the steps, his sword strapped securely to his back. He addresses the crowd. He addresses everyone present, be they students or teaching advisors. If anyone is unhappy with him, they can challenge him. A man in a white tracksuit stands with a woman who has pink hair. They both look on with concern. A woman with short white hair looks to the side, thinking of Wang Jinyang. She muses that no wonder he disappeared for a time, as he was breaking through to rank 4. This means he is currently at the peak of rank 3. Judging by the amount of rank 3 students present, she fears that Magic Uni will lose all face if they really start a fight. Utter silence falls. A group of students look on, one saying that nobody dares to challenge him. Another says that he knew it. Fong Ping looks up, thinking that Wang Jinyang only dares to bully the newbies. He believes that students from Magic Uni are all like that. Someone calls out to Wang Jinyang, telling him not to slander them. A man states that this is a fair challenge, as Fong Ping agreed to it on his own accord. He asks if it is fair. Fong Ping thinks that there are a bunch of rank 1 martial artists at their peaks, and they're challenging him when he's a freshman who just broke through to rank 1. Wang Jinyang stands on the stairs, asking if the situation is fair. The supporting Wang Jinyang is frustrated by the current situation. Wang Jinyang doesn't believe there is anyone in Magic Uni and challenges them to fight. A crowd of people watches as Wang Jinyang makes a challenge. Wang Jinyang asks if they think he won't dare to kill students from Magic Uni. Wang Jinyang's fist clenches as he continues his challenge. Wang Jinyang announces that he will challenge rank 3 students from Magic Uni, and all are welcome. A woman with silver hair tells Wang Jinyang to shut up. The woman reminds him of the incident when he thrashed all the rank 3s. The woman stands with her arms crossed, listening to Wang Jinyang. Wang Jinyang is still mad about Fong Ping's situation, and if you anger him, things won't end well. Someone is speaking, but it is unclear who. He stands on the stairs, addressing the crowd before him. Wang Jinyang declares that his matters have nothing to do with anyone. He continues, saying that they can reject challenges they feel are dangerous. Wang Jinyang warns them not to be afraid of revenge. He vows to kill all rank 4 students in Magic Uni if they continue to seek it by the time he reaches rank 4. He continues his threats, stating that once he reaches rank 5, he'll kill all the rank 5 students in Magic Uni. The crowd remains silent as Wang Jinyang continues his tirade. A woman stands up, declaring that enough is enough, Wang Jinyang. She asserts that Fong Ping is her student, and he has no right to intervene. The woman states that this sparring match was started by trash whose vitality and mentality were worn out by him. She continues, saying that the true elites of Magic Uni would do no such thing. The woman warns him not to underestimate Magic Uni, and not to bite off more than he can chew, even if he regards himself as invincible among those of the same rank. She concludes by saying that he is the reason this screwed-up incident happened today. He thinks of Fong Ping and how he can't look after him forever. The figure walks their back to the viewer, carrying a bag. Liu Yongwen declares that after he is promoted to rank 4, he will be able to do anything. The man states that he is the one who beat up someone's younger brother and dares them to seek revenge. The man recalls that someone's dad is at rank 4, isn't he? He questions if they dare to challenge his father with those abilities of theirs. The man claims that if he didn't have a grandmaster watching over him, someone's dad would have attacked him long ago. He continues, stating that the grandmaster holds him in high regard. Wang Jinyang declares that compared to the others, he is much more valuable, and they should resign themselves to their fate. A woman calls someone a lunatic and questions who let him in from another school. He chuckles, amused by the situation unfolding before him. Lu Yonwon explains that he bumped into someone at the train station. He invited them to look around. Lu Yonwon considers that what was said makes sense. He wonders why they need to kick up such a fuss. The man with blue hair smiles, goading his unseen opponent. He tells them to just admit if they're chickening out. Lu Yonwon turns around, a smirk playing on his lips. He announces that he'll be in Magic Uni for 3 days. Those who want revenge are welcome to challenge him anytime. A close-up reveals the hilt of his katana, bathed in a red glow. With a whoosh, he strides away, leaving his challenge hanging in the air. The challenge echoes in the empty stands. He won't wait if they pass the deadline. They should come find him if they're not afraid of death. Silence follows. A crowd gathers outside the building, their attention focused on the entrance. From the back, a figure watches the crowd, a speech bubble indicating someone is speaking. Lu Yonwon smirks, thinking, "Old Wong, you've stolen all the limelight away from me by appearing here." A system message appears, posing the question, do you think someone will challenge Wang Jinyang? The options are, yes, the locals here are not to be messed with, and no, everyone is so busy with school. The arena stands empty, the stands rising in tiered rows. 3 figures stand together, their expressions unreadable from this distance. A lone figure stands in the center of the arena, declaring, "It's over." Fong Ping stands at the base of the stairs, looking up at someone. Fong Ping acknowledges the performance, noting that it was quite something. Fong Ping approaches a girl with pink hair, remarking that her tactic wasn't bad either. The pink-haired girl addresses Fong Ping, observing that he already exhausted all his vitality. She wonders how he managed to restore it, noting that she didn't see him eat any pills. Fong Ping looks at the pink-haired girl, questioning her inquiry. The pink-haired girl, looking ashamed, is told that she should know better given her upbringing. Fong Ping's expression hardens, his eyes narrowed with intensity. Fong Ping warns her that prying into secrets creates enmity and tells her not to ask about it in the future. The girl with blue hair looks worried as the pink-haired girl speaks, mentioning someone has already killed people. A young man waves goodbye to the teaching advisor and the 2 girls, stating he'll take his leave first. The pink-haired girl's expression hardens, and she wonders why he is so cocky. The teaching advisor and the 2 girls walk away, while someone approaches from the opposite direction. The teaching advisor looks off to the side, stating that it's his. Meanwhile, someone calls out for Brother Wong, asking where he is. A man on the phone states he is at the guest house in the school, prompting a confused reaction. The man on the phone is shocked by something he has heard. The man on the phone is concerned, questioning why the other person isn't leaving the Magic University's territory. Waiting for someone to challenge him, he gives a simple confirmation. Fong Ping holds his phone to his ear, a slight smirk playing on his lips. He knows his reputation precedes him. No one dares to step forward. Meanwhile, the Magic Uni guest house stands tall, a beacon for those seeking accommodation and sustenance. Inside the guest house restaurant, a chandelier casts a warm glow on the patron below. Fong Ping watches 2 others eating, reflecting on the recent matches. He states that he let the other person fight to understand something. His eyes narrow as he considers the path to strength and survival. Fong Ping raises his head, thanking someone he calls Brother Wong, and insists he wasn't bullied. He reflects on his decision to accept the match, driven by unhappiness and a desire to understand martial arts. Fong Ping asks what the other person thinks a martial artist should be like now. He considers the idea that martial artists are a bunch of people who disregard life and death. Fong Ping dismisses the notion, asking who isn't scared of death. The aroma of food fills the air as someone munches contentedly. The speaker explains that even grandmasters are the same when it comes to human lives. A group of people stand chained together, their paths destroyed by Wang Jinyang. The consequences of martial arts are dire. The man with blue hair eats, explaining that those who seek strength often bear grudges and become spiteful. He seems to be speaking from experience. A hand clutches a glowing, crimson heart. The man with blue hair emphasizes a point, saying, "But this." The image focuses on a torso, the speaker stating that just because someone is challenged doesn't mean they don't want to live. The stakes are high. A man with black hair declares that whether he lives or dies, this fight is solely for the sake of exacting revenge. He is consumed by vengeance. The man with blue hair suggests that those who challenge them might not have intended to kill them. He believes they are just pitiful lads unable to admit their own defeat. A subtle sound effect, bump, suggests an interruption or a shift in the conversation. The tension remains palpable. The man with blue hair sits at a table with another person, who sighs and says not to think too much. He adds that martial artists have their own rules. The man with blue hair smirks, stating that the other person is right about something. His expression suggests he has a deeper understanding. The man with blue hair looks directly forward, his expression unreadable as he says, "Whether you live or die, the stakes are life and death." The scene focuses on a torso, the speaker stating that this is a common thing in the world of martial artists. Death is commonplace. A variety of dishes sit on the table, ready to be eaten. Fong Ping listens as Wang Jinyang speaks of the effortlessness of some martial artists. The words echo in his mind, striving to become strong, to survive. He won't survive if he doesn't get stronger. Fong Ping is told that he is different from the others. The man suggests that he should just cultivate in peace. Wang Jinyang says that it's fine once you get used to it. Fong Ping says, all right, understood. The man with blue hair says that the methods they use to cheer him up are so weird. He sighs, saying that it's fine once you get used to it. The three men sit at the table, the dishes getting cold. Fong Ping responds with a simple, oh right. Wang Jinyang asks what mission brings them to Magic Uni this time, asking if he won't tell him about it. The young man with blue hair brings food to his mouth. At the table, the conversation turns serious. It's a big mission that involves going to the catacombs, Qin Fengqing states. The man in the white shirt shakes his head, seemingly disapproving of something. The man warns Fong Ping not to look into this matter too deeply. The man in the white shirt states that he can't get involved in this right now. The man's expression is serious, perhaps contemplating the gravity of the situation. The man tells the little junior to listen to his brother Wang and to focus on his cultivation for now. Another man interjects, telling them to stop and eat, trying to lighten the mood. The man simply replies, okay, seemingly resigned to the situation. He thinks to himself that he probably can't interact with such a thing as the catacombs for now. Sun City, Riverview Court Apartments hums with the sounds of chirping birds. A group gathers outside the apartment building, anticipating someone's arrival. Fingers tap impatiently, a subtle rhythm of anticipation filling the air. He arrives, a warm smile gracing his face. I'm home, Fong Ping announces. His name echoes, carried on the rustling breeze. Fong Ping, a voice calls out. A figure turns, ready to greet the returning hero with open arms. Fong Ping pulls his suitcase, the wheels rustling against the pavement as he approaches. A young girl, wearing an ice cream cap, looks up, a mix of surprise and joy on her face. He thinks to himself that the little brat is welcoming him at the doorstep. Tears well in his eyes as Fong Ping realizes the depth of their sibling bond. The child beams, arms outstretched. Round face, she exclaims with delight. He leaps back, narrowly avoiding an unseen attack. The little sister crouches low. The little sister looks up at Fong Ping, a question forming on her face. She asks why he's back so early. The little sister explains that it's better to come back in the afternoon because it's less crowded. The little sister scolds Fong Ping for not calling before coming back. She insists they go upstairs, calling herself Big Sister. The little sister declares that they must teach those people from the nearby high school a good lesson. She mutters, those bitches. The little sister questions whether it's appropriate for Fong Ping to be involved, now that she's found someone to help out. She notes that they actually have the audacity to snatch the territory of the Yuan Ping Club. Two girls stand before the little sister. One of them comments that they should have found a stronger one, calling Fong Ping too skinny. The little sister puts a finger to her lips, shushing the girls. She wonders if she is now the big sister. The words Yuan Ping Club appear in a dark thought bubble. The little sister's expression is one of shock and realization. She wonders what exactly happened while Fong Ping was away for 2 months. Fong Ping smiles, his eyes gleaming with an unsettling intensity. He asks if she would believe him if he said it was all a misunderstanding. He is pulled along by his little sister, who insists they discuss this at home. Two girls follow behind them. The door slams open. A woman with short hair asks why Fong Ping didn't tell them he was coming home. The woman gestures to Fong Ping and his sister, telling him to tell their mother himself. Fong Ping sits on the couch with his sister, who looks away nervously. He asks her to tell their mother what's going on. Fong Ping says that his sister has become so capable that she's copying others and becoming a gangster and a big sister. He wonders why the Yuan Ping Club isn't named Ping Yuan Club instead. Fong Ping thinks that his sister needs to be taught a good lesson. He notes that she's already setting up a roadside stall and doing business with her classmates, and that they're fighting for spots every day. Fong Ping's mother stands with her arms crossed, asking if it's a roadside stall and if they're fighting for spots. Teary-eyed, the little sister says she's just selling a little bit of his stuff and asks if it was necessary to pinch her for so long. She adds that he doesn't even use them anyway, and they're only taking up space. She then asks which of his things she sold. The little sister admits she sold 2 sets of clothes, but claims it wasn't many. A woman smiles, her eyes closed, seemingly pleased with herself. The words hang in the air, heavy with accusation. You don't have anything left. The room is entirely empty, the stark reality echoing the harsh words spoken. A glimpse of the room, the emptiness stretching into the distance. Fong Ping's face contorts in rage, yelling, Fong Yuan, damn you. Tears stream down little sister's face as she explains that everyone has been trying to get their hands on his stuff since he became a martial artist. A voice cries out, filled with indignation. How dare you say that? Little sister continues to eat, oblivious to the turmoil around her. The woman serves little sister more food, remarking that the little brat brought it upon herself, while Fong Ping asks what happened to Yuan Yuan. A question hangs in the air, unspoken but heavy with concern. What exactly happened while I wasn't around? Fong Ping stands with the woman and little sister, the tension palpable as they discuss the situation. Despite the chaos, Fong Ping manages a small smile, perhaps finding some solace in being home. A chaotic brawl unfolds, bodies colliding amidst a flurry of blows. The fight intensifies, impacts echoing as combatants clash with brutal force. He grits his teeth, a fierce determination burning in his bright blue eyes. The man's neck is shown, unharmed, after the brutal fight. Fortunately, I'm still alive. The system poses a question. Which girl do you think is the cutest? A lunchbox in hand, Fong Ping is seen off by his family. The little sister sticks her tongue out as her family shops. A key sits idly, perhaps forgotten or soon to be used. Fong Ping relaxes, while his little sister practices her balance. Sun City train station looms, a place of departures and goodbyes. From inside the train, Fong Ping hears his sister's plaintive question. Tears well in her eyes as she asks why he is leaving. She sobs, confessing her fear of being bullied at school. The train waits, a silent witness to the siblings' farewell. Fong Ping reassures her, saying only he is allowed to bully her. She reaches for him, begging him to stay. He asks her to take care of their parents and be more mature. She clutches the phone to her ear, tears welling in her eyes. Her voice trembles as she says, "Okay, I understand." The train begins to move, its wheels screeching against the tracks. The sound echoes through the station. Inside the train, Fong Ping watches as his little sister sprints alongside the carriage, desperately calling out his name. He remains inside the train, watching as the station blurs past the window. Fong Ping raises his hand in a final farewell. He thinks it's great to have a younger sister like Fong Yuan. Her sneakers pound against the platform as she struggles to keep pace with the accelerating train. Elsewhere, a man's lips curl into a smile as he speaks. Sisters, quickly assemble at my house. The little sister stands with her hands on her hips, a determined look on her face despite the tears. A voice booms, declaring that Fong Ping has left many good things behind. Another voice adds that they can earn a sum of money again. People walk through a modern building, seemingly unaware of the events that have just transpired at the train station. The trading counter bustles with activity as students mill about. Fong Ping's face is illuminated by the glow of his inner face. He reflects on his recent spending and the need to trade for more pills. Teacher Lee scratches a wooden abacus, greeting Fong Ping with a knowing smile. Fong Ping is reminded of the usefulness of the boots he acquired, thanks to academic points. Teacher Lee assures Fong Ping that he will recover his expenses with the 4 rank 1 vitality pills. Fong Ping reflects on the fact that the teachers at the exchange counter know about the sparring match incident. He wants to exchange for some ordinary vitality pills. Teacher Lee asks if 3 is enough, and Fong Ping replies to give him 67. Teacher Lee's expression is unreadable as he stares at Fong Ping. Teacher Lee accuses Fong Ping of planning to sell the pills off to earn a surplus, which is why he's exchanging for so many. Fong Ping holds up his student card, as he is reminded that selling pills is akin to engaging in monopolized business and is penalized if caught. A card is held between 2 fingers, the transaction about to occur. Teacher Lee holds the card, stating that a small transaction isn't a problem. Teacher Lee sighs, explaining that the vitality pills will deduct academic points, leaving only 1 point. The teacher's expression is stern as he considers the implications of the transaction. A figure shrouded in shadow asks if someone is really sure about that. The man's eyes narrow, a hint of determination flickering within them. A hand slams down with force, accompanied by a resounding yes. The card is marked, the message clear, deducted. The wealth value increases by a significant amount, plus 670,000. The character stats are displayed, showing health and mental strength levels. Elsewhere, the scene shifts to District 1, a modern structure under a bright sky. Inside a room, a bed sits against the wall, a picture hanging above it. He speaks with Manager Lee, mentioning he has 70 vitality pills. Fong Ping asks if it's convenient to sell them off. Manager Lee replies that it's not very convenient to sell so many pills. He explains they aren't powerful enough yet and could get into trouble. The manager fears getting caught by the inspecting department, which could cause trouble for the company. Fong Ping, lying on his bed, asks about the method he used last time. He wonders if he could use it again to sell the pills. Manager Lee explains that last time, there weren't as many pills. He says big companies have no issue secretly selling them, but it's too dangerous for them. The call ends with a beep. Fong Ping understands and says he'll think of other ways to sell the pills. Meanwhile, a door is shown with the number 15 on it. The scene shifts to a different location, perhaps an apartment or office. Fong Ping is shocked to see a large quantity of vitality pills. He exclaims in surprise, overwhelmed by the sheer number of them. The text emphasizes the abundance of rank 1 pills, highlighting the sheer volume of the available product. A younger boy asks Fong Ping if his family needs money urgently. Fong Ping responds hesitantly, saying sort of. The character reflects on the necessity of vitality pills for controlling depletion or nurturing future generations. He notes the high demand, but also the cheaper prices from private sellers. The text explains that the price is usually around 60 to 70% of the original price, indicating a significant discount for these pills. Behold the vitality pills, one red and one green, as Old Wong looks on. 60 to 70%. That's too little. Fong Ping considers the value of his stock. He has 70 ordinary vitality pills and 11 rank 1 pills, worth 10.3 million in total. The potential profit lingers on his mind. He must sell them for more than 7.1 million to a surplus. Anticipation hangs in the air as Old Wong presents a proposition. How about this? I'll help you ask my old man whether he wants them or not. Fong Ping is confident that no one will complain about having too many vitality pills. Old Wong assures him that his stocks are ready and to tell his dad not to offer too low a price. Old Wong relays the offer from his father. My dad is offering 9 million. What do you think? Fong Ping considers the offer. 9 million is akin to giving a 10% discount, but it's more than he predicted. A smile spreads across his face as he agrees to the deal. The deal is sealed with a thumbs up. The smartphone vibrated urgently, a new message lighting up the screen. The display confirmed the transaction. Mr. Fu had transferred 9 million renminbi. Wealth value increased by 1,900,000. The protagonist's wealth stat climbed to 8,600,000, while vitality and mental strength also saw a slight increase. Elsewhere, an image depicted Fong Ping with the Yuan Ping Society. The room buzzed with hushed speculation. Why had they been summoned here on a day without classes? The sudden assembly stirred a sense of unease among the students. One student lamented the lack of rest during the cultivation period, pointing out the dark circles under his eyes. Another saw a silver lining, anticipating a chance to catch up on sleep since classes were canceled. Two girls discussed the possible reason for the assembly. One speculated that the teaching advisors had something to announce, prompting the sudden gathering. Another student, annoyed, told Yang Xiaoman to stop using her mirror. A student's expression is one of slight annoyance, perhaps at the delay or the disruption of his routine. He looks forward, awaiting the explanation for the sudden assembly. The conversation continued, with one student resigned to the fact that no amount of mirror gazing would erase his eye bags. Another student, Xiaoman, was told not to get angry. A click echoed as the door slid open, drawing the attention of the assembled students. The moment of truth had arrived, the reason for their summons about to be revealed. The teaching advisors entered the room, their presence commanding attention. A student announced their arrival, signaling the start of whatever was planned for them. The students stood in formation, awaiting instructions. The advisor began to speak, stating that they had asked everyone to assemble there today. The advisor continued, explaining that the assembly was to form the school's special training class. The students listened intently, curious about what this new class would entail. A student pondered the meaning of this announcement. What exactly was this special training class, and what challenges would it bring? The student explains that the class will be mainly taught by him. He adds that teaching advisor Lu Fengru will also be instructing the class. The student continues to list the instructors who will be teaching the class. Teaching advisor Luo Yichuan and teaching advisor Su Jianzhou are also named as instructors. The student concludes the list with teaching advisor Zhou Shiping. The student adds that there is one more instructor on top of that. The student reveals that the dean will also occasionally teach the class. The students are excited to learn that the grandmaster will be teaching them. One student believes that with the grandmaster giving him classes, he can expect to break through to rank 3 before he graduates. Teacher Tang raises his hand and asks why the school suddenly decided to form a special training class. The student responds that it involves the freshman championship among all the martial arts schools in the nation. The national championship is the reason for the special training class. The stakes are high. The pride of the school is on the line. Wang Jinyang's face is contorted with fury, his eyes burning with intensity. The message is clear. Victory is not an option, it is a necessity. The national competition weighs heavily on the mind of one student. The students are engaged in discussions, the weight of the upcoming competition evident in their expressions. They know they will face Capital City Martial Arts University. The intensity of the situation is reflected in the close-up of a single, determined eye. Every student present is an elite martial artist, carefully selected from the entire freshman class. These students represent the future of Magic Uni, and they will take part in a special training class. The student contemplates the possibility of earning academic points for free, even if it's a small amount. Wang Jinyang explains that a class representative will be selected to help the teaching advisors inform the students. The offer was presented. Volunteering would be rewarded with 10 academic points. The students listened, considering the proposition. One wondered who would waste time being an errand boy. The woman dismissed the concern, advising them not to view it as a troublesome chore. She emphasized the need to be strong enough to take on the position of class representative. One could simply fight classmates until they conceded defeat. Another student chimed in, suggesting they let the representatives do all the errands on their behalf. Someone criticized El Fengru, deeming her words unbecoming of a teaching advisor. The man's face contorted in anger, red energy radiating around him. He spoke the truth. He said they needed to have the motivation to take up the role. Speaking of which, he felt like that's still not enough. A voice noted that as everyone progresses in terms of ability, there'll definitely be some changes along the way. El Fengru smiled, suggesting they change the class representative once every half month, rewarding them with 10 academic points each time. She crossed her arms, awaiting a response to her proposal. A student looked at El Fengru, considering her suggestion. He wonders if she is helping him fight for more benefits. There are still 3 months before the championship, and 6 chances to change the class representative. A sinister laugh echoes. Someone states they'll be able to earn 60 academic points, which is not a small amount. Another person calls it nonsense, questioning how the rules can simply change. The muscular man agrees, stating that you can't do that, teaching advisor Liu. He stands with the woman with short white hair. The woman with short white hair wonders what's so bad about motivating them to work harder. She asks why not ask them whether they're willing. The students appear eager to try, as they stand in a group. Indeed, the students have been motivated. Someone says, ahem, all right then. Just as teaching advisor Liu said, just now, those who are willing to run for the position. Someone says to stop going by those useless procedures, because it's a waste of time. The woman with short white hair calls out names, summoning students forward. Beside her, a red-haired man listens intently. A student with dark hair responds with a resounding yes to the summons. The students stand together, awaiting further instructions. The woman with purple hair looks on with a stern expression. It is noted that the students under teaching advisor Tang possess outstanding abilities, and Fong Ping performed well in the previous sparring match. Zhao Lei is considered the best among all Magic Uni freshmen, and Yang Xiaoman is also very strong. One student admits he would likely lose if he were to fight her. 2 figures agree that one of the 3 students should be the class representative, recalling how badly Fong Ping beat the seniors last time. The red-haired man is told that there appear to be no objections to the selection of candidates. It's decided that the 3 will be candidates for the position of class representative. The person who wins will be the class rep, and those who lose will run errands for free. The red-haired man remains silent, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications. The students stand in formation, the tension palpable as the teaching advisors seemingly try to stir up trouble. Fong Ping, his eyes gleaming, resolves to get the academic points no matter what the cost. Old Wang steps forward, his expression determined as he speaks. He declares that he will go first against Fong Ping. His fist clenches tightly, a surge of intensity radiating from his posture as he prepares for the challenge. Elsewhere, a hand lies open, palm up, as Zhao Lei wonders aloud if it is him. Zhao Lei's face is etched with defeat as he questions why the number 1 student was beaten so badly. He wonders if he has lost. Another student stands over Zhao Lei, stating that Fong Ping should be number 1. He adds that Fong Ping could go against 100 people by himself, all at once. Zhao Lei's expression hardens, a flicker of anger in his eyes. He thinks to himself how careless he must have been to lose to Fong Ping. Fong Ping is thanked for taking care of someone during the previous school allocation assessment. The person being thanked responds with a casual, "You're welcome." Zhao Lei's gaze is intense as he declares that things need to be made clear first. He warns against crying or bearing grudges later on. The air crackles with tension, a silent threat hanging as the words, "if you lose," echo. He narrows his eyes, a sinister edge creeping into his voice. Yang Jian declares that if Fong Ping loses, he will work for him for free, informing others to assemble for classes. A cruel smile stretches across his face, revealing a hint of malice. Yang Jian warns that if he loses, the same fate awaits him. Suddenly, a system time notification appears. The system asks, "What are your plans during the national holidays?" The options include travel, studying, rushing work, or being jealous of the king's avatar updates. The figure, crouched low, responds with a confident declaration, "Of course." With a burst of speed, Fong Ping launches a powerful punch, the air displaced by the force of his strike. The blow connects, sending a jolt through the target as the impact reverberates. Fong Ping has been cultivating his skills intensively ever since the school allocation assessment ended. In just 1 month, he's completed bone forging 9 times, pushing his body to its absolute limit. His fist, wreathed in a fiery aura, slams into his opponent with devastating force. The impact echoes with a resounding bang, as the force of the blow sends shockwaves through the air. 2 figures sprint forward, their movements a blur of speed and determination. The man's brow furrows in disbelief. "He dodged," he exclaims, realizing Fong Ping never intended to attack with his fists. A swift kick connects with a sickening crack, the force of the blow shattering bone. The man's face contorts in rage as he shouts, declaring his opponent's efforts futile. His mouth opens wide, a furious declaration escaping his lips, a promise of change power. A fist connects with brutal force, impacting his face with a sickening smack. Blood splatters across his face as pain overwhelms him, his eyes squeezed shut. The sting of the blow is intense. He cries out, furious that his nose was struck. Tears well up in his eyes, a mixture of pain and humiliation flooding his senses. He is grabbed roughly by the collar, a harsh command ringing in his ears. No crying. Another punch lands, this time accompanied by a warning against holding grudges, delivered before crowd. The beating continues, each blow punctuated by taunts of superiority and threats of further violence. Defeated and bloody, he lies prone, the aftermath of the brutal assault evident. He apparently wasn't ruthless enough, as Zhao Lei wasn't really injured. Though, Zhao Lei was beaten up quite badly. It's true that he won't die, but Zhao Lei won't be able to show his face for a week. The red-haired man says it's their turn. The man stretches, while the woman with pink hair stands nearby. They seem to be discussing the previous fight. Xiao Man is told to forget it, as Zhao Lei has already been beaten up to this extent. The woman with purple hair seems concerned. The woman with pink hair wonders what will happen if he does the same to her later. She seems worried about the possibility. The woman with pink hair looks down at the beaten Zhao Lei, her expression unreadable. She seems to be contemplating something. The woman with pink hair thinks about what would happen if she really got beaten up by Fong Ping until her face got swollen. The woman with pink hair is asked if she's going to be so hard on him as well. She looks slightly annoyed. The man smiles confidently, seemingly amused by the situation. He appears to be enjoying the drama. The man smiles, saying of course. He seems to be agreeing with something that was said. Someone says that beating pretty girls up is a learning experience in itself. They ask if teaching advisor Tang agrees. The group of people stand together, listening to the conversation. They seem to be waiting for a response. The boy with dark hair explains the rules. There is no mercy in martial arts. The pink-haired girl, brows furrowed, admits defeat, though she seems unhappy about it. The boy simply shrugs, as if to say it can't be helped. The red-haired man watches silently. The red-haired man declares the class representative for this round. The boy with dark hair waves, acknowledging that he will be Fong Ping. The camera focuses on the lower half of a person in athletic gear. After the match, the red-haired man stands over someone lying on the ground. Zhao Lei is instructed to find the speaker to get the timetable for mass training later. Tomorrow, the speaker dismisses everyone for the day. The students stand in formation, listening to the instructions. Fong Ping observes someone trembling on the ground, noting that they've finished resting. Fong Ping admits that he was unlucky this time, but the context of his statement remains unclear. The person he's speaking to is crying, but Fong Ping dismisses it, claiming he feels like he bullied a little kid. He adds that university life has just started. The injured party retorts that he wouldn't have teared up if Fong Ping hadn't punched his nose, his face swollen from the blow. Other students are laughing at Zhao Lei, calling Fong Ping ruthless for hitting him so hard in the face, even worse than the previous time. Zhao Lei thinks that he lost the previous round because he was careless, and that he's been holding a grudge since then. Fong Ping's fist connects with Zhao Lei's face, the force of the blow evident. Someone observes that now that Zhao Lei has experienced the feeling of hopelessness, he won't feel aggrieved anymore. Another person responds, "Oh right." Fong Ping is thanked for the day by the teaching advisor, as he stands with other students. The teaching advisor tells them that they don't need to thank her, as they fought for this by themselves. The teaching advisor explains that the more resources they get, the faster they'll be able to improve and perhaps die faster as well, so there's no need to thank her. However, the teaching advisor suggests that it's a good idea to take advantage of this opportunity to get more academic points and resources. Fong Ping turned, hearing a questioning murmur behind him. The stakes were clear. If Magic Uni lost the championship, the teaching advisor explained that the nation's resources would be diverted elsewhere. He added that it would probably be more difficult to get academic points. Fong Ping's companion noted that the teaching advisor's style didn't usually involve considering what would happen if they lost, especially since the special training class had just been formed. The other student added that the advisor was looking down on their abilities. The teaching advisor shook his head, seemingly disagreeing with their assessment. He insisted he wasn't looking down on them, explaining that Magic Uni and Capital Uni were the top two prestigious schools. He added that they had always received more funding than ordinary martial arts schools. The visual aid showed that Magic Uni and Capital Uni received $100 billion in funding, while ordinary martial arts schools received only $10 billion. However, over the past 2 years, students from both prestigious universities have been defeated by students from ordinary martial arts schools. A student's determined face was framed by a background of fire and fallen figures. The name Wang Jinyang appeared amidst the flames. These prestigious schools get huge amounts of resources, yet they're still losing to students from ordinary martial arts universities. Of course, all the various martial arts schools are unhappy with such resource allocations, as the teaching advisor addressed a room full of students. They believe that if they get an equal amount of resources, they can compete. The figures stand firm, their stance suggesting a readiness to fight for their cause. With enough wealth, they believe they could nurture more talents like Wang Jinyang. Someone wonders if old Wang should be the main character, given the recent changes and the fight for resources. The woman's expression is unreadable, but her eyes hint at a deep concern. This championship serves as the best opportunity to showcase their abilities and get the resources, but she wonders what changes are coming. Fang Ping is warned not to look into this matter too deeply, as the speaker's eye reflects a serious warning. The man's gaze is intense, suggesting he knows more than he is letting on. Someone is told that they can't get involved in this right now, the tone suggesting urgency. The red landscape hints that something must have happened, a sense of foreboding hanging in the air. The cafeteria buzzes with a low hum of conversation, a symphony of clattering trays and murmuring voices filling the air as students gather to refuel. A student walks through the crowded room, carrying a tray laden with food, lost in thought as he navigates the maze of tables and chairs. Fang Ping stares ahead, his expression unreadable as he considers the implications of his recent display of power. He overhears whispers, his brow furrowing in confusion as he catches snippets of conversation about his strength and the recent school allocation assessment. The whispers intensify, students speculating about his abilities and whether he's reached the peak of rank 1, their voices hushed with a mixture of awe and disbelief. The conversation shifts to his personality, with one student wondering if Fang Ping harbors an inferiority complex, fueling the gossip mill with speculation. One student believes that Fang Ping intentionally let Fu Changding get beaten up during the school allocation assessment. Another student agrees, noting Fang Ping's power and questioning why he didn't help Fu Changding, pitying the handsome guy. The students discuss who Fang Ping is comparing himself to, mentioning Zhao Lei and others, as they analyze his actions and motivations. One student confidently declares that Fang Ping is jealous of others who are more handsome than him, adding fuel to the fire of speculation. The woman with purple hair glares, her red eyes burning with intensity. She declares that he is jealous of everyone. Another woman brandishes a small knife, recalling how he allegedly beat up girls during the school allocation assessment. The group of women exchange worried glances, the woman with pink hair looking particularly concerned by the accusations. One of the women recounts an incident from the special training class, claiming he even wanted to beat her. Her friend is shocked by the revelation. The woman with pink hair confirms the story with a simple, yet firm, yes. The conversation shifts, the woman in the pink top steering the discussion in a new direction with a casual, anyway. A close-up reveals a man's face contorted in a crazed expression, sweat dripping down his face. A hand slams down on a table as one of the women warns the others to avoid dating such a petty and violent guy. The women continue their discussion, their body language suggesting a mix of concern and disapproval. The woman with pink hair suggests they let him stay single and warn future female students to prevent them from falling into a demonic den. Overhearing their conversation, Fang Ping stands with his back to the group, internalizing their harsh words and judgments. His face contorts with anger as he processes the implications of their gossip. He broods over the slight, a dark promise forming in his mind. The orange-haired character, eyes glistening with unshed tears, accuses someone of jealousy. The unseen person retorts with a sharp command, "Get lost." Meanwhile, under the serene gaze of the moon, an unseen threat looms. A tremor shakes District 1, the ominous boom echoing through the night. The boom reverberates, shaking the very foundations of the building. Inside, someone cries out, questioning if it's an earthquake as the room violently shakes. Chaos erupts as the ground continues to tremble. A wave of panic washes over the city as people flee in terror, the sound of their footsteps a deafening thump. A single, armored foot descends, each step a resounding thump of impending doom. He glances back, the recent tremors still fresh in his mind. Around them, others tentatively emerge, questioning if the danger has truly passed. "It's over," one asks. A teacher addresses the students, assuring them of the school's earthquake resistance. He urges them to go home and rest. The students murmur amongst themselves, shaken by the event. One wonders if it truly was an earthquake. Fang Ping recalls the intense vibrations, a nagging doubt forming in his mind. Something feels off. A voice echoes the same suspicion. Magic City isn't in an earthquake zone. Meanwhile, the sign for Capital Arts University glows faintly in the night. A group of figures, cloaked in shadows, advance with purpose. Their faces are obscured, their intentions hidden as they move forward. A man in a suit strides ahead, leading the mysterious group. Footsteps echo, growing louder as they approach. The classroom building stands tall, ready for a new day of learning. Inside, students murmur with anticipation, eager for the special training class to begin. The podium awaits the arrival of the instructor, promising specialized knowledge. Bairuashi approaches, her footsteps echoing softly in the large hall. With a resounding slam, she places a document on the table, commanding attention. Bairuashi's expression is serene, hinting at the knowledge she possesses. The teaching advisor from the School of Weaponry prepares to lecture on specialized knowledge. One student is awestruck by the goddess-like figure, while his companion remains skeptical. The art of being shameless might be a necessary skill for this class. Bairuashi announces that something else needs to be done before starting the lecture. The document is revealed to be a non-disclosure agreement for the special training class. The students listen intently, aware that joining the special training class comes with responsibilities. The students listen intently as the terms of the non-disclosure agreement are laid bare. Everything they hear is confidential. They must take responsibility for the consequences. She holds up a sign, proudly displaying the name of the institution, Magic City Martial Arts University. Her expression is warm and inviting. The text of the agreement is clear. If you're scared, you can withdraw from the special training class. The choice is yours. One student considers the offer. It won't be easy to earn those academic points, but he's already here. He can't go back empty-handed. The lecturer poses a question to the room. Nobody wants to leave? The students remain seated, contemplating the decision. Silence hangs in the air as the students weigh the risks and rewards of continuing with the special training class. Bairuashi smiles, pleased with the students' resolve. She simply states, very good. A student holds the non-disclosure agreement, ready to sign. This is the standard that Magic Uni students should uphold. With the agreement seemingly accepted, the lecturer announces that the first lesson of the special training class will now begin. Before 1921, the existence of martial artists was based on hearsay. It was regarded as nonsensical. In January of that year, the Sino nation officially recognized the existence of martial artists through newspaper publications. The Capital Martial Arts Society stands tall, a testament to its legacy. In that same year, it was established the older version of the Capital City Martial Arts University. The Capital Martial Arts Society was established due to a particular incident. The city lies in ruins, a stark reminder of the past. In December 1920, tremors shook the earth with the highest intensity in history. Hundreds of thousands of people were either injured or dead. Since then, martial artists have stepped up to nurture martial artists. The devastation stretched far and wide, a landscape scarred by an unseen force. After so many years, there are already millions of martial artists in the nation. Why do martial artists still hold such special privileges and high social positions? To put in a larger context, it is because society needs them. A group of figures stands silhouetted against a fiery backdrop. The city skyline pierces the sky, a symbol of resilience amidst the chaos. And in an even larger context, the earth hangs in space, a fragile blue marble. It is because humanity needs them. The fate of the world rests on their shoulders. The students sit attentively, ready to face whatever challenges lie ahead. They are the future. Bairuashi addresses the class. The enemy that all of humanity faces is the catacombs, a place shrouded in mystery, its true nature unknown to all. Initially, it was believed to be an underground world, but martial artists found nothing despite extensive searches. Even after digging thousands of meters, no traces of the catacombs could be found. Its entrance is underground, yet that particular world is not located underground. Movements within the catacombs can trigger immediate earthquakes. Currently, there are already 22 entrances discovered within the Sino nation alone. A student speaks to their teacher. The student wonders what exactly is in the catacombs, zombies or monsters. The woman's expression is unreadable as she listens to the student's question. There's a whole new world in there, apart from the absence of modern civilization. All the humans, animals, and monsters are extremely similar to the ones on Earth. An entrance to the catacombs was once damaged, and afterwards, all of the living beings rushed out. The teacher speaks, and the student covers their face, wondering why the living beings in the catacombs want to rush to Earth. Are the living conditions in the catacombs harsh? The woman with dark hair says they haven't finished investigating the reason behind the invasion, and can only speculate about what the catacombs really are. Once they enter the catacombs, all external energies and technological weapons will lose their effectiveness. So martial artists can only depend on their own strength and vitality to kill the living beings in the catacombs. As long as he has wealth value, Fong Ping thinks he'll be a vitality engine with unlimited ammunition. Then again, Fong Ping wonders, maybe Old Wang will be the savior of the world. He's the one who truly has all the cheats, able to cultivate so fast even without the system. Have the heavens sent him here to save this world? A rustling sound fills the air. The rustling continues. He shouts, calling Qin Fengqing an idiot and an imbecile, his face contorted in anger. Qin Fengqing retorts, regretting ever listening to Fong Ping's plans, lamenting that he's now digging his own grave. The ground rumbles with a deep thud as someone insists the village is huge, filled with powerful people. Two figures sprint through a forest, one noting the energy mine is as big as a fist. They plan to snatch it and strike it rich. The catacombs in Magic City are rather abnormal, he explains, as a number of villages have been emptied. If things continue like this, he fears their side will experience what happened in the north. There are lots of strong people in Magic Uni, he insists. Someone shouts, calling another an idiot, fearing things will turn out the same way they did in the north. The Grandmasters will definitely block the main entrance, a voice warrants. By then, the two of them can wait for their deaths in the catacombs. A man urgently calls out for the teaching advisor, his expression etched with worry. He insists that their president wouldn't want them to risk entering the catacombs again just to save him. Another man says no more, claiming it's his fault for failing to take good care of them. The Grandmasters will seal the entrance very soon. A close-up reveals a man's face as he utters a single name, Jin Yang. If he fails to return, a voice says, someone should take good care of an I. Qin Fengqing looks troubled, the recent sealing of the northern catacombs weighing heavily on his mind. He reflects on his own weakness, knowing he can't venture too far alone. Qin Fengqing wonders if they should bring Fong Ping along next time. His gaze is intense, the weight of the situation evident in his eyes. Another man notes that Fong Ping has progressed quickly and is also sly. He believed that the three of them together would have no issues. The man reminds Qin Fengqing not to forget that Fong Ping is still just at rank 1. The man is slapped as someone points out that Fong Ping isn't even rank 3 yet, and are trying to get him into the catacombs, where he'd end up as bait. The sound of footsteps abruptly stops. Wang Jinyang sighs, seemingly burdened by the situation. A landscape stretches out before him, and he thinks that if people and monsters weren't in this world, it would be a rather beautiful one. Two figures walk along a path in a vast, open landscape, perhaps even more beautiful than theirs. One of the figures suggests marrying a creature in the catacombs to see if they would be accepted. The training grounds stand ready, awaiting the day's martial arts practice. The instructor demonstrates the basics, emphasizing that there are only a few fundamental staff techniques. He explains that this is an example of butting, stressing that speed and strength are paramount. The instructor roars, explaining that they're targeting the chest, heart, and throat areas. He continues, stating that when swinging down, the exerted strength must be stable, and the force must penetrate. His face contorts with effort, a testament to the power behind each strike. The intensity of the training is palpable. The instructor advises forcing the enemy back until they start defending, then increasing attack strength. He commands to perform a sweeping attack, demonstrating the technique. The staff sweeps through the air with a resounding whoosh. The students watch intently as the instructor demonstrates the staff technique. He explains the importance of focusing energy at the tip. With a resounding thump, the staff slams into the ground. He declares that these are the basic moves. The staff clatters against the floor as Luo Yichuan pauses, awaiting questions from the students. Luo Yichuan, the teaching advisor of the special training class, asks if everyone understands the demonstration. The students clamor for another demonstration, admitting they couldn't see clearly enough the first time. They were too fast. Luo Yichuan relents, calling on the class representative to come forward. All right, class rep, you're up next. The class representative's expression hardens. He states that he will split the lesson into different parts, teaching each move one by one. The students stomp their feet in anticipation. The class representative prepares to demonstrate the technique. Another student taunts the class representative, pointing out that his face is swollen. The class representative angrily tells him to shut up. The student smirks, thinking to himself that it's not easy being the class representative. He knows he'll be beaten to death if other teaching advisors ask him to demonstrate. The class representative's eyes glow red with fury. He warns the student that if he says one more sentence, he'll beat him to death right away. A fist, large as a wok, is poised to strike, the air thick with tension. The blow lands, a blur of motion and impact against the unfortunate recipient. Another student is struck, the sharp slap echoing through the training hall. Laughter erupts as the student is mocked by the entire class for their misfortune. Fong Ping, eyes blazing, announces it is time for students' duel practice. A student protests, claiming Fong Ping is too ruthless for mere practice, as the sound of a bump resonates. Denials and accusations fly as another student is struck, the smack punctuating the argument. Footsteps echo as someone approaches, the tension palpable in the air. The footsteps continue, drawing closer to an unknown destination. Meanwhile, a group of students examines a list, surprised by the existence of an internal martial artist ranking. The Sino Nation Grandmaster ranking displays the top martial artists, including Li Jun and Zhang Tao. A student is shocked to discover their principal's low ranking on the list, exclaiming in disbelief. The young woman explains that the internet rankings only include well-known martial artists. The list includes grandmasters and members of various departments. Another student points out that even Brother Xiaoma is only ranked 104th. The woman agrees, noting that it's already good for their principal to be on the list. The student wonders if old Wang is on the list, flipping the page to find out. The student is shocked to see that Wang Jinyang is ranked 27th among the lower rank 3s. He notes that his name is on the last page. The 3 students look up, contemplating how glorious it would be to be part of the ranking list one day. The teacher's dormitory stands tall, sunlight glinting off its windows. The woman with short white hair looks weary. She states that she has just returned from the catacombs. Her shoulders are tense, her expression grave. She says that things over there have been temporarily settled. Fong Ping, a bandage on his cheek, listens intently. The girl with blue hair looks concerned, asking if it's safe now. The woman's expression is grim. She explains that only the impact this time around has been relieved. A monstrous creature roars, its fangs bared. The creatures in the catacombs are attacking the entrance more frequently. The girl and Fong Ping listen as the woman explains that everyone requires an increasing amount of resources. The school is going to increase the difficulty level of training. The woman lies exhausted on a couch, her eyes closed. The weight of the situation is clear. She tells them to pack their things and take 2 days off school. She will bring them 2 out. The girl asks if they're going to the catacombs. Fong Ping says that even if that's the case, he'll do his best. He stands with the girl with blue hair as a man questions his skills. The man asks if he's digging his own grave. The woman leans in, reminding Fong Ping of a time when she told him something. Her expression is knowing. The car speeds along the road, the sound of its engine echoing. The tires screech as the car takes a sharp turn, the world blurring around it. The sleek, white sports car gleams in the sunlight, a symbol of speed and luxury. Fong Ping stares in disbelief, muttering to himself as he takes in the sight. The woman stands beside the car, asking if this is the big present she's giving him. She tells him to get in the car. It isn't. The sky stretches wide, a canvas of blue and white. Below, the suburbs of Magic City sprawl, a mix of urban and rural. The architecture hints at something more than meets the eye. 2 men in dark suits stand guard near a pristine white car. The bald gatekeeper tosses a coin, stating the entrance fee, 10,000 yuan per person. A hand presents a small, shimmering pill, its purpose unknown. The voice encourages them to take the ordinary vitality pill and enter. The group steps forward, one questioning why they're charging entrance fees for a village courtyard. One of the group demands to know what the teaching advisor will provide. The door creaks open, followed by a resounding bam, suggesting a forceful entry. A close-up reveals a man's face contorted in pain, blood, and sweat mingling. Blood splatters, a stark testament to the violence within. The crowd roars, their bloodlust palpable as banners demand death. Within the ring, a brutal exchange unfolds, each blow carrying immense force. Crimson sprays across the scene, a testament to the violence unleashed. A sickening crack echoes as the woman with short blue hair reels. Her eyes widen in terror, a muffled cry escaping her lips as she's restrained. A hand clamps down, silencing her protests and deepening her fear. The teaching advisor states that if she can't bear the sight, she should leave and not mention the championships. The advisor's piercing gaze holds a depth of understanding, or perhaps something more sinister. A man's face is covered in blood and sweat, his eyes wide with a mix of pain and determination. A hand lies limp on the ground, a stark reminder of past experiences. The man with gray hair greets someone, identifying him as teaching advisor Woody. The gray hair man tells the other to cut the crap, instructing him to make arrangements for someone to stay in a morgue. A delicate hand touches the woman's neck, her expression unreadable in the shadows. Someone questions the morgue plan, but another voice confirms it. Xiao Zhao is ordered to bring the little guy to the morgue. The man orders someone to be left alone in there, a sinister smile playing on his lips. One asks if the morgue visit is the promised present. The other confirms it, a one-day tour in the morgue. A crack echoes as the man's face is shown. It is said that martial arts students used to come here to boost their courage. Someone questions why those at the top are supporting the group from the martial arts uni, predicting their demise in the arena. One man believes the kid from the martial arts uni can only last 30 minutes at most. Another bets he'll only last 10 minutes. It's suggested that it wouldn't be so short, considering he's a student from martial arts uni. A smirk plays across the man's face, his eyes glinting with amusement. A voice echoes in the darkness, a curious invitation to observe. A single, bare bulb casts a harsh, red glow, illuminating the scene with an unsettling light. The room is sparse, containing only a barred window and 2 figures lying prone on the floor. An old television flickers with static, displaying the words, "Save me," amidst the noise. A voice expresses annoyance at the horror film being broadcast to set the mood. Fong Ping stands with his arms crossed, observing the unsettling scene before him. A disembodied voice laments a wrongful death, while another dismisses it as just a dead person. A hand reaches out towards a body lying prone, the scene bathed in the eerie red light. Fong Ping's expression is thoughtful as he considers the strength of the bones. The focus shifts to the partially forged bones of a limp arm, lying still. The camera focuses on the back of someone's head, the scene still bathed in red. Fong Ping contemplates the fatal blow, a punch that shattered the bones of the throat. He stares down at the body, a sense of pity washing over him. It seems the victim's left arm wasn't completely forged. Between 35 to 45 bones were forged. A metallic clang echoes through the chamber, the sound bouncing off the cold, unforgiving walls. The noise is sudden and sharp, cutting through the silence. 3 figures, eyes glowing with an eerie red light, scream in unison. Their mouths are wide, their faces contorted in a silent, agonizing cry. Fong Ping's eyes now burn with the same unsettling red glow. His expression is unreadable, a mask of dark intensity settling over his features. The system chimes in, posing a question. Why did Fong Ping say goodness gracious in Cantonese? The options range from spouting nonsense to a saying to drive away bad things. A backdrop of faded letters and numbers fills the space, a digital echo of the questions posed. The answers remain elusive, hidden within the code. A metallic clang echoes as a man screams in apparent agony. The man's face is etched with determination amidst the chaos. A series of thumps resonate, leaving the source a mystery. A powerful kick lands, the impact reverberating through the scene. A woman stands, her expression unreadable in the dim light. The man notices a string, a detail that catches his attention. A group of chibi figures declares that someone is definitely behind this. Someone is putting things back properly, tending to the injured. Kneeling beside the fallen man, he begs for forgiveness, claiming it wasn't on purpose. The crowd roars its approval, the sound echoing through the arena. The fight intensifies, bodies flying as the crowd cheers wildly. Amidst the chaos, the victor is hoisted up, his leg held high in triumph. The dim light barely penetrates the depths of the corridor. 2 figures kneel beside a fallen man, their expressions grim. One man whispers to another, noting something different about the newcomer. He doesn't seem scared at all. The man above the fallen one recalls that he wasn't scared earlier either. Unless the man's chest is exposed, and the voice declares that he has already seen blood. Fong Ping's face is marred by small cuts, his expression unreadable. The hooded man speaks of ordinary martial artists with no backing, forced to fight for resources. Darkness. The sound of a zipper echoes in the darkness. More darkness. A plate piled high with bloody steak, fried eggs, and vegetables sits steaming, an aroma that elicits a visceral reaction. The man across the table grimaces, clearly disgusted by the sight of the bloody steak, while the woman watches him with a knowing smirk. The woman explains that only dried or raw food can be eaten upon entering the catacombs, but cooking is possible near an energy mine. The man looks at the woman, wondering what she thinks about after dealing with corpses all day, as they sit across from each other at the table. He continues to ponder the implications of her question, his brow furrowed in thought. He reflects on the reality that being a martial artist is not as glamorous as ordinary people might think. The woman agrees, then suggests he consider participating in a life-or-death arena match to gain experience and strengthen his abilities. He looks shocked at the suggestion, finding the idea of a life-or-death arena match too sudden to consider. The younger person with blue hair says that they can go for it, as the woman with gray hair is the teaching advisor. The woman with short gray hair eats, a condescending remark hanging in the air. The woman with blue hair clenches her fists, vehemently denying the accusation. She declares that she isn't scared of those people from the arena today, no matter what. The meat is sliced, and the woman with blue hair gulps, realizing she hasn't come into contact with real blood. The meat is sliced again, and she declares that she can do it, determined to prove herself. She suppresses her emotions, her face contorted in a grimace of determination. She abruptly announces that she is going to the toilet, rushing away from the table. The teaching advisor asks why Xiaomei is so eager, peering through the blinds. The woman with short gray hair remains at the table, lost in thought. A close-up shows the meat on the fork, a symbol of the challenge ahead. It is revealed that Xiaomei's father was a rank 4 martial artist who died in the battle at the Tiananmen catacombs. Currently, those in power are eyeing the companies that her father left behind. The need to protect her family's interests fuels Xiaomei's desperation. The teaching advisor observes that Xiaomei is very motivated, unlike Fong Ping. The teaching advisor explains that he wants to become strong and rich. He wants to provide a good life for his family. Fong Ping scoffs, suggesting fear of death motivates him. Fong Ping demands to know what the teaching advisor means by that statement. The teaching advisor proposes a regular match, since Fong Ping doesn't dare to participate in life or death battles. The teaching advisor gestures to a plate of food, repeating his suggestion for a regular match. Having already stated his position, the teaching advisor says he has no choice but to agree. Fong Ping, with a slight smile, says he'll give it a shot. Meanwhile, the lights of the arena shine down on the stage. The arena awaits the competitors, the word noisy emblazoned across the scene. The teaching advisor tells Fong Ping not to be nervous, assuring him a regular match is safe. Fong Ping asks if there will be any prize money if he wins, and learns it will be 50,000 per match. The teaching advisor's expression is one of concern, his brow furrowed with worry. The crowd is noisy as bets are placed. Someone mentions that the odds are at least 1 to 3, as the teaching advisor picked an experienced martial artist. His eyes glowing with determination, Fong Ping declares that he will bet 1,000,000 on himself. A voice responds to Fong Ping's declaration with a surprised, "Oh, okay." A woman states that she has placed a 5,000,000 bet on him, warning that he will have to compensate her if he loses. Another person bets 1,000,000 on Fong Ping, wishing him the best as the stakes rise. A voice calls out, singling out, "You too." An announcer's voice booms, greeting the audience with a good evening. The announcer, dressed in a suit and sunglasses, gestures dramatically as he invites the two challengers into the arena. The arena awaits, its structure looming over the unseen combatants. The system interrupts the fight's introduction with a question. How do you usually like your steak done? The options are A. Rare, B. Medium rare, C. Medium well, and D. I never eaten steak before. Bright lights illuminate the arena, signaling the start of the event. The crowd roars as the fighters stand ready in the ring. The announcer welcomes the boxing club's king of winning to the stage as the crowd cheers wildly. The announcer, wearing sunglasses, shouts into the microphone, hyping up the crowd. A voice declares the fighter to be a rank 1 martial artist at his peak. The muscular fighter stands ready, flames erupting behind him. The crowd's excitement is palpable as the fighter's power is displayed. The crowd chants black face as the announcer introduces the courageous rookie, a rank 1 middle stage martial artist. The rookie stands in the ring, facing the jeers and taunts of the crowd. Someone in the crowd comments on how young and fragile the rookie looks, suggesting he'll be disfigured. A woman with blue hair scoffs at the moniker King of Knives. She questions the use of stereotypical impressions to mislead an enemy. The woman with silver hair explains that Luo Ichuan specializes in spears, but also teaches other weapon techniques. She adds that Lion Tang specializes in kicking and boxing, but is not weak with other weapons either. The silver-haired woman continues, suggesting that if Luo Ichuan loses his spear and Lion Tang isn't allowed to kick or box, they'd be at her mercy. She believes they'd end up dead without even knowing why. The woman with silver hair advises her companion to learn from the future and not just focus on an enemy's nickname. Fong Ping tells Qin Fengqing that it's his first time in the arena and admits he's a little nervous. Fong Ping smiles, saying it's just a friendly match between them. He asks Qin Fengqing to give him some slack if he can't win. Qin Fengqing responds with a stern look, stating that they'll see how it goes. Fong Ping, now in the ring with Qin Fengqing, tells him not to be so serious, as he'll get nervous. He feels that since this is just a regular match. Qin Fengqing tells Fong Ping not to go further than necessary, saying there's no need to fight so fiercely. He thinks Fong Ping is too long-winded. The bell is about to ring. The bell rings, signaling the start of the match. He moves with incredible speed, a whoosh marking his sudden advance. Qin Fengqing's expression is obscured, but his focus is absolute. Qin Fengqing shouts a warning, telling him to watch out for his leg. A bang echoes as Qin Fengqing's leg connects, sending a shock through the arena. Qin Fengqing curses, realizing he was caught off guard by the protagonist. Fong Ping's face contorts with fury, his eyes narrowed in determination. A flurry of punches lands on Qin Fengqing, each blow marked with a resounding BAM. Qin Fengqing's face is bruised and battered, showing the impact of the relentless assault. Qin Fengqing is forced to retreat, his opponent's relentless attacks pushing him back as the crowd yells at him to fight back. The spectators offer a mix of encouragement and advice, urging Qin Fengqing to aim for the head and not give up. His fist clenched, Fong Ping prepares to deliver another devastating blow. Fong Ping unleashes another attack, the force of his punch creating a powerful whoosh. Qin Fengqing grits his teeth, fury etched on his face. Damn, he shouts. The blow lands with brutal force, a sickening hump echoing as blood erupts. His head snaps back, a crimson spray painting the air as he reels from the impact. The world blurs as the arena spins around him, the lights a dizzying haze. A foot comes down hard, the stomp reverberating through the ring. He manages to raise his arms, the block a desperate attempt to shield himself. A surge of energy crackles around his face, the air buzzing with power. Lightning arcs from his leg, a visible manifestation of the force he wields. The air crackles with raw energy, a dangerous aura surrounding the fighter. Qin Fengqing's eyes widen in disbelief, a flicker of fear crossing his features. The final blow connects, a devastating punciliar that promises to end the fight. The force of the kick reverberates through the arena. Qin Fengqing struggles to speak. Bloodied and beaten, Qin Fengqing admits defeat. The arena blurs as Qin Fengqing falls. The sound of his body hitting the ground echoes. He admits defeat. The arena lights shine down on the fallen fighter. Fong Ping smiles, victorious. He offers a traditional fist and palm salute, expressing his thanks. The crowd reacts with shock and disbelief. Others in the audience watch with rapt attention. Whispers ripple through the crowd, questioning the fight's sudden end and Fong Ping's strength. The woman with white hair exclaims that the King of Knives is awesome. A woman with large hoop earrings stares intently ahead. The announcer declares the match over, stating it lasted less than a minute. Fong Ping raises his arm in victory. The crowd watches, one person thinking that this victory won't be very useful to Fong Ping. The system poses a question: what is the moral of the story? The possible answers include not trusting strangers, the weak claiming to be strong, admitting weakness, and not talking before fighting. A background image fades into view. The message relays that Fong Ping, as team leader, will select missions. Zhou Shiping stands before a group of students at the computer terminal. He states that he is responsible for their safety and will not interfere otherwise. One of the students is perceived as having an aloof attitude. The text explains that teaching advisors are not allowed to guide their own students to ensure fairness. Zhou Shiping doesn't have many students because palm techniques aren't popular at Magic Uni. Although Zhou Shiping is the oldest among the teaching advisors, he is considered quite capable. A hand taps the screen to enter the mission system. The text emphasizes the importance of choosing the right missions. Mission types are displayed, including military, criminal investigation, and police bureau missions. The students stand, ready to embark on their chosen school missions. A hand interacts with the screen, presumably to select a mission. The team must strike a balance between time, difficulty, and reward. Fong Ping considers the options, though the case is that the other teams are looking for profit. A mission briefing details the target: Lin Xing, male, age 34, a middle-stage rank 1 fighter who practices foundational fist and leg techniques. The document also notes that the target escaped on August 30th, 2008, and is worth 50,000 cash. Qin Fengxing expresses his disbelief at accepting a mission with only rank 1 difficulty. Tang Songting argues that their abilities are good enough, and there's no need to be so cowardly. Qin Fengxing explains that their results will affect who gets selected for the championships. He adds that there are few rewards, and they'll be split equally. Qin Fengxing suggests that even if they're trying to be conservative, they should at least accept a mission at rank 2. Tang Songting is asked if he's fought with a rank 2 martial artist before. A female team member hesitates, seemingly unsure of the plan. Fong Ping asks what gives Tang Songting the confidence to take on rank 2 missions. Qin Fengxing warns that this is not a sparring match, and criminal convicts are going to go all out to fight against them. He adds that if someone gets left behind and attacked, it might result in their death. Qin Fengxing states that even if they don't care about human lives, if the number of team members decreases, future missions will get harder. He speaks, questioning if a teaching advisor will accompany them. The man's blue eye glances to the side as he remains silent. His expression hardens as he declares himself the leader, firm in his decisions. He continues, stating that over the next month, they must listen to him. The man asserts that he doesn't want to play around with democratic voting. He challenges anyone unhappy to face him one-on-one. The team stands together, listening to their leader's declaration of authority. Another man responds, simply saying, "All right." A screen displays the mission target, Lin Xing. The face of Lin Xing is displayed on the screen. The information states that he last appeared at the baiting area and is a compulsive gambler. The plan is to search the underground casino at Beiding. The woman with blue hair expresses concern. There's so many casinos in Beiding. What if they can't find him? Fong Ping states they have 3 days. He remains silent, his expression unreadable. The team leader's black shirt is visible as he states that if they can't find him, they'll give up. The man with long gray hair announces that everyone should get ready and prepare to set off in an hour's time. He adds that they'll accept the penalty of a 10% reduction in rewards. The man walks away, thinking that this meager reward is not worth spending so much time on, and that the target is too cowardly. The woman with blue hair is whispering that he is the team leader. Another man whispers that it looks like they'll be ranked at the... Fong Ping is asked why he is behaving a little. Meanwhile, the baiting area underground casino is bustling with activity. People are chattering. The casino is bigger than expected. The team is told to split into different teams and search. Fong Ping is told that if he discovers the target, he should not take things into his own hands. They discuss contacting the other teams and striking once assembled. 2 women cough, noting they haven't spotted the target and the cigarette smoke is too strong. Team B is mentioned. 2 figures stand at the back door, realizing they've been spotted by the casino bouncers and questioning what to do. 2 students express their inexperience, even in disguise. One of the students is told not to be nervous. A figure instructs the team to continue the search, stating that they'll be fine as long as they don't do anything and only get interrogated at most. Fong Ping looks anxious, thinking that everyone gets anxious when it comes to the real thing and that they severely lack experience. Fong Ping looks off to the side, lost in thought. Teaching advisor Zhou is mentioned to be present. Someone states that he's only acting like a bystander. The older man watches with a cold, expressionless gaze. The younger man wonders if he will be helped in an accident, but doubts it. He believes the man won't act until the whole team is wiped out. Student casualties are expected. The logic behind it all, equivalent exchange. The two young men consider what it means to be a martial artist, to be strong or die. Death and danger are ambiguous concepts. But if deaths and casualties really happen nearby, then it's different. No matter how much they emphasize it, a few weaker students will awaken the elite freshmen, sacrificing their lives. Why are freshmen asked to participate instead of the more powerful Year 3 students? Because the freshmen are weak. If the freshmen perform outstandingly, they'll be highly regarded by the school, so it's worth the risk. Magic Uni is indeed very practical. A voice crackles through the comms, announcing that they've spotted the target. The man barks orders, demanding a close watch and immediate backup from all other teams. Another voice counters, insisting that Team D wait for full assembly before taking any action. A hushed voice expresses surprise, murmuring that Tang Songting is already present. A figure stands bathed in a crimson aura, the sound of Dun echoing around him. A man with a stern gaze holds playing cards, a cigarette dangling from his lips. The system poses a question. What will Tang Songting do? The group stands in the dimly lit room, catching their breath after the mission. A body lies motionless on the floor, a pool of blood spreading around it. The dead man's face is pale, his eyes staring blankly ahead. The man with the bloody hand complains about the mission's low reward. We wasted so much time and only got 120,000 yuan in return. Another man argues that they should accept more intense missions. Like I said before, we should accept more intense missions. The group gathers around the body as one of them kneels, examining the fallen figure. One of the men scoffs, claiming he could have handled the target alone. This guy wasn't even strong. The woman with the gray hair retorts, accusing him of wasting everyone's time. Don't take advantage of your position as a team leader to waste everyone's time. The woman continues, crediting Fong Ping for deducing the target's location. If it wasn't for Fong Ping, who managed to deduce the target's location. Another man interjects, stating that Tang Songting isn't wrong. He says, but Tang Songting isn't wrong. The woman with the blue hair expresses her disbelief at their words. How would you guys say that? The woman with the blue hair warns them about dying in a sudden accident. You won't want to die due to a sudden accident, right? Team leader Fong, the voice booms, reminding everyone they are martial artists. But before Fong Ping can respond, he is seized roughly by the neck. The aggressor declares that they are not weaklings who beg for survival. Tang Songting is told that if he is not happy, he can leave. The speaker threatens to submit an application to have the teaching advisors assign them to another team. The student leader states that they can work together with Tang Songting. The student with the reddish hair grits his teeth, finding the situation too easy. Another student scoffs, claiming he would have beaten up Tang Songting long ago. He mutters about his luck. One of the students kicks a prone figure, who lies bleeding on the floor. Fong Ping stares blankly, lost in thought as he considers the situation. The student leader declares that the first mission was served. The voice warns that things will get bad if this continues, giving everyone an overwhelming boost in confidence. Inside a tidy room, a voice cuts through the silence, inquiring about the current situation. The conversation turns to team dynamics, with concerns raised about Chen Yunxi's leadership potential and Zhao Lei's individualistic nature. Fu Changying's interpersonal skills are acknowledged, but his lack of experience is noted. Yang Xiaoman is reported to be doing okay, as Fong Ping's name is mentioned. Someone is deemed steady and dependable, a suitable team leader, but the watering of a plant continues, as the unseen speaker declares that the subject is too steady. As for the team leader during the championships, the voice on the other end of the line suggests it would be better for Fu Changying to lead the team. However, Fu Changying is lacking in ability and practical experience. Meanwhile, Old Zhou is instructed to monitor Fong Ping further. The man wonders aloud if that lad is very steady. The plant continues to be watered. The unseen speaker orders someone to create some trouble for him during the next mission. The man states he would like to see how this team leader will handle a big crisis. A figure is seen running away from shadowy figures, contemplating whether to escape or seek help. The question hangs in the air. Betray his teammates? He is cornered, two men brandishing weapons, seemingly ready to fight him to the death. Meanwhile, a group of people stand near the mission acceptance counter. People walk through a corridor, presumably heading towards the mission counter. The man explains that the two who discovered the target will get 25% of the reward, and the other 7 people will get the remaining 50%. The group listens intently as the reward distribution is explained. One of the men wonders how much they can get in the end, lamenting that they worked in vain for this mission. Another man taps him on the shoulder, seemingly to offer some comfort. The man assures him that it's all right, suggesting they take on a rank 1 peak mission next time. The two men stand close, discussing their future plans. The man explains that this way, everyone will get more rewards, and they won't end up getting a pathetic couple of points for one mission. The individual with purple hair wonders if they are correct. Team leader Fong smiles confidently, his expression suggesting a plan is forming. Shifeng appears thoughtful, his gaze directed downwards, as if contemplating a difficult decision. Team leader Fong declares that they will select the mission this time. A finger presses a button labeled Mission System, initiating the selection process. The mission briefing reveals the target, Shifeng, a rank 1 martial artist at his peak, hiding in Shiqing village. The group agrees to choose this mission, seemingly pleased with the selection. Shifeng glances to the side, perhaps sensing that he is being watched or discussed. The mission briefing highlights the high rewards associated with targeting Shifeng. The briefing questions why a team of 3 rank 1 martial artists is needed to deal with a single rank 1 convict. He appears troubled, a sense of unease washing over him. 2 figures discuss the mission, noting that it's impossible for the teaching advisor not to know something is amiss. Fong Ping glances away, his expression unreadable as he considers the situation. Doubts surface. Is the mission safe, or is someone intentionally leading them into a problematic situation? Fong Ping addresses the assembled students, a serious expression etched on his face. The students are being rewarded with academic points, but the target is definitely not an ordinary one. Fong Ping's expression hardens as he considers their options. If we can't win against him, then we need to retreat immediately. The students express their desire to complete the mission, but also to stay alive, acknowledging the danger. The students confidently assert their abilities, reminding each other that they're students of Magic Uni and can take down any opponent. Fong Ping's expression remains troubled. He hopes he's just overthinking things. The teaching advisor's face is shown in detail, his eyes closed, a hint of a smile playing on his lips. The teaching advisor's collar is visible, along with the words "smiles kindly." A sprawling cityscape stretches beneath a hazy sky. The next day, traffic flows along a raised highway. Inside a car, a man and a woman ride in silence. The man's vitality is now at 290 calories, equivalent to an ordinary rank 2 elementary stage. He reminds himself to stay calm. As long as they don't get nervous, don't make any mistakes, and don't get defeated one by one, they still have a chance. Even if the other party is at rank 2, they still stand a chance. Meanwhile, the car approaches the eastern suburbs, Shiqing village. According to the military's clues, Shifeng is hiding in a village near the sea harbor. The woman with blue hair holds up a document. He probably plans to escape by boat at night, the document states. The woman with blue hair holds the document. The military left this mission to the school, she says, wondering if they are shorthanded. Fong Ping doesn't think it's that simple. He believes this mission should be handled by the Criminal Investigation Bureau. One of the men notes that it's among the military missions. The group discusses the mission. Someone suggests that maybe Shifeng killed a martial artist who had something to do with the military. One of the men says there's no way the military doesn't have a rank 2 or 3 martial artist to take on this mission. The group stands outside, discussing the situation. Qin Fengqing listens as someone states that they are right. Fong Ping holds a small, dark object in his hand. He explains that there is a second reason for their actions. A stern-faced man declares that the recent events serve as a warning. The group looks on, one of them questioning the meaning of the warning. The stern man continues, stating that some rookie martial artists think they are superior because of their abilities. The group listens as it's explained that these martial artists go around killing and setting fires, disregarding other people's lives. A fist connects with a face, the sound echoing with brutal finality. The stern man explains that the military and the Criminal Investigation Bureau have handed these missions to students to make them understand something. The man emphasizes that no matter how high a martial artist's position, they must bear the responsibility for their mistakes. Fong Ping listens intently, understanding that even the power of an elementary stage martial artist can have a large impact on society. The text explains that martial arts schools use missions to teach responsibility. One of the team members asks the team leader why he is smiling. The text warns that more people are around during the day, which could lead to negative consequences. One of the team members suggests starting the search at night, just like last time. Another suggests taking action during the day. Someone asks why. Workers carry boxes. The team member explains that the target plans to travel by sea at night, so he is likely waiting at a specific location. Zhao Qing, a rank 1 martial artist, says that if everyone searches the surroundings, it will be too obvious. Someone says that if the target appears, they will strike together. He was the one who spotted the target during their previous mission. A slight smirk plays on his lips as the plan comes together. Although his abilities aren't too strong, he's very calm, rational, and observant, totally the opposite of Tang Songting. The team moves out, rustling through the undergrowth. "Let's go," someone shouts. Fong Ping cracks his knuckles, a determined look on his face as he prepares for action. The team agrees to follow Zhao Qing's lead. "Let's do as Zhao Qing said," someone states. The Shiqing village sea harbor looms ahead, a maze of shipping containers and industrial structures. A crane towers over a building under construction. It's that house right ahead. The team approaches the building, whispering amongst themselves as they finalize their plan. Zhou Yuehong, Wu Kepeng, and Zhang Hao are instructed to stay outside and guard the perimeter, preventing any passersby from interfering. Tang Songting is ordered to knock on the door. "Understood," he replies. Fong Ping looks surprised by the order. "Me?" he asks, questioning the decision. He questions why someone else wouldn't want to be the one to knock. Fong Ping explains that his relative strength will be useful. A man with a cigarette acknowledges the plan. He is told that the rewards will be split according to each individual's contributions. Fong Ping thinks to himself that others still have to rely on him at crucial moments. Two figures discuss the absence of teaching advisor Zhou. One asks if they should continue without him. Fong Ping agrees to continue. A smirk plays across his face as he anticipates the coming confrontation. Someone thinks that he always chooses to disappear at such a time. Someone observes that things are going pretty much how they guessed they would. The sound of rustling emanates from within the dilapidated building. Knocking echoes against the door as Tang Songting calls out, asking if anyone is home. Tang Songting demands that whoever's inside come out and clear the trash they littered at his doorstep, adding that he knows they are in there. The sound of banging follows. Three figures stand silhouetted against the light, visible through the cracks in the door. He stands before the building, issuing a final warning to those inside. The door, plastered with faded advertisements, remains stubbornly shut. Inside, Qin Fengqin questions the next move, but Tang Songting urges him to continue. Tang Songting's patience snaps as he shouts at the closed door. He continues to demand they open the door, threatening to call the police. With a protesting groan, the door begins to yield. Tang Songting, Qin Fengqin, and Fong Ping stand ready as the entrance is breached. The dilapidated door, covered in posters, creaks open further. He continues to hear voices from within the room. One voice claims they didn't throw any trash. Another voice says things have turned out this way since he moved here. Tang Songting, undeterred, continues to bang on the door. He demands that they open it immediately, his face contorted in anger and frustration. Inside, a figure's eye glows with an unnatural blue light, crackling with energy. The air crackles with unseen power. Another figure shouts, "Run," as he desperately pulls at the jacket of the first, trying to drag him away from the door. The jacket tears, the sound echoing in the confined space. The situation has reached a critical point. The figure, now free from the jacket, is engulfed in a red, sizzling energy. His face is a mask of grim determination. The red energy intensifies, swirling and crackling with destructive power. It's a force about to be unleashed. With a resounding crash, the door splinters and bursts open, the wood shattering under the force of the energy. The force of the blast sends someone flying through the air, propelled by the shockwave of the door's destruction. Meanwhile, inside, the figure stands amidst the chaos, his eyes glowing ominously. The air crackles with residual energy. The air itself seems to sizzle and fizzle, the lingering effects of the unleashed power still palpable. Fong Ping stands over the prone figure, the red glow reflecting in his eyes. The battle has begun. He stands, a large sword strapped to his back, facing the chaos. The door lies in splinters, the wood unable to withstand the force. Tang Songting grips a man, whose face is marred by a bloody gash and swelling. He seems to be restraining him. A woman with short hair stands amidst the destruction, the sound of tapping echoing around her. The man's eyes widen, his expression a mask of pure shock and dawning horror. A voice booms, urging others to give chase. After him, a voice shouts, declaring that Shi Feng cannot escape. With a burst of speed, Shi Feng narrowly avoids the descending blade. He continues to evade the relentless assault, narrowly dodging another strike. His eyes widen, a flicker of desperation crossing his face. Again, Shi Feng narrowly avoids the attack. The attacker, undeterred, presses his advantage. With a resounding impact, the attacker's fist connects with Shi Feng. He looks on, a bead of sweat forming on his brow. The sound of metal on the ground echoes as a figure slides, narrowly avoiding the descending strike. A woman with short, light blue hair swings a metal pole with deadly intent. The pole whistles through the air, a blur of motion and lethal force. The attacker's foot digs into the ground, pivoting for another strike. The woman pauses, her eyes scanning the scene as a group of onlookers watch from distance. Shi Feng clicks his tongue, his face marred by a fresh wound. He wonders aloud if these attackers are students from a martial arts university. Shi Feng's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing as he thinks they are underestimating him. He curses under his breath, his anger rising to the surface. He and two others flee, but one of the group tries to remain optimistic. The pursuer scoffs at their efforts, believing their large group size indicates weakness. A woman with short blue hair swings a metal pole with practiced ease. A man with a scar on his face watches the scene unfold, his expression grim. The fleeing group worries that military soldiers might be closing in from behind. The woman with blue hair continues her assault, swinging the pole with deadly force. The scar man's gaze remains fixed, his intentions still unclear. The pole whistles through the air, a blur of motion and lethal intent. The woman stands amidst a fiery glow, her attack relentless. Energy crackles around the pole, amplifying its destructive potential. Someone shouts, demanding that Xiu Mei leave him alone. Xiaomei pauses, her expression a mix of anger and surprise. She swings the metal pole with incredible force, crackling with red energy. A hand reaches out, fingers outstretched, as if grasping for something just out of reach. From above, a figure descends, delivering a swift kick to a prone opponent. Xiaomei stands with two others, her expression unreadable as she trails off in thought. A group advances, their footsteps echoing as they move with purpose. The pink-haired man angrily demands why Xiaomei was asked to move away, emphasizing the importance of completing the mission. A close-up reveals a man's intense gaze, his blue eyes narrowed in concentration. The man states that the target is very powerful, and Xiaomei would have died if she hadn't dodged. The man's face contorts in disbelief, shouting, "What?" The man's blue eyes glow intensely, his expression a mixture of determination and concern. A voice declares that the guy is at rank 2, revealing a significant detail about the situation. A figure sprints forward, their movements swift and purposeful. He has already finished forging the bones in his hand, preparing for what's to come. The group of pursuers continues their chase, their footsteps echoing in the distance. The students are told to stop being cowards, even if the target is at rank 2. One of the students yells that their academic points will be deducted if they fail. The students are shocked that the target has already finished forging the bones in his hand, remembering that the mission page said he was a peak rank 1 martial artist. The group of students continues to chase after the target, determined to stop him. The target wonders why they don't know that he is at rank 2, thinking that martial arts units will be doomed sooner or later with students of such low standards. The target is 39 years old, rank 1 at his peak, practices combat, roughly knows how to use weapons, and carries a weapon. He thinks about how the mission summary stated that he's a peak rank 1 martial artist, wondering why he suddenly became rank 2 and if there was an error in the school's mission system. The group of students continues to chase after the target, their determination unwavering. He stands on a bridge, relieved that he made it to safety. He grits his teeth, a sinister smile playing on his lips. The small boat cuts through the water, leaving a wake behind. Lin Xing thinks to himself that he was smart enough to prepare the boat in advance. Red energy crackles around him, the air thick with power. The energy intensifies, a visible force emanating from his body. Lin Xing stands firm, the red energy swirling around him like a tempest. He marvels at his own vitality, the power coursing through his veins. Someone wonders what rank Lin Xing is at, sensing his immense power. The red energy intensifies further, crackling with raw force. The observer speculates if Lin Xing is rank 4 or even rank 5. The energy surges, revealing a shadowy figure in the background, or something else entirely. He is taken aback, his face a mask of disbelief and fury. Crimson energy crackles around him, a visual manifestation of his power. Lin Xing grits his teeth, anger etched into every line of his face. His hands clench, the red energy intensifying as he curses his situation. He realizes he is being used as practice material. His hair stands on end, a physical response to the surge of power. Lin Xing's expression shifts to resignation, accepting his apparent fate. Fine, I'm doomed this time anyway. A new resolve hardens his features. He steels himself, deciding to fight to his death. A group of figures charge towards him, weapons glinting in the light. Lin Xing's eyes widen in confusion. Why do they stop? The red energy intensifies around him, a visible aura of vitality. He stands on the dock, the building behind him now radiating with the same crimson energy. From behind, a voice reveals the situation. Teaching advisor Zhou is forcing Lin Xing to fight against them. He looks on with a serious expression, muttering about the teaching. A close-up reveals a character's face, eyes gleaming with a sinister light. The character's hands are clasped, a sinister plan forming as he thinks about killing one or two of them. Massive cranes loom over the docks, dwarfing everything below. A team sprints through the container yard, their footsteps echoing. Determination hardens his features. He vows to settle a score upon completion of the mission. The team leader questions their odds against someone at rank 2. The others press onward. The stakes are high. Failure means forfeiting their lives. He steels himself, knowing they must give it their all, no matter the cost. The veteran reminds them not to panic, so long as they fight as one. The team's resolve is tested as they prepare for the coming battle. Tang Songting and Zhao Xiumei are tasked with cornering the target, while the rest stay behind. The team acknowledges the order, ready to execute their plan. The scene lies in wait, the floorboards a silent testament. He surveys the scene, his face a roadmap of past battles. Tang Songting believes these three should be the strongest among them. The man with pink hair and protagonist Fong Ping observe the situation. Protagonist Fong Ping thinks the man in the middle is obviously the leader and doesn't seem easy to deal with. The floor stretches out, a silent stage for the coming conflict. The man with pink hair is seen from above, while the woman with blue hair looks up, her expression unreadable. A figure wielding a metal rod declares her intentions. She'll start with her then. The air rushes as the rod is swung. The woman with blue hair swings the metal rod, aiming for Tang Songting, who is caught off guard by the sudden attack. Shifeng's eyes widen in alarm, exclaiming, "Damn!" at the unfolding events. Tang Songting, face contorted in rage, shouts, "Don't look down on me!" The rod whistles through the air, a blur of motion. A hand grips the metal rod tightly, knuckles white with strain. He is caught off guard as Zhao Xiumei swings a metal rod. Another man rushes to intervene, but is too far. The woman with blue hair brings the rod down in a wide arc. The air whistles as the weapon finds its mark. Tang Songting grits his teeth, bracing for the impact. His expression is a mask of pain and determination. The rod slams into Tang Songting's shoulder with brutal force. The sound of the impact echoes through the air. Red energy crackles around the point of impact. The force of the blow sends tremors through his body. The crimson energy surges, a visible manifestation of the raw power behind the attack. Zhao Xiumei shakes off the lingering energy. Her eyes are wide with a mix of focus and a hint of surprise. The metal rod glows with the same malevolent red energy, a conduit for Zhao Xiumei's strength. The force of the blow sends Tang Songting flying. He crashes through the air, a dark silhouette against the sky. The sound of the impact echoes. Shifeng's expression hardens, his eyes narrowing with concern. Shifeng observes, noting that Zhao Xiumei snatched Xiumei's weapon. He realizes they are struggling against her. A nearby group watches the fight. One of them suggests they intervene, realizing the others are outmatched. In the distance, 3 figures stand ready, weapons drawn. One declares they can't stand by. The man's expression is unreadable, his thoughts hidden behind a mask of neutrality. 2 men confer, deciding to wait for their leader's orders before acting. A metallic clang rings out as a figure cries out in pain from a heavy blow. The sound of impact echoes as a blue-haired man grunts, blocking a strike with his weapon. A swift kick connects, sending a figure flying backward amidst a burst of red energy. The man's face is etched with determination, his eyes narrowed in focus. The puncture kick lands with brutal force, the impact resonating outwards. Tang Songting is sent hurtling through the air, the force of the blow evident. A spray of blood paints the air, a testament to the violence of the attack. With a heavy thud, Tang Songting crashes to the ground. The fight momentarily paused. Dust billows as the impact settles, the silence broken only by the wind. He grips the metal bar, his gaze fixed on something unseen. A wave of pain washes over someone as Shifeng's name is shouted. Shifeng's face contorts in a furious yell, his eyes wide with rage as he looks up. The blade descends with lethal speed, a metallic clang echoing in the air. The sword meets resistance, striking the metal bar with a resounding clang. The sword continues its deadly arc, a crimson trail marking its path. The force of the blow sends Tang Songting reeling, his body falling away from the bar. The sword is brought down again, the air whistling as it descends. The blade cuts through the air, a silent promise of violence. Shifeng's face is a mask of fury as he continues his assault. Shifeng curses, his frustration evident as the attack continues. The sword connects with a sickening thud, blood splattering as the blow lands. He throws himself forward, desperate to land a blow. The sound of bone cracking echoes through the air. Tang Songting stumbles backward, clutching his arm in agony. The sword whistles through the air, a deadly arc. A hand grips the sword's hilt, knuckles white with tension. Blood glistens on the blade, reflecting the cold light. Shifeng's eyes glow with an eerie light as he attacks. The blade finds its mark, and Tang Songting cries out in pain. His vision blurs, the world seen through a cage of pain. The sword connects with brutal force, the sound echoing like a thunderclap. Fong Ping's expression hardens, his blue eyes focused and unwavering. The man swings his blade, the air whistling as the weapon cuts through it. He rushes forward, a primal scream building in his throat. The blade pierces flesh, blood blossoming around the wound. Fong Ping grits his teeth, enduring the pain to control his enemy's weapon. Shifeng's grin is wide, sweat beading on his brow as he chuckles. The wound on his leg bleeds freely, a crimson stain spreading. A voice cries out, urging everyone to charge into the fray. Amidst the chaos, a fighter acknowledges the order with a shout, "Roger." The blows rain down on Shifeng, each impact echoing with a sickening BM. Despite the odds, a voice declares that the difference in power is not enough to lose hope. Another powerful strike lands, the force of the POW reverberating through the air. Blood splatters across Shifeng's face as he absorbs the brutal assault. A triumphant cry rings out. They have won the battle. The victor stands, chest heaving, the fight's intensity etched on his face. A bloodied grin stretches across a face, teeth bared in a feral display. The man laughs, a chilling sound that echoes his cruel intentions. He reflects on his missteps, realizing he had grown too careless in this fight. A figure looms, a dark silhouette against an unseen backdrop. The man stands, arm mangled, surprised that he was nearly defeated by little brats. A hand lashes out, moving with blinding speed towards his target. He is seized, a desperate struggle against an unseen assailant. The man's face contorts with rage, vowing to drag someone down with him. Pinned and bleeding, he realizes his opponent wants him dead. The world blurs, a moment of intense impact and disorientation. A brutal strike lands, the force of the blow sending shockwaves through him. Desperation floods his face as he realizes he doesn't want to die. A desperate cry echoes, calling out the name of Fong Ping. A man's face contorts in a scream, his features etched with agony. His expression shifts, a silent plea etched upon his face. A desperate call for help pierces the air. Save me. The sound of something breaking echoes ominously. Two figures are silhouetted against a crimson backdrop, locked in conflict. One man's eyes widen in disbelief. No way, he mutters, as the other looks on in concern. Nearby, a woman and a man exchange a worried glance, their silence heavy with apprehension. The man's face is now marred with blood, his eyes wide with shock and pain. The world fades to black. His vision blurs, the world around him beginning to wobble as he struggles to remain conscious. He collapses, the word echoing his fall into darkness. Darkness. A desperate struggle ensues. Fong Ping, eyes narrowed, takes aim with both pistols. Darkness. Fong Ping stares down at Shi Feng's gruesome head wound, panting heavily. Blood drips from Fong Ping's hands as he struggles to catch his breath. Darkness. The camera focuses on the fatal head wound of Shi Feng. A man declares that he is finally dead. The camera focuses on Shi Feng's lifeless body. A man raises his arm in triumph. A woman sobs, declaring that they have finally won. The metal beams of the structure loom overhead, a grim reminder of the battle. The man with the blonde hair surveys the scene, a concerned expression etched on his face. He asks if everyone is all right. The dark-haired man looks down, shame evident in his posture. He mutters an apology. Another voice speaks, taking responsibility for the situation. It's all my fault. Tears stream down the blue-haired woman's face as she clutches her head. She laments, losing her weapon. A voice offers reassurance, telling her it's all right. The woman continues to apologize, her voice thick with emotion. The blue-haired woman and the dark-haired man are seen from ground level, their postures suggesting exhaustion and regret. From above, the pair are seen kneeling on the ground, the weight of their failure heavy on their shoulders. The dark-haired man grits his teeth, the realization of his mistake clear on his face. The legs of the group are seen from ground level, a somber mood hanging in the air. The blue-haired woman's expression is filled with anguish, her eyes reflecting the pain of their defeat. The group stands over the fallen body of Shi Feng, acknowledging that he was a rank 2 martial artist. The blue-haired character sobs, lamenting the recent tragedy that has befallen them all. The others stand around, injured and weary. One admits that if it hadn't been for Fong Ping, things could have been much worse. A loud horn blares, cutting through the somber atmosphere. The camera pans to a view of the ocean, showing ships and a long bridge. Someone suggests they need to talk with their teacher Zhou. A close-up reveals a man with dark hair and blue eyes, his expression unreadable. The group stands over a body, blood pooling around it. The mood is heavy with grief and unspoken questions. A whoosh sound effect suggests movement, a shift in the scene. The sound of footsteps echoes, each step a reminder of the journey ahead. A figure descends, each step echoing on the weathered wooden planks. The weathered face of an elder looms, his gaze sharp against the cloudy sky. A question hangs in the air. Why did a peak rank 1 target suddenly become a rank 2 martial artist? The system prompts, it's 2021. Share your hopes for the new year. Buy a house, a luxury car, or perhaps marry a fair-skinned heiress. All delusions. The man in the blue robe stands over the fallen figures, addressing the group. He observes that despite their numbers and weapons, they still ended up in a pathetic state. The man in the blue robe continues, noting that the target wasn't powerful. He suggests that Fong Ping could have teamed up with Zhao Xiumei or Tang Santing to win quickly. He wonders why they didn't. A younger man scoffs, leaning back with a dismissive expression. He tells the man in the blue robe that he thinks too highly of him. The younger man looks up, a question forming in his mind. He wonders why the so-called peak rank 1 martial artist suddenly became rank 2 in the mission description. Someone wonders if there was an error in the Magic Uni mission system. 3 figures stand together, discussing the mission. One of them exclaims that something is wrong with the mission description, echoing the question of why Shi Feng suddenly became rank 2. An older man states that it's normal. He suggests that Shi Feng might have broken through at the last minute, or perhaps their information was flawed. The older man concludes that the reward was 15 academic points. So, wasn't it obvious? 3 figures stand before a backdrop of stacked containers, their expressions unreadable as they discuss teaching advisor Zhou. Feng is confronted by an older man who states that someone emitted their vitality, forcing him to turn back and battle to the death. He asks if that someone was him. The older man trembles slightly as he continues to speak. Teaching advisor Zhou reflects on Feng Ping's shrewdness, realizing he guessed his motive. Teaching advisor Zhou admits that it was him. He states that they're the ones responsible for executing the mission and is slapped twice. The speaker continues, stating that as a teaching advisor, Zhou created even more problems instead of helping. He adds that it is unacceptable and that Zhou shouldn't try to find excuses. Feng looks solemn as he learns that he didn't break through to rank 2 at the last minute and that the mission information was fake. Teaching advisor Zhou is asked what he wants. He stares intently, his expression unreadable as he considers his next words. Feng Ping declares he wants double the rewards for this mission and double the reward from his school as well. Tang Songting, looking surprised, demands to know what nonsense Feng Ping is spouting. Tang Songting argues that this mission is only worth 15 academic points, questioning why the school would give so many points. The teaching advisor scoffs, calling Feng Ping ambitious. Feng Ping listens as Tang Songting continues to question the reward. With a shrug, Feng Ping reminds him that he is the teaching advisor and at rank 6, so they wouldn't dare do anything to him. Feng Ping's eye narrows as he listens to Tang Songting's complaints. Tang Songting argues that martial arts universities are strictest when it comes to abiding by the rules, and that Feng Ping interfered in the battle. Feng Ping smirks, seemingly unconcerned by Tang Songting's words. The discussion continues, with someone questioning if the rules are being broken. The students murmur in agreement, suggesting they take their concerns to the dean if the teaching advisor doesn't agree. Feng Ping's negotiation skills are the topic of conversation, with one student calling him number 1. Tang Songting smiles, acknowledging Feng Ping's skill at finding trouble, but appreciating his dedication to the team. Tang Songting concedes, agreeing to 60 academic points, but only this once, thinking of teaching advisor Zhou. The students erupt in cheers, celebrating the agreement and praising Feng Ping's efforts. Tang Songting reminds Feng Ping not to overthink things when in a real battle, his expression serious. Feng Ping reflects on Tang Songting's words, thinking that being too afraid of team members getting hurt will get everyone killed. He acknowledges that Tang Songting is right, admitting to himself that he hesitated during the fight with Feng. He recalled the thought of escaping during battle, and how knowing Feng's rank kept him fighting. The man understood, thanking someone for reminding him of his duty as a team leader, knowing that his fear could doom his team. Whispers filled the air as people milled about in the training room, their voices hushed with concern. He considered his wealth, now 11 million, realizing he could earn wealth much faster by doing missions than by selling pills. The sound of footsteps echoed as a group ascended the stairs. Someone mentioned that Zhao Lei's team suffered 1 death and 3 casualties. The man reflected that they hadn't even fought to the death against a rank 2 martial artist yet. He was grateful his team leader didn't decide to sacrifice him. The speaker lamented that the teaching advisors wouldn't do anything unless they all ended up dead. This time, Lu Kunqiang died, and next time, it might be their turn. In the eyes of the school, it didn't matter whether they died or not, since they haven't even completed bone forging twice. Someone exclaimed that Zhao Lei should have died instead. The weight of their recent loss hung heavy in the air. Accusations flew, fueled by grief and the sting of defeat. One team member angrily declares that Lu Kunqiang wouldn't have died if they hadn't insisted on the mission. The cost of the mission was etched on his face, a brutal reminder of their encounter with a rank 2 martial artist. The team leader addresses the group, pointing out that Feng Ping's team also encountered a rank 2 martial artist, but nobody died. Frustration boils over, and a sharp smack echoes through the room. The team members discuss the situation. One notes that Feng Ping was right, and another states that they have to exchange their lives for the mission reward. The team leader is addressed, as one member points out that the school didn't say they need to continuously execute missions. A suggestion is made to rest for a few more days, the exhaustion evident on their faces. The weight of their decision settles heavily as one member sighs, the pressure palpable. The team decides they can't rest. They must take advantage of this opportunity to get more rewards to prepare for future missions against rank 2 martial artists. The illustration depicts a brutal truth. Only the strong survive. His eyes glow with intensity, a silent promise of unwavering resolve. The man surveys the group, his expression challenging as he asks if anyone wishes to quit. The man with the braided hair declares that they will continue, dismissing any thought of quitting. He smiles confidently, stating that he'll recover from his minor injury with a bone-forging pill. The team reaffirms their identity. They are martial artists, not quitters. The woman clenches her fist, her expression mirroring her words. She won't chicken out. The team's morale is strong as they express their desire to continue fighting together. A smile plays on his lips as he looks at his teammates. The woman's gaze is steady, her resolve unwavering in the face of adversity. The group gathers, one of them suggesting they take on simple rank 1 missions while they recover from their injuries. The speaker states that once everyone has recovered and obtained alloy weapons, they will move on to rank 2 missions. A child is embraced, seemingly comforted. A swift punch lands with brutal force, the impact echoing through the air. The mission to find the missing child is complete, as is the task of helping the cat cafe care for its feline residents. The mission to catch a rank 1 convict is complete, the evidence lying prone on the ground. Another task awaits, to kill a middle-stage rank 1 convict, a challenge that promises greater rewards. The figure moves with incredible speed, a blur of motion against a backdrop of crimson energy. The mission is complete, the blade dripping with the evidence of its success. The sword swishes through the air, ready for the next challenge. A gentle breeze rustles through the dilapidated structures, a quiet moment amidst the chaos. The man observes that a saber is much more lethal than boots, making it more suitable for the situations they face. He is told that he has become more ruthless than before. A dark voice echoes, claiming to have achieved everything by sacrificing human lives. The voice continues, recounting the deaths of 4 convicts and 2 students, totaling 6 lives taken. The protagonist stands amidst a pile of bodies, a sword held loosely in his hand. The voice admits to never imagining becoming so ruthless, as a whoosh sound effect fills the air. Bloody hands are shown, as the voice questions if growth can only come through practical combat training. A group stand before a building, a leaderboard displaying Team Zhao Lei in first place with a score of 100. The leaderboard displays Team Fong Ping in second place with 94 points. Another team member suggests it's time to accept a rank 2 mission, now that everyone has improved. Recently, Fong Ping has been relying on the system to improve his abilities. The amount of bones he has forged has increased at a rate of 1 bone every 2 days. If things continue this way, Fong Ping will soon reach 300 calories of vitality, higher than most new rank 2 martial artists. The team has been engaged in discussions, and everyone has made big improvements recently, especially Tang Songting. One of the team members suggests that they split into 3 teams to tackle the missions. The team continues to discuss the best way to approach the upcoming missions. Zhao Xiumei, Tang Songting, and Fong Ping will take on the rank 2 missions, while others are assigned elsewhere. The 5 of them will take on the rank 1 missions, as the team divides its labor. Zhou Weihong and Zhang Ping, still injured, will be in charge of investigations and gathering information. One of the injured team members reflects on the academic points they might receive for their contributions. The team's conversation continues, their mission weighing on their minds. The girl with light blue hair suggests they can take time to heal their injuries. She notes their team leader is nice. She wonders what happens to the teaching advisor if they split into 2 groups. One of the chibi-style characters says they don't expect him to help them out anyway. The other says it doesn't matter which group he follows. Meanwhile, the scene shifts to Shijiang City, an abandoned building. The team has arrived at their destination. The team stands outside the building, seemingly unaware of the mission details displayed below them. The team continues their discussion, seemingly unaware of the danger that may be lurking nearby. The girl with light blue hair seems unsure, only able to muster an as the others look on with anticipation. One of the figures wonders if standing there exposes them too much. A loud howl echoes nearby. Footsteps approach, the sound growing louder with each step. Someone is getting closer. The girl with light blue hair exclaims that someone's here. She wonders if they've been discovered by the cult members. They continue to walk, the city lights blurring in the distance. Wang Huijin, a student from Danwu Martial Arts Uni, inquires about their origins. The student responds that they are freshmen from Magic Uni, as Wang Huijin extends his hand in greeting. Wang Huijin explains that they are a group of students from the local martial arts UNIS in Shijiang City. Tang Songting asks if they are all from Dongwu Province, wondering if they are here to execute a mission. The group confirms that students from all 3 martial arts units in Dongwu Province will undergo training and execute missions together. Tang Songting observes that this person's vitality is around 250 calories, which is about how much he has. Wang Huijin smiles, agreeing that martial arts units from such a small place can't produce enough freshman martial artists. The student notes that the relatively stronger martial artists in this area are around his standard. He wonders why 2 teams were sent to execute a single mission. Was there an error with the mission system? The sound of engines roars as 2 black cars speed toward their destination, tires smoking. The tires screech loudly as the lead car brakes hard, kicking up dust. The 2 cars come to a halt, and the assembled teams stand around them, waiting for instructions. Fong Ping wonders why their superior is present, questioning the need for such a display for a rank 2 mission. A woman with short, pink hair steps out from behind one of the cars, addressing the assembled group. "Excuse me." The woman's gaze is sharp and assessing as she looks over the gathered agents. She asks, her voice carrying authority, "Among you, who is from Magic Uni?" A sleek black car idles as several figures stand nearby. One asks aloud who among them is from Magic Uni. The group, a mix of serious expressions and determined strides, begins to move away from the vehicle. Fong Ping steps forward, his gaze firm. He declares himself the team leader. The woman with glasses, holding a clipboard, questions the team's size. She notes the mission's rank 2 difficulty. A member of the team expresses surprise. They accepted a rank 2 mission with so few people? Another team member shakes his head, concern etched on his face. He wonders if something went wrong. The woman with glasses appears thoughtful, her expression a mix of concern and calculation. Someone holds up a tablet, stating that the situation is quite complicated and requires explanation. The man reveals that their mission target, Yao Jinsheng, is a rank 2 martial artist. The woman in the suit holds a clipboard, relaying information to the man behind her. He wasn't initially from around this area, only recently arriving in Shijiang. A close-up reveals the sharp tailoring of the woman's suit, emphasizing her professional demeanor. The woman continues, informing Mr. Wang that their target, Zhang Jiqiang, is indeed a rank 1 martial artist. The building looms in the background. According to the information, with both targets in the same location, their missions will be much more dangerous than they ought to be. Latest intelligence indicates there are at least 5 other martial artists inside, though their ranks are unknown. Dozens of cult members are also inside the building. The Bureau has made the necessary arrangements and surrounded the vicinity. At least 5 martial artists are inside. One of the men confirms, his expression thoughtful. Fong Ping acknowledges the information. It's fine as long as they don't interfere with each other, he thinks. If they still have some spare strength left, one of the men suggests, then they should help each other out. The group discusses the situation. Some wonder why the Magic Uni people are so confident, while others note that the situation doesn't faze them. An unseen figure requests a private conversation, suggesting it's convenient. Tang Songting is asked if he's willing to abandon the mission altogether. The suggestion leaves Tang Songting visibly shocked by the personal nature of the request. The briefing continues, with the mention of cult members being involved in the mission. The team learns that the Magic Uni students receive their mission from the military department, a rank 2 mission with a high difficulty level. The rank 1 police department mission is considered much less dangerous than the one passed down by the Criminal Investigation Bureau. The briefing highlights that there's at least 1 rank 2 martial artist and 1 peak rank 1 martial artist involved. Tang Songting recalls that they initially planned to let the team execute the mission together to complete their rank 1 mission. The team learns that only 3 members of the Magic Uni team came to the mission. It is stated that the Magic Uni students are not to be trifled with. Tang Songting is reminded that Dongwu favors them and sees them as the hope of the local citizens, so the Bureau can't stand by and let them take the risk. A figure stands on a fractured landmass, a daunting task ahead. Below, a concerned voice hopes for surrender, if possible. He appears troubled, a slight frown creasing his face as he considers the situation. The mission weighs heavily on his mind. A figure in a suit reviews a document, the contents detailing mission parameters. The question lingers. Are Magic Uni freshmen truly so powerful? The individual with glasses contemplates the information, a sense of unease evident in their expression. Those 3, they mutter. The man looks serious, pondering the strength of their opponents. He wonders if rank 1 martial artists are involved as well. The woman explains that Fong Ping has already forged his bones thrice, but they are all at rank 1. The man thanks her for her concern. He smiles, expressing a desire to experience the abilities of Magic Uni's freshmen firsthand. A hint of anticipation flickers in his eyes. The woman stands before a car, a worried expression on her face. She assures them that the cult members won't dare pursue them. A close-up of the car reveals a tense atmosphere. The woman advises them to be decisive and evacuate immediately if something comes up. The gravity of the situation is emphasized. They must come out alive. The speaker questions their involvement with the Magic Uni people. 3 figures walk forward determined. One states that they can't fare any worse than the brave Magic Uni students. Brother Wang. The team is inside the building, preparing for what's to come. From inside, someone notes that the Magic Uni students have already entered. Outside, the others wonder why someone was left to guard the entrance. They question if it's a trap. Footsteps echo as someone heads inside. A click pierces the air. Someone is coming out. The man bursts through the doorway, shouting for everyone to get ready, but then realizes who it is. The mission target is revealed to be Zhang Jiqiang. Zhang Jiqiang looks shocked, addressing the team. He accuses them of being liars, his voice full of rage. Zhang Jiqiang continues to call them liars. Zhang Jiqiang grabs one of the team members by the collar, declaring he's sending them to hell. Zhang Jiqiang punches the team member with a burst of power. Crimson droplets fly as a fist continues its brutal assault. 2 figures struggle to contain Zhang Jiqiang, but his rage is unyielding. Quick, stop him, one shouts. Zhang Jiqiang thrashes against his captors. I can't, one of them cries out as another exclaims, this guy has gone crazy. Zhang Jiqiang's eyes glow with a menacing red light as he continues his assault. He grabs another by the head, the sound of cracking bone echoing through the air. Meanwhile, a group gathers around Wang Huijin, who lies motionless on the ground. are you alright? One asks, while another questions, did he say that we're liars? A green-haired observer notes the scene with a grim expression. This guy is injured, and he seems to have had a great shock. The green-haired man turns toward a nearby building. Before he encountered, a hand reaches out, ready to open the door. A hand presses firmly against the illuminated push sign. The door swings inward, revealing the green-haired martial artist. He steps into a scene of utter devastation, blood painting the walls. Bodies litter the floor, each surrounded by a crimson pool. The martial artist gazes down, his expression unreadable amidst the carnage. A screen flickers to life, posing a stark question. What exactly happened in the abandoned building? His eyes widen, a visible tremor of shock rippling across his face. One of the men urges the others to leave. He fears the arrival of a rank 2 guy. The 3 men huddle together, their expressions a mix of fear and urgency. 2 figures stand in a doorway, surveying the carnage. A rank 2 guy? One asks. From behind, a man questions if they're talking about that guy. Another man reacts with shock, exclaiming, "What? So brutal." The group is concerned about the Magic Uni people. One of them says to finish them off during the short period when Brother Wong was away. Meanwhile, a car speeds down the road, its destination unknown. Inside the car, the man suggests summarizing their battle just now. A glimpse of a tailored suit suggests a figure of authority or wealth. Inside the vehicle, the woman with light blue hair stares blankly ahead. The man with braided purple hair turns away, telling her to start first. Fong Ping, looking serious, wonders if they should use a heavier weapon next time. A mental image flashes, a chibi version of him wielding a heavy axe. Fong Ping considers the weight of his weapon, thinking sabers are too light to create a greater impact. Tang Songting asks if Fong Ping's arms are strong enough, interrupting his thoughts. The woman with light blue hair looks worried, thinking about Tang Songting fighting the rank 1 martial artist. The scene shifts to a flashback of the fight, where the speaker was in charge of watching out for those people. From Dongwu, from the door, the speaker saw it clearly. Fong Ping and Yao Jinsheng weren't just slashing at each other. The sounds of metal clashing fill the air. They were also trying to deplete each other's vitality, each strike carrying immense force. Within seconds, Fong Ping unleashed over 50 slashes with his saber. He unleashes a flurry of slashes, each strike crackling with red energy. The vitality radiating from protagonist Fong Ping intensifies with each swing of his weapon. The narrator notes that Yao Jinsheng, a rank 2 martial artist, possesses considerable vitality. Yao Jinsheng, bloodied and battered, stares in disbelief, questioning his opponent's rank. Despite the vitality he emitted, Fong Ping's slashes proved too much as Yao Jinsheng collapses. The sound of Yao Jinsheng's body hitting the ground echoes in the aftermath of the battle. Fong Ping stands victorious, having depleted all of his enemy's vitality. Yao Jinsheng lies defeated, his body sprawled on the ground amidst splatters of his own blood. Tang Songting, riding in the car, asks Fong Ping if he has unlimited vitality. Tang Songting remarks on the disparity in their abilities, even with bone forging. Fong Ping admits he's already reached his limit. Tang Songting thanks Fong Ping for subduing the other enemies, allowing him to focus on his own opponent. Fong Ping downplays his contribution. He reflects on emitting so much vitality that Zhao Shumei noticed and how he managed to come up with an excuse. He considers that if he has sufficient wealth value, he'll theoretically be able to replenish his vitality an unlimited number of times. Fong Ping thinks that if he uses up his vitality in battle, he can ask the system to replenish it immediately. Inside the car, one of the men states that he definitely won't lose in terms of vitality. He thought the cult members were so weak, and he wanted to try fighting against that rank 2 guy. A flashback reveals that the guy the Dongwu students were targeting, Zhang Jiqiang, was much weaker than Shifeng. Moreover, upon seeing that he had killed the strongest person among them so quickly, one of the enemies got so scared that he couldn't move. One of the men demands that they give up their pills and other valuables, a sinister smile on his face. The man promises that they'll let them go, as one of the students cries in the background. The scene focuses on the legs of the students and the bag that will hold their valuables. Back in the car, one of the men says that speaking of which, they should have just killed him too. Either way, they were able to take all the valuables. The man admires his spoils, surprised by the wealth of the cult members. The woman smiles, acknowledging that Fong Ping helped the Dongwu guys a lot. Meanwhile, an abandoned building stands as a silent testament to forgotten times. The group observes that the Magic Uni members helped them quite a bit, ensuring the target was left behind, even half-handicapped. They decide to return to school to claim their academic points, noting they gain a lot this time. One admits he didn't expect Fong Ping to be so nice. The man doubts Fong Ping's niceness, suggesting he's probably trying to convey a message. Someone dismisses another as too weak. The man on the phone says it was just a small favor, so they shouldn't mention it. The team leader from Dongwu was pretty cool when he attacked Zhang Jiqiang. Zhang Jiqiang's name is spoken. Tang Songting believes that if the opponent is a top student from Dongwu Martial Arts University, they don't need to worry about the national championships. Yao Jinsheng is confident that the opponent won't be able to win against him. Yao Jinsheng declares he'll win in terms of everything, whether it's equipment, vitality, skills, or actual battle experience. Tang Songting agrees that he'll surely win in terms of strength as their car speeds down the highway. The car's occupants are alerted by a series of beeps. Zhang Jiqiang sits silently in the back as Tang Songting and Yao Jinsheng react to the alerts. The phone displays the current academic point rankings. Team Fong Ping leads with 132 points, followed by Team Zhao Lei with 128, Team Fu Changding with 110, Team Yang Xiaoman with 108, and Team Qinyunxi with 90. Tang Songting states that they have 132 points. Yao Jinsheng notes that Zhao Lei's team has 128 and asks if they are only leading by 4 points. A hand holds a phone, presumably displaying the team's current ranking and score. Tang Songting and Yao Jinsheng stand in the vehicle, looking at the phone. The driver is not visible in this panel. Suddenly, a voice commands them to turn back, and the car screeches to a halt. The car speeds forward, presumably heading to the next mission location. The team is determined not to let Zhao Lei's team catch up to them. They have to get first place. The car continues to speed down the highway, the engine roaring as they race towards their destination. The practical combat training building stands ready for the announcements. The students stand in orderly rows, awaiting the final results of their training. The man's face is stern, the deadline of 1 month now up. The man in the suit prepares to announce the ranks and total academic points for each team. The man sighs, lamenting that they could have hit 200 points if they completed the last mission. Team Zhao Lei is announced in second place with 179 points, while Team Fu Changding takes third with 150. Team Fong Ping is declared the winner with 186 points, while Team Yang Xiaoman lands in fourth place with 138. Team Qinyunxi is announced in last place with only 100 points. The woman looks depressed, the weight of the loss heavy on her shoulders. Accusations fly as the losing team argues about who is to blame for their poor performance. Fong Ping listens as another student blames their team leader for their poor performance. The students fall silent as a man in a suit demands quiet from the assembled students. The teaching advisors address the students, making it clear that they are fully aware of everyone's performance over the past month. The advisor pauses, awaiting any objections to his assessment of their performance. One student responds with a simple, terse no. The advisor praises Fu Changding and Yang Xiaoman for completing their missions while ensuring the safety of their team members. Zhao Lei's rashness resulted in a team member's death, and he will be penalized. The advisor scolds Chun Yunxi, whose team received the lowest points and suffered heavy injuries, resulting in low morale. Another student reflects on the month's missions, noting that everyone has gained a lot of insight. Some sacrificed their lives, some were injured, and some returned with bountiful rewards. Martial artists, it is said, grow through repeated missions and practical combat. The red-haired advisor explains that the teaching advisors have been observing each student's individual abilities. The advisor flips open a document, preparing to announce the selected students. The document shows photos of students, including Fong Ping, who have been determined as suitable members for the team of starters. Another document details the mission completion status and emphasizes the importance of the freshman championships in a month's time. The advisor announces that he will now reveal the students selected for the championship team of starters, based on their observations. The advisor lists the names: Fong Ping, Zhao Lei, Fu Changding, and Yang Xiaoman. He continues, adding Tang Songting, Zhao Xiumei, Su Yikai, Li Zhaoxiu, and Jin Lei, all of whom will be part of the team of starters. The advisor closes the document, the list of names now complete. The students murmur, noting that only 9 people were selected, while they expected 10. The advisor, looking somber, announces the final name, Chun Yunxi. A student suggests that someone transfer to the School of Social Sciences. She kneels, head bowed, as the words echo around her, unsuitable for martial arts. Despite her physical gifts, something is lacking, according to the instructors. The instructor, his expression stern, explains that she lacks something essential for a martial artist. A flashback reveals the instructor's words. A martial artist needs a fighting spirit and cannot avoid battles. In a memory, she wields a sword, but the sounds of impact suggest a struggle. The instructor's voice echoes again, stating that her mission performance was greatly disappointing. Whispers spread among the students, commenting on how she didn't dare to charge forward and kill the enemy, resulting in her teammates getting injured. The whispers continue, revealing that Chun Yunxi comes from a family of martial artists, her grandfather even a grandmaster, yet she failed to protect her teammates. One student expresses his desire for her resources, hinting at jealousy and resentment. Another student notes that based on ability alone, Chun Yunxi should be in the class top 5, highlighting the discrepancy between potential and performance. The students stand in silence, the weight of the criticism hanging heavy in the air. The final judgment: she is indeed a weak and fragile person, and perhaps she should transfer schools. She looks down, her expression a mix of resolve and desperation. Chen Yunxi's eyes widen, a plea forming on her lips. She thinks, desperate to be part of the team of starters. Lion Tang observes, his expression unreadable. Lion Tang states that Chen Yunxi is the last person on the list. The camera focuses on a belt, cinched tight. The speaker dismisses the group, their faces a mix of emotions. Chen Yunxi rejected Lion Tang's suggestion, though he appears fierce. Footsteps echo as someone descends the stairs. Someone reflects that Lion Tang actually had good intentions when he tried to trigger Chen Yunxi. The building stands tall against the backdrop of a clear blue sky. The building's architecture is modern and sleek. He stands outside the Magic Uni Logistics Department, reflecting on his recent gains. After last month's missions, Fong Ping earned a total of 161 academic points. Adding the pills and weapons from that mission, his wealth value now sits at 12.08 million. A satisfying number, but not enough for his ambitions. Teacher Lee spots Fong Ping, a smile spreading across his face. He calls out to him, greeting him warmly as he approaches. Cracking his knuckles, Teacher Lee asks what goods Fong Ping wants to trade for this time. He recalls the F-grade saber Fong Ping acquired last month. Fong Ping acknowledges that it's not bad, but now that his vitality has increased, he wants something more. He wants to trade it in for a heavier, stronger, and more portable weapon. Teacher Lee asks what Fong Ping recommends, remarking that he is so full of requests. He seems amused by the student's ambition. Teacher Lee invites Fong Ping to come with him to the weapons storeroom. He gestures towards the hallway, ready to lead the way. Meanwhile, Magic Uni's exchange counter has whatever one wants to trade for. The possibilities seem endless, limited only by one's resources and imagination. Inside the weapons storeroom, a display case showcases various blades and weapons. Each one gleams under the soft lighting, promising power and potential. A shining spear catches the eye. Teacher Lee asks Fong Ping how about this one, presenting it with a flourish. The spear stands tall, its sleek design and sharp point hinting at deadly precision. It awaits Fong Ping's judgment.